Section 35 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. The Abduction. It was originally Stephano Verrina's intention to observe good faith with Nisida in respect to the service on which she had intimated her desire to employ him and his band; but so dazzled was he by her almost supernatural majesty of beauty on that night when he and his companions encountered her in the Riverola Palace, that he would have promised, or indeed undertaken, anything calculated to please or benefit her. When, however, he came to reflect calmly upon the service in which Nisida had enlisted him, he began to suspect that some motive more powerful than the mere desire to effect the liberation of an innocent man influenced that lady. Had she not put to death the beautiful creature who had resided in the same dwelling with Fernand Wagner? And did not that deed bear upon its aspect the stamp of an Italian woman's vengeance? Thus thought Stephano, and he soon arrived at the very natural conclusion that Nisida loved Fernand Wagner. Wagner was therefore his rival, and Verrina did not consider it at all in accordance with his own particular views in respect to Nisida to aid in effecting that rival's liberation, should he be condemned by the tribunal. Again, Stephano reflected that as Wagner's acquittal was within the range of probability, it would be expedient to possess himself of Nisida before the trial took place, and what opportunity could be more favorable than the one which the lady herself afforded by the appointment she had given him for the Sunday evening at the gate of St. Mary's Cathedral? All these considerations had determined the bandit to adopt speedy and strenuous measures to possess himself of Nisida, of whom he was so madly enamored that the hope of gratifying his passion predominated even over the pride and delight he had hitherto experienced in commanding the Florentine robbers. The appointed evening came, and Stephano, disguised in his black mask, repaired a few minutes before 10 to the immediate vicinity of the old cathedral. At the corner of an adjacent street, two men, mounted on powerful horses, and holding a third steed by the bridle, were in readiness; and crouched in the black darkness formed by the shade of the huge buttress of the cathedral, two members of the troop which Lomellino now commanded lay concealed, for the new captain of banditti had lent some of his staunchest fellows to further the designs of the ex chieftain. A heavy rain had fallen in the early part of the day, but it ceased ere the sun went down, and the stars shone forth like beauty's eyes when the tears of grief have been wiped away by the lips of the lover. Stephano paced the arena in front of the sacred edifice, and at length a gentle tread and a rustling of velvet met his ears. Then in a few moments, as if emerging from the darkness, the majestic form of Nisida appeared, and when Stephano approached her, she drew aside her veil for an instant, only for a single instant, that he might convince himself of her identity with the lady of whom he was waiting. But as the light of the silver stars beamed for a moment on the countenance of Nisida, that mild and placid luster was outvied by the dazzling brilliancy of her large black eyes, and mental excitement had imparted a rich carnation hue to her cheek, rendering her so surpassingly beautiful that Stephano could almost have fallen on his knees to worship and adore her. But oh, what lovely skins do some snakes wear, and into what charming shapes does Satan often get! Nisida had replaced her veil while yet Verrina's eyes were fixed on her bewitching countenance. Then, placing her finger lightly upon his arm oh, how that gentle touch thrilled through him! She made a sign for him to follow her toward a niche in the deep gateway of the cathedral, for in that niche was an image of the Madonna, and before it burnt a lamp night and day. To gain that spot it was necessary to pass the buttress in whose shade the two banditti lay concealed. Stephano trembled as he followed that lady whom he knew to be as intrepid, bold, and desperate as she was beautiful. He trembled, perhaps for the first time in his life, because never until now had he felt himself overawed by the majesty of loveliness and the resolute mind of a woman. But he had gone too far to retreat, even if that temporary and almost unaccountable timidity had prompted him to abandon his present design. Yes, he had gone too far, for at that moment when Nisida was passing the huge buttress, the two brigands sprung forth, and though her hands instantly grasped her dagger, yet so suddenly and effectually was she overpowered that she had not even time to draw it from its sheath. Fortunately the scheme of Stephano, the great square in front of the cathedral, was at that moment completely deserted by the usual evening loungers, and thus did he and his companions experience not the slightest interruption as they bore Nisida firmly and rapidly along to the corner of the street where the horses were in attendance. The lady's hands were already bound, and her dagger had been taken from her, and thus the resistance she was enabled to make was very slight, when Stephano, having sprung upon one of the horses, received the charming burden from the banditti, and embraced that fine voluptuous form in his powerful arms. The two men who had waited with Stephano's horse were already mounted on their own, as before stated, and the little party was now in readiness to start. "No further commands, signor?" said one of the banditti who had first seized upon Nisida. "None, my brave fellow. Tell Lomellino that I sent him my best wishes for his prosperity. And now for a rapid journey to Leghorn. Good night, signor." "Good night. Farewell, farewell, my friends!" cried Verrina, and clapping spurs to his steed, he struck into a quick gallop, his two mounted companions keeping pace with him, and riding one on either side, so as to prevent any possibility of escape on the part of Donna Nisida of Riverola. In a few minutes the little party gained the bank of the Arno, along which they pursued their rapid way, lighted by the lovely moon, which now broke forth from the purple sky, and seemed, with its chaste beams playing on the surface of the water, to put a soul into the very river as it ran. Section 35. Section 36 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Wagner and the Tempter. Phantasmagoria. While Stephano was bearing away the Lady Nisida in the manner described in the preceding chapter, Fernand Wagner was pacing his solitary cell, conjecturing what would be the result of the morrow's trial. Nisida had visited him a second time on the preceding evening, disguised, as on the former occasion, in male attire, and she had implored him, in the language of the deaf and dumb, but far more eloquently with her speaking eyes, and the expression of her beauteous countenance, to allow measures to be that night adopted to effect his immediate escape. But he had resolutely persisted in his original determination to undergo his trial, for by pursuing this course he stood the chance of an acquittal, and he knew on the other hand that if he were sentenced to die, the decree of the human tribunal could not be carried into execution. How his escape from that fate, should death be immediately ordained, was beyond his power of comprehension, but that he possessed a superhuman protector he knew full well. Without revealing to Nisida his motives for meeting the criminal judges, he refused to yield to her silently but eloquently pleaded prayer that he would escape should gold induce the jailers to throw open the door of his cell; but he conveyed to her the assurance that the deep interest she manifested in his behalf only bound him the more sincerely and devotedly to her. During 8 or 9 days of his imprisonment, he had reflected deeply upon the murder of Agnes. He naturally associated that black deed with the mystery of the strange lady who had so alarmed Agnes on several occasions; and he had of course been struck by the likeness of his much loved Nisida to her whom his dead granddaughter had so minutely described to him. But, if ever suspicion pointed toward Nisida as the murderess of Agnes, he closed his eyes upon the bare idea he hurled it from him and he rather fell back upon the unsatisfactory belief that the entire case was wrapped in a profound mystery than entertain a thought so injurious to her whom he loved so tenderly. We said that Nisida had visited him on Saturday night. She determined to essay her powers of mute persuasion once more ere she finally arranged with the bandit for his rescue. But that arrangement was not to take place, for on the Sabbath evening she was carried away, in the manner already described. It was now, also, on that Sabbath evening that Wagner was pacing his dungeon, pondering on the probable result of his trial, and yet never ceasing to think of Nisida. His memory retraveled all the windings, the wanderings, the ways which his feet had trodden during a long, long life, and paused to dwell upon that far back hour when he loved the maiden who became the wife of his first period of youth, for he was now in a second period of youth, and he felt that he did not love her so devotedly, so tenderly, so passionately as he loved Nisida now. Suddenly, as he paced his dungeon and pondered on the past as well as on the present, the lamp flickered, and, before he could replenish it with oil, the wick died in its socket. He had the means of procuring another light, but he cared not to avail himself thereof, and he was about to lay aside his vesture, preparatory to seeking his humble pallet, when he was struck by the appearance of a dim and misty luster which seemed to emanate from the wall facing the door. He was not alarmed: he had seen and passed through too much in this world to be readily terrified; but he stood gazing, with intense curiosity and profound astonishment, upon that phenomenon for which his imagination suggested no natural cause. Gradually the luster became more powerful; but in the midst of it there appeared a dark cloud, which by degrees assumed the appearance of a human form, and in a few minutes Wagner beheld a tall, strange looking figure standing before him. But assuredly that was no mortal being; for, apart from the mysterious mode in which he had introduced himself into the dungeon, there was on his countenance so withering, bitter, scornful, sardonic a smile, that never did human face wear so sinister an expression. And yet this being wore a human shape, and was attired in the habiliments of that age the long doublet, the tight hose, the trunk breeches, the short cloak, and the laced collar. But his slouched hat, instead of having a large and gracefully waving plume, was decorated with but a single feather. Fernand stood with fascinated gaze upon the being whose eyes seemed to glare with subdued lightnings, like those of the basilisk. There was something awful in that form, something wildly and menacingly sinister in that sardonic smile that curled his lips as if with ineffable contempt, and with the consciousness of his own power. "Wagner," he said, at length breaking the silence, and speaking in a deep sonorous voice, which reverberated even in that narrow dungeon like the solemn tone of the organ echoing amidst cloistral roofs, "Wagner, knowest thou who the being is that now addresseth thee?"
"I can conjecture,"
answered Fernand boldly.
"Thou art the power of darkness."
"So men call me," returned the demon, with a scornful laugh. "Yes, I am he whose delight it is to spread desolation over a fertile and beautiful earth he, whose eternal enmity against man is the fruitful source of so much evil. But of all the disciples who have ever yet aided me in my hostile designs on the human race, none was so serviceable as Faust, that Count of Aurana, whose portrait thou hast so well delineated, and which now graces the wall of thy late dwelling."
"Would that I had never known him!"
ejaculated Wagner fervently.
"On the contrary,"
resumed the demon,
"thou shouldst be thankful that in the wild wanderings of his latter years he stopped at thy humble cottage in the Black Forest of Germany. Important to thee were the results of that visit, and still more important may they become."
"Explain thyself, fiend!"
said Wagner, nothing dismayed.
"Thou wast tottering with age, hovering on the brink of the tomb, suspended to a thread which the finger of a child might have snapped,"
continued the demon,
"and in one short hour thou wast restored to youth, vigor, and beauty."
"And by how dreadful a penalty was that renovated existence purchased!"
exclaimed Wagner.
"Hast thou not been taught by experience that no human happiness can be complete that worldly felicity must ever contain within itself some element of misery and distress?"
demanded the fiend.
"Reflect, and be just. Thou art once more young, and thy tenure of life will last until that age at which thou wouldst have perished, had no supernatural power intervened to grant thee a new lease of experience. Nor is a long life the only boon conferred upon thee hitherto. Boundless wealth is ever at thy command. The floor of this dungeon would be strewed with gold and jewels and precious stones, at thy bidding, as thou well knowest. Moreover, thou wast ignorant, illiterate, uninformed: now all the sources of knowledge, all the springs of learning, all the fountains of science and art, are at thy disposal, and with whose waters thou canst slake the thirst of thine intellect, endowed with a youthfulness and a vigor of form that will yield not to the weight of years, that will defy the pressure of time, and that no malady can impair; possessed of wealth having no limit, and enriched with a mind so stored with knowledge that the greatest sage is as a child in comparison with thee, how darest thou complain or repent of the compact which has given to thee all these, though associated with the destiny of a Wehr Wolf?"
"It is of this fatal, this terrible destiny that I complain and that I repent,"
answered Wagner.
"Still do I admit that the advantages which I have obtained by embracing that destiny are great."
"And may be far greater,"
added the demon, impressively.
handsome, intelligent, and rich, all that thou dost require is power?"
"Yes,"
exclaimed Wagner, eagerly, and now manifesting, for the first time since the appearance of the fiend in his cell, any particular emotion.
"I have need of power power to avert those evils into which my sad destiny may plunge me power to dominate instead of being subject to the opinions of mankind power to prove my complete innocence of this dreadful crime now imputed to me power to maintain an untarnished reputation to which I cling most lovingly power to,"
he added, in a slower and also a more subdued tone,
"power to restore the lost faculties of hearing and speech to whom I love."
Strange was the smile that curled the demon's lips as Wagner breathed these last words.
"You require power, power almost without limit,"
said the fiend, after a few moments' pause.
"and that aim is within thy reach, handsome, intelligent, and rich,"
he continued, dwelling on each word with marked emphasis.
"and how happy mayest thou be when possessed of the power to render available, in all their glorious extent, the gifts, the qualities wherewith thou art already endowed, when in the service of Faust, during those 18 months which expired at the hour of sunset on the 30th of July, 1517.
"Alas!"
cried Wagner, his countenance expressing emotions of indescribable horror.
"Remind me not of that man's fate. Oh, never, never can I forget the mental agony, the profound and soul felt anguish which he experienced, and which he strove not to conceal, when at the gate of Vienna on that evening he bade me farewell forever."
"But thou wast happy, supremely happy in his service,"
said the demon.
"and thou didst enjoy a fair opportunity of appreciating the value of the power which he possessed. By his superhuman aid wast thou transported from clime to clime, as rapidly as thought is transfused by the interchange of lovers' glances; and in that varied, bustling, busied life wast thou supremely happy. The people of Europe spoke of that western world, the discovery of which recently rewarded the daring venture of great navigators, and you were desirous to behold that new continent. Your master repeated the wish, and by my invisible agency ye stood in a few moments in the presence of the red men of North America. Again, you accompanied your master to the eternal ice of the northern pole, and from the doorway of the Esquimaux hut he beheld the wondrous play of the boreal lights. On a third occasion, and in obedience to your wish, you stood with your master in the island of Ceylon, where the first scene that presented itself to your view was an occurrence which, though terrible, is not uncommon in that reptile infested clime. Afterward, my power, although its active agency was but partially known to you, transported you and the count your master, now my victim, to the fantastic and interesting scenes of China, then to the court of the wife slaying tyrant of England, and subsequently to the most sacred privacy of the imperial palace at Constantinople. How varied have been thy travels, how rapid thy movements! And that the scenes which thine eyes did thus contemplate made a profound impression upon thy mind is proved by the pictures now hanging to the walls of thy late dwelling."
"But wherefore this recapitulation of everything I know so well already?"
asked Wagner.
"To remind thee of the advantages of that power which Faust, thy master, possessed, and which ceased to be available to thee when the term of his compact with myself arrived. Yes,"
continued the demon emphatically,
"the powers which he possessed may be possessed by thee, and thou mayest with a single word, at once and forever shake off the trammels of thy present doom the doom of a Wehr Wolf."
"Oh, to shake off these trammels were indeed a boon to be desired!"
exclaimed Wagner.
"And to possess the power to gratify thy slightest whim,"
resumed the demon.
"to possess the power to transport thyself at thy will to any clime, however distant, to be able to defy the machinations of men and the combination of adverse circumstances, such as have placed thee into this dungeon, to be able, likewise, to say to thy beloved Nisida, 'Receive back the faculties which thou hast lost.'"
But again was the smile sinister and strange that played upon the lips of the demon. But Wagner noticed it not. His imagination was excited by the subtle discourse to which he had lent so ready an ear.
"And hast thou the power?"
he cried impatiently.
to render me thus powerful?"
"I have," answered the demon.
"But the terms, the conditions, the compact?"
exclaimed Wagner, in feverish haste, though with foreboding apprehension.
"Thine immortal soul,"
responded the fiend, in a low but sonorous and horrifying whisper.
"No, no!"
shrieked Wagner, covering his face with his hands.
"Avaunt, Satan! I defy thee! 10,000, 10,000 times preferable is the doom of the Wehr-Wolf, appalling even though that be."
With folded arms and scornful countenance did the demon stand gazing upon Wagner, by the light of the supernatural luster which filled the cell.
"Dost thou doubt my power?"
he demanded, in a slow and imperious tone.
"If so, put it to the test, unbelieving mortal that thou art! But remember, shouldst thou require evidence of that power which I propose to make available to thee, it must not be to give thee liberty, nor aught that may enhance thy interest."
"And any other evidence thou wilt give me?"
asked Wagner, a sudden idea striking him.
"Yes,"
answered the demon, who doubtless divined his thoughts, for again did a scornful smile play upon his lips.
"I will convince thee by any manifestation thou mayst demand, subject to the condition ere now named. I will convince thee that I am he whose power was placed at the disposal of thy late master, Faust, and by means of which thou wast transported, along with him, to every climate on the earth."
"I will name my wish,"
said Wagner.
"Speak!"
cried the fiend.
"Show me the Lady Nisida as she now is,"
exclaimed Fernand, his heart beating with the hope of beholding her whom he loved so devotedly; for with all the jealousy of a lover, was he anxious to convince himself that she was thinking of him.
"Ah! 'tis the same as with Faust and his Theresa,"
murmured the demon to himself; then aloud he said,
"Rather ask me to show you the Lady Nisida as she will appear 4 days hence."
"Be it so!"
cried Wagner, moved by the mysterious warning those words appeared to convey. The demon extended his arm, and chanted in deep sonorous tones the following incantation:
"Ye powers of darkness who obey Eternally my potent sway, List to thy sovereign master's call, Transparent make this dungeon wall, And now annihilated be The space 'twixt Florence and the sea. Let the bright luster of the morn In golden glory steep Leghorn, Show where the dancing wavelets sport Round the gay vessels in the port, Those ships whose gilded lanterns gleam In the warm sun's refulgent beam, And whose broad pennants kiss the gale, Buoyed also by the spreading sail. Now let this mortal's vision mark Amidst that scene the corsair's bark, Clearing the port with swan like pride, Transparent make the black hull's side, And show the curtained cabin where Of earth's fair daughters the most fair Sits like an image of despair. Mortal, behold, thy Nisida is there."
The strange phantasmagorian spectacle rapidly developed itself in obedience to the commands of the demon. First it appeared to Wagner that the supernatural luster which pervaded the dungeon, gathered like a curtain on one side, and occupied the place of the wall. This wondrous light became transparent, like a thin golden mist; and then the distant city of Leghorn appeared, producing an effect similar to that of the dissolving views, now familiar to everyone. The morning sun shone brightly on the fair scene, and a forest of masts stood out in bold relief against the western sky. The gilded lanterns on the poops of the vessels, the flags and streamers of various hues, the white sails of those ships that were preparing for sea, and the richly painted pinnaces that were shooting along in the channel between the larger craft, rendered the scene surpassingly gay and beautiful. But amidst the shipping, Wagner's eyes were suddenly attracted by a large galley, with 3 masts, looking most rakish with its snow white sail, its tapering spars, its large red streamer, and its low, long, and gracefully sweeping hull, which was painted jet black. On its deck were 6 pieces of brass ordnance, and stands of firearms were ranged round the lower parts of the masts. Altogether, the appearance of that vessel was as suspicious and menacing as it was gallant and graceful, and from the incantation of the demon, Wagner gleaned its real nature. And now, as that corsair ship moved slowly out of the port of Leghorn, its black side suddenly seemed to open, or at least to become transparent, and the interior of a handsomely fitted up cabin was revealed. Fernand's heart had already sunk within him through foreboding apprehension, but now an ejaculation of mingled rage and grief burst from his lips, when, on a sofa in that cabin, he beheld his dearly loved Nisida, seated, like an image of despair, motionless and still, as if all the energies of her haughty soul, all the powers of her strong mind had been suddenly paralyzed by the weight of misfortune. Wagner stood gazing, unable to utter another word beyond that one ejaculation of mingled rage and grief, gazing, himself a kindred image of despair upon this mysterious and unaccountable scene. But gradually the interior of the cabin grew more and more indistinct, until it was again completely shut in by the black side of the harbor, her dark hull disappearing by degrees, and melting away in the distance. Wagner dashed his open palm against his forehead, exclaiming,
"O Nisida, Nisida, who hath torn thee from me?"
And he threw himself upon a seat, where he remained absorbed in a painful reverie, with his face buried in his hands, totally unmindful of the presence of the demon. 2 or 3 minutes passed, during which Fernand was deliberating within himself whether he were the sport of a wild and fanciful vision, or whether he had actually received a warning of the fate which hung over Nisida.
"Art thou satisfied with the proof of my power?"
demanded a deep voice, sounding ominously upon his ear. He raised his hand with a spasmodic start. Before him stood the demon with folded arms and scornful expression of countenance; and though the phantasmagorian scene had disappeared, the supernatural luster still pervaded the dungeon.
"Fiend!"
cried Wagner, impatiently.
"Thou hast mocked, thou hast deceived me!"
Thus do mortals ever speak, even when I give them a glimpse of their own eventual fate, through the medium of painful dreams and hideous nightmares," said the demon, sternly.
"But who has dared, or rather, who will dare for that vision is a prospective warning of a deed to happen 4 days hence who then, I ask, will dare to carry off the Lady Nisida, my own loved and loving Nisida?" demanded Wagner, with increased impatience.
"Stephano Verrina, the formidable captain of the Florentine banditti, has this night carried away thy lady love, Wagner," replied the demon. "Thou hast yet time to save her. Though the steed that bears her to Leghorn be fleet and strong, I can provide thee with a fleeter and a stronger. Nay, more, become mine, consent to serve me as Faust served me, and within an hour, within a minute, if thou wilt, Nisida shall be restored to thee, she shall be released from the hands of her captors, thou shalt be free, and thy head shall be pillowed on her bosom, in whatever part of the earth it may suit thee thus to be united to her. Reflect, Wagner, I offer thee a great boon nay, many great boons the annihilation of those trammels which bind thee to the destiny of a Wehr Wolf, power unlimited for the rest of thy days, and the immediate possession of that Nisida whom thou lovest so fondly, and who is so beautiful, so exceedingly beautiful."
Desperate was the struggle that took place in the breast of Wagner. On one side was all he coveted on earth, on the other was the loss of the immortal soul. Here the possession of Nisida, there her forced abduction by a brigand. Here his earthly happiness might be secured at the expense of his eternal welfare. There his eternal welfare must be renounced if he decided in favor of his earthly happiness. What was he to do? Nisida was weighing in the balance against his immortal soul. To have Nisida, he must renounce his God. Oh, it was maddening, this bewilderment.
An hour to reflect!"
he cried, almost frantically.
"Not a quarter of an hour,"
returned the demon.
"Nisida will be lost to you. Haste, decide."
Leave me for 5 minutes only."
No, not for a minute. Decide."
Wagner threw up his arms in the writhings of his ineffable anguish. His right hand came in contact with the crucifix that hung against the wall, and he mechanically clutched it, not with any motive prepense, but wildly, unwittingly. Terrific was the expression of rage which suddenly distorted the countenance of the demon. The lightnings of ineffable fury seemed to flash from his eyes and play upon his contracting brow; and yet a strong spasmodic shuddering at the same time convulsed his awful form. For as Wagner clung to the crucifix to prevent himself from falling at the feet of the malignant fiend, the symbol of Christianity was dragged by his weight from the wall, and, as Wagner reeled sideways,
The cross which he retained with instinctive tenacity in his grasp, waved across the demon's face. Then, with a terrific howl of mingled rage and fear, the fiend fell back and disappeared through the earth, as if a second time hurled down in headlong flight before the thunderbolts of heaven. Wagner fell upon his knees and prayed fervently. Section 36. Section 37 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. The Trial of Fernand Wagner. On the ensuing morning Wagner stood before the judge of the criminal tribunal of the Republic. The judgment hall was a large and lofty room in the Palazzo del Podesta, or Ducal Palace. The judges sat in antique and richly carved chairs, placed on a platform beneath a canopy of purple velvet fringed with gold. On the left, at a handsome desk covered with papers, was seated the procurator fiscal or attorney general of the Republic, distinguished in attire from the judges only by the fact of the ermine upon his scarlet robe being narrower than theirs. Opposite to this functionary was a bench whereon the witnesses were placed. The prisoner stood between two sbirri in a small pew, in the centre of the court. Defendants in civil cases were alone permitted in that age and country to retain counsel in their behalf. Persons accused of crimes were debarred this privilege. Wagner was therefore undefended. The proceedings of the tribunal were usually conducted privately, but about a dozen gentlemen and twice as many ladies had obtained orders of admission on this occasion, the case having produced considerable sensation in Florence on account of the reputed wealth of the accused. Perhaps, also, the rumor that he was a young man endowed with extraordinary personal attractions had exercised its influence upon the susceptible hearts of the Florentine ladies. Certain it is, that when he was conducted into the judgment hall, his strikingly handsome exterior, his air of modest confidence, his graceful gait, and his youthful appearance, so far threw into the background the crime imputed to him, that the ladies present felt their sympathies deeply enlisted in his behalf. The usher of the tribunal having commanded silence in a loud voice, the chief judge began the usual interrogatory of the prisoner. To the questions addressed to him, the accused replied that his name was Fernand Wagner, that he was a native of Germany, that he had no profession, avocation, nor calling, that he was possessed of a large fortune, and that having traveled over many parts of the world, he settled in Florence, where he had hoped to enjoy a tranquil and peaceful existence. "The murdered female was reputed to be your sister," said the chief judge. "Was such the fact?"
She was a near relative,
answered Wagner. "But was she your sister?" demanded the procurator fiscal.
She was not.
"Then in what degree of relationship did she stand toward you?" asked the chief judge.
I must decline to reply to that question.
"The tribunal infers, therefore, that the murdered female was not related to you at all," observed the judge. "Was she not your mistress?"
No, my lord,"
cried Wagner emphatically.
"as truly as heaven now hears my assertion, it was not so."
"Was she your wife?" demanded the chief judge. A negative answer was given. The chief judge and the procurator fiscal then by turns questioned and cross questioned the prisoner in the most subtle manner, to induce him to state the degree of relationship subsisting between himself and Agnes; but he either refused to respond to their queries, or else answered direct ones by means of a positive denial. The lieutenant of the sbirri was at length called upon to give an account of the discovery of the dead body and the suspicious circumstances which had led to the arrest of Wagner. Two of these circumstances appeared to be very strong against him. The first was the soiled and blood-stained appearance of the garments which were found in his chamber; the other was the exclamation, "But how did you know that it is Agnes who is murdered?" uttered before any one had informed who had been murdered. Wagner was called upon for an explanation. He stated that he had been out the whole night, that the blood upon his garments had flowed from his own body, which had been scratched and torn in the mazes of the woods; that on his return home he met Agnes in the garden; that he had left her there; and that he was told a young lady had been assassinated in the vicinity of his dwelling. He immediately conceived that the victim must be Agnes. When questioned concerning the motives of his absence from home during the entire night, he maintained a profound silence,
but he was evidently much agitated and excited by the queries thus put to him. He said nothing about the stranger lady who had so frequently terrified Agnes, because, in relating the proceedings of that mysterious female in respect to his deceased granddaughter, especially the incident of the abstraction of antique jewels which the late Count of Riverola had given to her, he would have been compelled to enter into details concerning the amour between those who were no more; and this subject he was solicitous to avoid, not only through respect for the memory of the murdered Agnes, but also to spare the feelings of Count Francisco and Donna Nisida. The judges and the procurator fiscal, finding that they could elicit nothing from Wagner relative to the cause of his absence from home during the night preceding the murder, passed on to another subject. "In the apartment belonging to your residence," said the chief judge, "there are several pictures and portraits." Wagner turned pale and trembled. The chief judge made a signal to an officer of the court, and that functionary quitted the judgment hall. In a few minutes he returned, followed by 3 subordinates bearing the 2 portraits mentioned in the 6th chapter of this tale, and also the frame covered over with a large piece of black cloth. On perceiving this last object, Wagner became paler still, and trembled violently. "There are 6 other pictures in the room whence these have been taken," said the judge; "but these 6 are not of a character to interest the tribunal. We, however, require explanations concerning the 2 portraits and the frame with the black cloth cover now before us." The greatest excitement at present prevailed amongst the audience. "On one of the portraits," continued the chief judge, "there is an inscription to this effect: 'F. Count of A. terminated his career on the 1st of August, 1517.' What does this inscription mean?"
"It means that Faust, Count of Orana, was a nobleman with whom I traveled during a period of 18 months,"
replied Wagner.
"and he died on the day mentioned in that inscription."
"The world has heard strange reports relative to Faust," said the chief judge, in a cold voice, and with unchanged manner, although the mention of that name had produced a thrill of horror on the part of his brother judges and the audience. "Art thou aware that rumor ascribes him a compact with the evil one?" Wagner gazed around him in horrified amazement, for the incident of the preceding night returned with such force to his mind that he could scarcely subdue an agonizing ebullition of emotion. The chief judge next recited the inscription on the other portrait: "F.W. January 7th, 1516, his last day thus." But Wagner maintained a profound silence, and neither threats nor entreaties could induce him to give the least explanation concerning that inscription. "Let us then proceed to examine this frame with the black cloth cover," said the chief judge. "My lord," whispered one of his brother judges, "in the name of the Blessed Virgin, have naught more to do with this man. Let him go forth to execution. He is a monster of atrocity, evidently a murderer, doubtless leagued with the evil one, as Faust, of whose acquaintance he boasts, was before him." "For my part, I credit not such idle tales," interrupted the chief judge; "and it is my determination to sift this matter to the very foundation. I am rather inclined to believe that the prisoner is allied with the banditti who infest the republic than with any preternatural powers. His absence from home during the entire night, according to his own admission, his immense wealth, without any ostensible resources, all justify my suspicion. Let the case proceed," added the chief judge aloud, for he had made the previous observations in a low tone. "Usher, remove the black cloth from the picture."
"No, no!"
exclaimed Wagner wildly, and he was about to rush from the dock, but the sbirri held him back. The usher's hand was already on the black cloth. "I beseech your lordship to pause," whispered the assistant judge who had before spoken. "Proceed!" exclaimed the presiding functionary in a loud authoritative tone, for he was a bold and fearless man. And scarcely were these words uttered, when the black cloth was stripped from the frame, and the usher who had removed the covering recoiled with a cry of horror, as his eyes obtained a glimpse of the picture which was now revealed to view. "What means this folly?" ejaculated the chief judge. "Bring the picture hither." The usher, awed by the manner of this great functionary, raised the picture in such a way that the judges and the procurator fiscal might obtain a full view of it. "A Wehr Wolf!" ejaculated the assistant judge, who had previously remonstrated with his superior, and his countenance became pale as death. The dreadful words were echoed by other tongues in the court, and a panic fear seized on all save the chief judge and Wagner himself. The former smiled contemptuously; the latter had summoned all his courage to aid him to pass through this terrible ordeal without confirming by his conduct the dreadful suspicion which had been excited in respect to him. For oh! the subject of that picture was indeed awful to contemplate. It had no inscription, but it represented, with the most painful and horrifying fidelity, the writhings and agonizing throes of the human being during the process of transformation into the lupine monster. The countenance of the unhappy man had already elongated into one of savage and brute like shape, and so admirably had art counterfeited nature, that the rich garment seemed changed into a rough, shaggy, and wiry skin. The effect produced by that picture was indeed a thrilling and appalling interest. "A Wehr Wolf!" had exclaimed one of the assistant judges; and while the voices of several of the male spectators in the body of the court echoed the words mechanically, the ladies gave vent to screams, as they rushed toward the doors of the tribunal. In a few moments that part of the court was entirely cleared. "Prisoner," exclaimed the chief judge, "have you aught more to advance in your defense relative to the charge of murder?"
"My lord, I am innocent,"
said Wagner, firmly but respectfully. "The tribunal pronounces you guilty," continued the chief judge. Then, with a scornful smile toward his assistants and the procurator fiscal, who all three, as well as the sbirri and the officers of the court, were pale and trembling with vague fear, the presiding functionary continued thus: "The tribunal condemns you, Fernand Wagner, to death by the hand of the common headsman, and it is now my duty to name the day and fix the hour for your execution. Therefore I do ordain that the sentence just pronounced be carried into effect precisely at the hour of sunset on the last day of the present month." My lord," exclaimed the procurator fiscal, "the belief is that on the last day of each month, and at the hour of sunset." "I am aware of the common superstition," interrupted the chief judge, coldly and sternly; "and it is to convince the world of the folly of putting faith in such legends that I have fixed that day and that hour in the present instance. Away with the prisoner to his dungeon." And the chief judge waved his hand imperiously, to check any further attempts at remonstrance. But his assistant functionaries, the procurator fiscal, and the officers of the court, surveyed him with mingled surprise and awe, uncertain whether they ought to applaud his courage or tremble at his rashness. Wagner had maintained a calm and dignified demeanor during the last portion of the proceedings; and although the sbirri who had charge of him ventured not to lay a finger upon him, he accompanied them back to the prison of the Palazzo del Podesta. Section 38 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37: The Shipwreck. 10 days had elapsed since the incidents related in the preceding chapter. The scene changes to an island in the Mediterranean Sea. There, seated on the strand, with garments dripping wet, and with all the silken richness of her raven hair floating wildly and dishevelled over her shoulders, the Lady Nisida gazed vacantly on the ocean, now tinged with living gold by the morning sun. At a short distance a portion of a shipwrecked vessel lay upon the shore, and seemed to tell her tale. But where were the desperate, daring crew who had manned the gallant bark? Where were those fearless freebooters who 6 days previously had sailed from Leghorn on their piratical voyage? Where were those who hoisted the flag of peace and assumed the demeanor of honest trader when in port, but who on the broad bosom of the ocean carried the terrors of their black banner far and wide? Where, too, was Stephano Verrina, who had so boldly carried off the Lady Nisida? The gallant bark had struck upon a shoal, during the tempest and the obscurity of the night, and the pilot knew not where they were. His reckoning was lost, his calculations had all been set at naught by the confusion produced by the fearful storm which had assailed the ship and driven her from her course. The moment the corsair galley struck, that confusion increased to such an extent that the captain lost all control over his men, the pilot's voice was unheeded likewise. The crew got out the long boat and leaped into it, forcing the captain and the pilot to enter it with them. Stephano Verrina, who was on deck when the vessel struck, rushed down into the cabin appropriated to Nisida, and by signs endeavored to convey to her a sense of the danger which menaced them. Conquering her ineffable aversion for the bandit, Nisida followed him hastily to the deck. At the same instant that her eyes plunged, as it were, into the dense obscurity which prevailed around, the lightning streamed in long and vivid flashes over the turbulent waters, and with the roar of the billows suddenly mingled deafening shrieks and cries of wild despair, as the longboat, which had been pushed away from the corsair bark, went down at a little distance. And as the lightning played upon the raging sea, Nisida and Verrina caught hurried but frightful glimpses of many human faces, whereon was expressed the indescribable agony of the drowning.
"Perdition!" cried Verrina. "All are gone save Nisida and myself. And shall we too perish ere she has become mine? Shall death separate us ere I have reveled in her charms? Fool that I was to delay my triumph hitherto! Fool that I was to be overawed by her impetuous signs, or melted by her silent though strong appeals."
He paced the deck in an excited manner as he uttered these words aloud.
"No!"
he exclaimed wildly, as the tempest seemed to increase and the ship was thrown further on shoal.
"She shall not escape me thus, after all I have done and dared in order to possess her. Our funeral may take place to night, but our bridal shall be first. Ha! ha!"
And he laughed with a kind of despairing mockery, while the fragments of the vessel's sails flapped against the spars with a din as if some mighty demon were struggling with the blast. The sense of appalling danger seemed to madden Stephano only because it threatened to separate him from Nisida, and fearfully excited, he rushed toward her, crying wildly,
"You shall be mine!"
But how terrible was the yell which burst from his lips, when by a glare of a brilliant flash of lightning he beheld Nisida cast herself over the side of the vessel. For a single instant he fell back appalled, horror struck; but at the next he plunged with insensate fury after her, all the rage of the storm redoubled. When the misty shades of morning cleared away, and the storm had passed, Nisida was seated alone upon the strand, having miraculously escaped that eternal night of death which leads to no dawn. But where was Stephano Verrina? She knew not, although she naturally conjectured, and even hoped, that he was numbered with the dead. Section 39 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Island in the Mediterranean Sea. Fair and beauteous was the Mediterranean isle whereon the Lady Nisida had been thrown. When the morning mists had dispersed, and the sunbeams tinged the ridges of the hills and the summits of the tallest trees, Nisida awoke as it were from the profound lethargic reverie in which she had been plunged for upward of an hour since the moment when the billows had borne her safely to the shore. The temperature of that island was warm and genial, for there eternal summer reigned, and thus, though her garments were still dripping wet, Nisida experienced no cold. She rose from the bank of sand whereon she had been seated, and cast anxious, rapid, and searching glances around her. Not a human being met her eyes, but in the woods that stretched, with emerald pride, almost down to the golden sands, the birds and insects, nature's free commoners, sent forth sounds of life and welcomed the advent of the morn with that music of the groves. The scenery which now presented itself to the contemplation of Nisida was indescribably beautiful. Richly wooded hills rose towering above each other with amphitheatrical effect, and behind the verdant panorama were the blue outlines of pinnacles of naked rocks, but not a trace of the presence of human beings was to be seen, not a hamlet nor a cottage, nor the slightest sign of agriculture. At a short distance lay a portion of the wreck of the corsair ship. The fury of the tempest of the preceding night had thrown it so high upon the shoal whereon it had struck, and the sea was now comparatively so calm, that Nisida was enabled to approach close up to it. With little difficulty, she succeeded in reaching the deck, that deck whose elastic surface lately vibrated to the tread of many daring, desperate young men, but now desolate and broken in many parts. The cabin which had been allotted to her, or rather to which she had been confined, was in the portion of the wreck that still remained, and there she found a change of raiment, which Stephano had provided ere the vessel left Leghorn. Carefully packing up these garments in as small and portable a compass as possible, she fastened the burden upon her shoulders by the means of a cord, and, quitting the vessel, conveyed it safe and dry to the shore. Then she returned again to the wreck in search of provisions, considerable quantities of which she fortunately found to be uninjured by the water, and these she was enabled to transport to the strand by means of several journeys backward and forward between the shore and the wreck. The occupation was not only necessary in order to provide the wherewith to sustain life, but it also abstracted her thoughts from a too painful contemplation of her position. It was long past the hour of noon when she had completed her task, and the shore in the immediate vicinity of the wreck was piled with a miscellaneous assortment of objects. Bags of provisions, weapons of defense, articles of the toilet, clothing, pieces of canvas, cordage, and carpenter's tools. Then, wearied with her arduous toils, she laid aside her dripping garments, bathed her beauteous form in the sea, and attired herself in dry apparel. Having partaken of some refreshment, she armed herself with weapons of defense, and quitting the shore, entered upon that vast amphitheater of verdure to which we have already slightly alluded. The woods were thick and tangled, but though, when seen from the shore, they appeared to form one dense uninterrupted forest, yet they in reality only dotted the surface of the island with numerous detached patches of grove and copse, and in the intervals were verdant plains or delicious valleys, exhibiting not the slightest sign of agriculture, but interspersed with shrubs and trees laden with fruits rich and tempting. Nature had indeed profusely showered her bounties over that charming isle, for the trees glowed with their blushing or golden produce, as if gems were the fruitage of every bough. Through one of the delicious valleys which Nisida explored, a streamlet, smooth as a looking glass, wound its way. To its sunny bank did the lady repair, and the pebbly bed of the river was seen as plainly through the limpid waters as an eyeball through a tear. Though alone was Nisida in that vale, and though many bitter reflections, deep regrets, and vague apprehensions crowded upon her soul, yet the liveliness of the scene appeared to diminish the intenseness of the feelings of utter solitude, and its soft influence partially lulled the waves of her emotions; for never had mortal eyes beheld finer fruit upon the trees, nor lovelier flowers upon the soil. All life was rejoicing, from the grasshopper at her feet to the feathered songsters in the myrtle, citron, and olive groves, and the swan glided past to the music of the stream. Above, the heavens were more clear than her own Italian clime, more blue than any color that tinges the flowers of the earth. She roved along the smiling bank which fringed the stream until the setting sun dyed with the richest purple the rocky pinnacles in the distance, and made the streamlet glow like a golden flood. And Nisida, alone, in the radiance and glory of her own charms, alone amidst all the radiance and glory of the charms of nature, the beauteous Nisida appeared to be the queen of that Mediterranean isle; but whether it were really an island or a portion of the three continents which hem in that tireless ocean, the lady as yet knew not. Warned by the splendors of the setting sun to retrace her way, she turned and sped back to the strand, where the stores she had saved from the wreck were heaped up. When first she had set out upon her exploring ramble, she had expected every moment to behold human forms, her fellow creatures, emerge from the woods; but the more she saw of that charming spot whereon her destinies had thrown her, the fainter grew the hope or the fear we scarcely know which to term the expectation; for no sign of the presence of man was there. Nature appeared to be the undisputed empress of that land, and Nisida returned to the shore with the conviction that she was the sole human inhabitant of this delicious region. And now, once more seated upon the strand, while the last beams of the sun played upon the wide blue waters of the Mediterranean, Nisida partook of her frugal repast, consisting of the bread supplied by the wreck and a few fruits which she gathered in the valley. The effects of the tempest had totally disappeared in respect to the sea, which now lay stretched in glassy stillness. It seemed as if a holy calm, soft as an infant's sleep, lay upon the bosom of the Mediterranean, now no longer terrible with storm, but a mighty emblem of mild majesty and rest. Nisida thought of the fury which had lately convulsed that sea, now so placid, and sighed at the conviction which was forced upon her, that no such calm was for the mortal breast when storms had once been there; for she pondered on her native land, now, perhaps far oh, how far away! and the images of those whom she loved appeared to rise before her Francisco in despair at his sister's unaccountable disappearance, and Fernand perchance already doomed to die; and tears flowed down her cheeks, and trickled upon her snowy bosom, gleaming like dew amongst lilies. Of what avail was the energy of her character in that land along whose coast stretched the impassable barrier of the sea? Oh, it was enough to make even the haughty Nisida weep, and to produce a terrible impression on a mind hitherto acting only in obedience to its own indomitable will. Though the sun had set some time, and no moon had yet appeared in the purple sky, yet it was far from dark. An azure mantle of twilight seemed to wrap the earth, the sea, the heavens; and so soft, so overpowering was the influence of the scene and of the night, that slumber gradually stole upon the lady's eyes. There now, upon the warm sand, slept Nisida; and when the chaste advent of the moon bathed all in silver, as the sun had for 12 hours steeped all in gold, the beams of the goddess of the night played on her charming countenance without wakening her. The raven masses of her hair lay upon her flushed cheeks like midnight on a bed of roses; her long black lashes reposed on those cheeks, so surpassingly lovely with their rich carnation hues. For she dreamt of Fernand, and her vision was a happy one. Imagination played wild tricks with a shipwrecked lonely lady, as if to recompense her for the waking realities of her sad position. She thought that she was reposing in the delicious valley which she had explored in the afternoon; she thought that Fernand was her companion, that she lay in his arms, that his lips pressed hers, that she was all to him as he was all to her, and that love's cup of enjoyment was full to the very brim. But oh! when she slowly awoke, and under the influence of the delightful vision, raised her eyes in the dewy light of voluptuous languor to the blue sky above her, the sunbeams that were heralding in another day cruelly dispelled the enchanting illusions of a warm and excited fancy, and Nisida found herself alone on the sea shore of the island. Thus the glory of that sunrise held no charms for her, although never had the orb of day come forth with greater pomp, nor to shine on a lovelier scene. No words can convey an idea of the rapid development of every feature in the landscape, the deeper and deepening tint of the glowing sky, the roseate hue of the mountain peaks as they stood out against the cloudless orient, and the rich emerald shades of the woods sparkling with fruit, the fragrant rose and the chaste lily, the blushing peony and the gaudy tulip, and all the choicest flowers of that delicious clime, expanded into renowned loveliness to greet the sun, and the citron and the orange, the melon and the grape, the pomegranate and the date drank in the yellow light to nourish their golden hues. Nisida's eyes glanced rapidly over the vast expanse of waters, and swept to the horizon, but there was not a sail, nor even a cloud which imagination might transform into the white wing of a distant ship. And now upon the golden sand the lovely Nisida put off her garments one by one, and set at liberty the dark masses of her shining hair, which floated like an ample veil of raven blackness over the dazzling whiteness of her skin. Imagination might have invested her forehead with a halo, so magnificent was the lustrous effect of the sun upon the silken glossiness of that luxuriant hair. The Mediterranean was the lady's bath; and, in spite of the impressive nature of the waking thoughts which had succeeded to her delicious dream, in spite of that conviction of loneliness which lay like a weight of lead upon her soul, she disported in the waters like a mermaid. Now she plunged beneath the surface, which glowed in the sun like a vast lake of quicksilver; now she stood in a shallow spot, where the water rippled no higher than her middle, and combed out her dripping tresses; then she waded further in, and seemed to rejoice in allowing the little wavelets to kiss her snowy bosom. No fear had she, indeed, no thought of the monsters of the deep, could the fair surface of the shining water conceal aught dangerous or aught terrible. Oh! yes, even as beneath that snowy breast beat a heart stained with crime, often alighted by ardent and impetuous passions, and devoured by raging desire. For nearly an hour did Nisida disport in nature's mighty bath, until the heat of the sun became so intense that she was compelled to return to the shore and resume her apparel. Then she took some bread in her hand, and hastened to the groves to pluck the cooling and delicious fruits whereof there was so marvelous an abundance. She seated herself on a bed of wild flowers on the shady side of a citron and orange grove, surrounded by a perfumed air. Before her stretched the valley, like a vast carpet of bright green velvet fantastically embroidered with flowers of 1,000 varied hues. And in the midst meandered the crystal stream, with stately swans and an infinite number of other aquatic birds floating on its bosom. And the birds of the groves, too, how beautiful were they, and how joyous did they seem! What variegated plumage did they display, as they flew past the Lady Nisida, unscared by her presence! Some of them alighted from the overhanging boughs, and as they descended swept her very hair with their wings. Then, almost to convince her that she was not an unwelcome intruder in that charming land, they hopped round her, picking up the crumbs of bread which she scattered about to attract them. For the loneliness of her condition had already attuned the mind of this strange being to the susceptibility of deriving amusement from incidents which a short time previously she would have looked upon as the most insane triflings. Thus was the weariness of her thoughts relieved by disporting in the water, as we ere now saw her, or by contemplating the playfulness of the birds. Presently she wandered into the vale, and gathered a magnificent nosegay of flowers. Then the whim struck her that she would weave for herself a chaplet of roses, and as her work progressed, she improved upon it, and fashioned a beauteous diadem of flowers to protect her head from the scorching noonday sun. But think not, O reader, that while thus diverting herself with trivialities of which you would scarcely have deemed the haughty, imperious, active disposition of Nisida of Riverola to be capable, think not that her mind was altogether abstracted from unpleasant thoughts. No, far, very far from that. She was merely relieved from a portion of that weight which oppressed her, but her entire burden could not be removed from her soul. There were moments when her grief amounted almost to despair. Was she doomed to pass the remainder of her existence in that land? Was it really an island and unknown to navigators? She feared so, for did it join a continent, its loveliness and fruitfulness would not have permitted it to remain long unoccupied by those who must of necessity discover it. And oh, what would her brother think of her absence? What would Fernand conjecture? And what perils might not at that moment envelop her lover, while she was not near to succor him by means of her artifice, her machinations, or her gold? 10,000 maledictions upon Stephano, who was the cause of all her present misery! 10,000 maledictions on her own folly for not having exerted all her energies and all her faculties to escape from his power ere she was conveyed on board the corsair ship, and it was too late. But useless now were regrets and repinings, for the past could not be recalled, and the future might have much happiness in store for Nisida. For oh, sweetest comes the hope which is lured back because its presence is indispensable, and oppressed as Nisida was with the weight of her misfortunes, her soul was too energetic, too sanguine, too impetuous to yield to despair. Day after day passed, and still not a ship appeared. Nisida did not penetrate much further into the island than the valley which we have described, and whither she was accustomed to repair to gather the flowers that she wove into diadems. She lingered for the most part near the shore on which she had been thrown, fearing, lest if away a ship might pass in her absence. Each day she bathed her beauteous form in the Mediterranean. Each day she devoted some little time to the adornment of her person with wreaths of flowers. She wove crowns for her head, necklaces, bracelets, and scarves, combining the flowers so as to form the most wild and fanciful devices, and occasionally surveying herself in the natural mirror afforded her by the limpid stream, purposely weaving an apparel as scanty as possible, on account of the oppressive heat which prevailed during each day of 12 long hours, and which was not materially moderated at night. She supplied to some extent the place of the superfluous garments thus thrown aside, by means of tissues of cool, refreshing, fragrant flowers. Thus, by the time she had been 10 or 12 days upon the island, her appearance seemed most admirably to correspond with her new and lonely mode of life, and the spot where her destinies had cast her. Habited in a single linen garment, confined round the slender waist with a cestus of flowers, and with light slippers upon her feet, but with a diadem of roses on her head, and with wreaths round her bare arms and her equally bare ankles, she appeared to be the goddess of that island, the genius of that charming clime of fruits, and verdure, and crystal streams, and flowers. The majesty of her beauty was softened, and thus enhanced, by the wonderful simplicity of her attire; the dazzling brilliancy of her charms was subdued by the chaste, the innocent, the primitive aspect with which those fantastically woven flowers invested her. Even the extraordinary luster of her fine dark eyes was moderated by the gaudy yet elegant assemblage of hues formed by those flowers which she wore. Was it not strange that she whose soul we have hitherto seen bent on deeds or schemes of stern and important nature, who never acted without a motive, and whose mind was far too deeply occupied with worldly cares and pursuits to bestow a thought on trifles, who, indeed, would have despised herself had she wasted a moment in toying with a flower, or watching the playful motions of a bird, was it not strange that Nisida should have become so changed as we now find her in that island of which she was the queen? Conceive that same Nisida who planned dark plots against Flora Francatelli, now tripping along the banks of the sunlit stream, bedecked with flowers, and playing with the swans. Imagine that same being who dealt death to Agnes, now seated beneath the shade of myrtles and embowering vines, distributing bread or pomegranate seeds to the birds that hopped cheerfully around her. Picture to yourself that woman of majestic beauty, whom you have seen clad in black velvet and wearing a dark thick veil, now weaving for herself garments of flowers, and wandering in the lightest possible attire by the sea shore, or by the rippling stream, or amidst the mazes of the fruit laden groves. And sometimes, as she sat upon the yellow sand gazing on the wavelets of the Mediterranean, that were racing one another, like living things from some far off region, to that lovely but lonely isle, it would seem as if all the low and sweet voices of the sea, never loud and sullen now, since the night of storm which cast her on that strand, were heard by her, and made delicious music to her ears. In that island must we leave her now for a short space, leave her to her birds, her flowers, and her mermaid sports in the sea, leave her also to her internals of dark and dismal thoughts, and to her long but ineffectual watchings for the appearance of a sail in the horizon. Section 40 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. The Wehr-Wolf. It was the last day of the month, and the hour of sunset was fast approaching. Great was the sensation that prevailed throughout the city of Florence. Rumor had industriously spread, and with equal assiduity exaggerated, the particulars of Fernand Wagner's trial, and the belief that a man on whom the horrible destiny of a Wehr Wolf had been entailed, was about to suffer the extreme penalty of the law, was generally prevalent. The great square of the ducal palace, where the scaffold was erected, was crowded with the Florentine populace, and the windows were literally alive with human faces. Various were the emotions and feelings which influenced that mass of spectators. The credulous and superstitious, forming more than 9/10 of the whole multitude, shook their heads, and commented amongst themselves, in subdued whispers, on the profane rashness of the chief judge, who dared to doubt the existence of such a being as a Wehr Wolf. A few who shared the skepticism of the judge applauded that high functionary for his courage in venturing so bold a stroke in order to destroy what he and they deemed an idle superstition. But the great mass were dominated by a profound and indeed most painful sensation of awe. Curiosity induced them to remain, though their misgivings prompted them to fly from the spot which had been fixed upon for the execution. The flowers of Florentine loveliness, and never in any age did the republic boast of so much female beauty, were present; but bright eyes flashed forth uneasy glances, and snowy bosoms beat with alarms, and fair hands trembled in the lover's pressure. In the midst of the square was raised a high platform covered with black cloth, and presenting an appearance so ominous and sinister that it was but little calculated to revive the spirits of the timid. On this scaffold was a huge block, and near the block stood the headsman, carelessly leaning on his axe, the steel of which was polished and bright as silver. A few minutes before the hour of sunset, the chief judge, the procurator fiscal, The two assistant judges and the lieutenant of sbirri, attended by a turnkey and several subordinate police officers, were repairing in procession along the corridor leading to the doomed prisoner's cell. The chief judge alone was dignified in manner, and he alone wore a demeanor denoting resolution and at the same time self possession. Those who accompanied him were, without a single exception, a prey to the most lively fear, and it was evident that had they dared to absent themselves they would not have been present on this occasion. At length the door of the prisoner's cell was reached, and there the procession paused. "The moment is now at hand," said the chief judge, "when a monstrous and ridiculous superstition, imported into our country from that cradle and nurse of preposterous legends, Germany, shall be annihilated forever. This knave who is about to suffer has doubtless propagated the report of his lupine destiny, in order to inspire terror and thus prosecute his career of crime and infamy with the greater security from chances of molestation. For this end he painted the picture which appalled so many of you in the judgment hall, but which, believe, my friends, he did not always believe destined to retain its sable covering. Well did he know that the curiosity of a servant or of a friend would obtain a peep beneath the mystic veil; and he calculated that the terror with which he sought to invest himself would be enhanced by the rumors and representations spread by those who had thus penetrated into its feigned secrets. But let us not waste that time which now verges toward a crisis, whereby doubt shall be dispelled and a ridiculous superstition destroyed forever." At this moment a loud, a piercing, and an agonizing cry burst from the interior of the cell. "The knave has overheard me, and would fain strike terror to your hearts!" exclaimed the chief judge. Then, in a still louder tone, he commanded the turnkey to open the door of the dungeon. But when the man approached, so strange, so awful, so appalling were the sounds which came from the interior of the cell, that he threw down the key in dismay and rushed from the dreadful vicinity. "My lord, I implore you to pause," said the procurator fiscal, trembling from head to foot. "Would you have me render myself ridiculous in the eyes of all Florence?" demanded the chief judge sternly. Yet, so strange were now the noises which came from the interior of the dungeon, so piercing the cries of agony, so violent the rustling and tossing on the stone floor, that for the first time this bold functionary entertained a partial misgiving, as if he had indeed gone too far. But retreat was impossible; and, with desperate resolution, the chief judge picked up the key and thrust it into the lock. His assistants, the procurator fiscal, and the sbirri drew back with instinctive horror, as the bolts groaned in the iron work which held them. The chain fell with a clanking sound, and as the door was opened, the horrible monster burst forth from the dungeon with a terrific howl. Yells and cries of despair reverberated through the long corridor, and those sounds were for an instant broken by that of the falling of a heavy body. 'Twas the chief judge, hurled down and dashed violently against the rough uneven masonry, by the mad careering of the Wehr Wolf as the monster burst from his cell. On he sped, with the velocity of lightning, along the corridor, giving vent to howls of the most horrifying description. Fainting with terror, the assistant judges, the procurator fiscal, and the sbirri were for a few moments so overcome by the appalling scene they had just witnessed, that they thought not of raising the chief judge, who lay motionless on the pavement. But at length some of the police officers so far recovered themselves as to be able to devote attention to that high functionary. It was, however, too late. His skull was fractured by the violence with which he had been dashed against the rough wall, and his brains were scattered on the pavement. Those who now bent over his disfigured corpse exchanged looks of unutterable horror. In the meantime, the Wehr Wolf had cleared the corridor, rapid as an arrow shot from the bow. He sprung, bounding up a flight of steep stone stairs as if the elastic air bore him on, and rushing through an open door, burst suddenly upon the crowd that was so anxiously waiting to behold the procession issue thence. Terrific was the yell that the multitude sent forth, a yell formed of 1,000 combining voices, so long, so loud, so wildly agonizing, that never had the welkin rung with so appalling an ebullition of human misery before. Madly rushed the wolf amidst the people, dashing them aside, overturning them, hurling them down, bursting through the mass too dense to clear a passage of its own accord, and making the scene of horror more horrible still by mingling his hideous howlings with the cries, the shrieks, the screams that escaped from 1,000 tongues. No pen can describe the awful scene of confusion and death which now took place. Swayed by no panic fear, but influenced by terrors of dreadful reality, the people exerted all their force to escape from that spot, and thus the struggling, crushing, pushing, crowding, fighting, and all the oscillations of a multitude set in motion by the direst alarms, were succeeded by the most fatal results. Women were thrown down and trampled to death, strong men were scarcely able to maintain their footing, many females were literally suffocated in the pressure of the crowd, and mothers with young children in their arms excited no sympathy. Never was the selfishness of human nature more strikingly displayed than on this occasion. No one bestowed a thought upon his neighbor. The chivalrous Florentine citizens dashed aside the weak and helpless female who barred his way with as little remorse as if she were not a being of flesh and blood, and even husbands forgot their wives, lovers, abandoned their mistresses, and parents waited not an instant to succor their daughters. Oh, it was a terrible thing to contemplate, that dense mass, oscillating furiously like the waves of the sea, sending up to heaven such appalling sounds of misery, rushing furiously toward the avenues of egress, falling back baffled and crushed, in the struggle where only the very strongest prevailed, laboring to escape from death, and fighting for life, fluctuating and rushing, and wailing in maddening excitement like a raging ocean. Oh, all this wrought a direful sublimity, with those cries of agony and that riot of desperation; and all this while the wolf pursued its furious career, amid the mortal violence of a people thrown into horrible disorder pursued its way with savage howls, glaring eyes, and foaming mouth, the only living being there that was infuriate and not alarmed, battling for escape, and yet unhurt. As a whirlpool suddenly assails the gallant ship, makes her agitate and rock fearfully for a few moments, and then swallows her up altogether, so was the scaffold in the midst of the square shaken to its very basis for a little space, and then hurled down, disappearing altogether amidst the living vortex. In the balconies and at the windows overlooking the square, the awful excitement spread like wildfire, and a real panic prevailed among those who were at least beyond the reach of danger. But horror paralyzed the power of sober reflection, and the hideous spectacle of volumes of human beings battling, and roaring, and rushing, and yelling in terrific frenzy, produced a kindred effect, and spread the wild delirium among the spectators at those balconies and those windows. At length, in the square below, the crowds began to pour forth from the gates, for the Wehr Wolf had by this time cleared himself a passage and escaped from the midst of that living ocean so fearfully agitated by the storms of fear. But even when the means of egress were thus obtained, the most frightful disorder prevailed, the people rolling in heaps upon heaps, while infuriate and agile men ran on the tops of the compact masses, and leapt in their delirium, as with barbarous intent. On spread the Wehr Wolf, dashing like a whirlwind through the streets leading to the open country, the white flakes of foam flying from his mouth like spray from the prow of a vessel, and every fiber of his frame vibrating as if in agony. And oh, what dismay, what terror did that monster spread in the thoroughfares through which he passed! How wildly, how madly flew the men and women from his path! How piteously screamed the children at the house doors in the poor neighborhoods! But, as if sated with the destruction already wrought in the great square of the palace, the wolf dealt death no more in the precincts of the city. As if lashed on by invisible demons, his aim, or his instinct, was to escape. The streets are threaded, the suburbs of the city are passed, the open country is gained, and now along the bank of the Arno rushes the monster, by the margin of that pure stream to whose enchanting vale the soft twilight leads a more delicious charm. On the verge of a grove, with its full budding branches all impatient for the spring, a lover and his mistress were murmuring fond language to each other. In the soft twilight blushed the maiden, less in bashfulness than in her own soul's emotion, her countenance displaying all the magic beauty not only of feature but of feeling; and she raised her large blue eyes in the dewy light of a sweet enthusiasm to the skies, as the handsome youth by her side pressed her fair hand and said, "We must now part until to morrow, darling of my soul, how calmly has this day, with all its life and brightness, passed away into the vast tomb of eternity! It has gone without a single hour's unhappiness for us gone without leaving a regret on our minds gone, too, without clouds in the heavens or mists upon the earth, most beautiful even at the moment of its parting. To morrow, beloved one, will unite us again in your parents' cot and renewed happiness." The youth stopped, and the maiden clung to him in speechless terror, for an ominous sound, as of a rushing animal and then a terrific howl, burst upon their ears. No time had they for flight not a moment even to collect their scattered thoughts. The infuriate wolf came bounding over the greensward. The youth uttered a wild and fearful cry. A scream of agony burst from the lips of the maiden as she was dashed from her lover's arms, and in another moment the monster had swept by. But what misery, what desolation had his passage wrought! Though unhurt by his glistening fangs, though unwounded by his sharp claws, yet the maiden, an instant before so enchanting in her beauty, so happy in her love, lay stretched on the cold turf, the cause of life snapped suddenly by that transition from perfect bliss to the most appalling terror. And still the wolf rushed madly, wildly on. It was an hour past sunrise, and from a grove in the immediate neighborhood of Leghorn a man came forth. His countenance, though wondrously handsome, was deadly pale. Traces of mental horror and anguish remained on those classically chiseled features, and in those fine eloquent eyes. His garments were soiled, blood-stained, and torn. This man was Fernand Wagner. He entered the city of Leghorn, and purchased a change of attire, for which he paid from a purse well filled with gold. He then repaired to a hostel, or public tavern, where he performed the duties of the toilet, and obtained the refreshment of which he appeared to stand so much in need. By this time his countenance was again composed, and the change which new attire and copious ablution had made in his appearance was so great that no one who had seen him issue from the grove and beheld him now, could have believed in the identity of the person. Quitting the hostel, he repaired to the port, where he instituted inquiries relative to a particular vessel which he described, and which had sailed from Leghorn upward of a fortnight previously. He soon obtained the information which he sought, and an old sailor, to whom he had addressed himself, not only hinted that the vessel in question was suspected, when in the harbor, to be of a piratical character, but also declared that he himself had seen a lady conveyed on board during the night preceding the departure of the ship. Further inquiries convinced Wagner that the lady spoken of had been carried by force, and against her will, to the corsair vessel, and he was now certain that the demon had not deceived him, and that he had indeed obtained a trace of his lost Nisida. His mind was immediately resolved how to act, and his measures were as speedily taken. Guided by the advice of the old sailor from whom he had gleaned the information he sought, he was enabled to purchase a fine vessel and equip her for sea within the space of a few days. He lavished his gold with no niggard hand, and gold is a wondrous talisman to remove obstacles and facilitate designs. In a word, on the 6th morning after his arrival at Leghorn, Fernand Wagner embarked on board his ship, which was manned with a gallant crew, and carried 10 pieces of ordnance. A favoring breeze prevailed at the time, and the gallant bark set sail for the Levant. Section 41 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Wagner in search of Nisida. The reader may perhaps be surprised that Fernand Wagner should have been adventurous enough to trust himself to the possibilities of a protracted voyage, since every month his form must undergo a frightful change, a destiny which he naturally endeavored to shroud in the profoundest secrecy. But it must be recollected that the Mediterranean is dotted with numerous islands, and he knew that, however changeable or adverse the winds might be, it would always prove an easy matter to make such arrangements as to enable him to gain some port a few days previously to the close of the month. Moreover, so strong, so intense was his love for Nisida, that, even without the prospect afforded by this calculation, he would have dared all perils, incurred all risks, exposed himself to all hostile chances, rather than have remained inactive while he believed her to be in the power of a desperate, ruthless bandit. For, oh, ever present to his mind was the image of the lost fair one, by day, when the sun lighted up with smiles the dancing waves over which his vessel bounded merrily, merrily, and by night, when the moon shone like a silver lamp amidst the curtains of heaven's pavilion. His was not the love which knows only passionate impulse; it was a constant, unvarying, tender sentiment, far, far more pure, and therefore more permanent, than the ardent and burning love which Nisida felt for him. His was not the love which possession would satiate and enjoyment cool down; it was a feeling that had gained a soft yet irresistible empire over his heart. And that love of his was nurtured and sustained by the most generous thoughts. He pictured to himself the happiness he should experience in becoming the constant companion of one whose loss of hearing and of speech cut her off as it were from that communication with the world which is so grateful to her sex. He imagined to himself, with all the fond idolatry of sincere affection, how melodiously soft, how tremendously clear would be her voice, were it restored to her, and were it first used to articulate the delicious language of love. And then he thought how enchanting, how fascinating, how fraught with witching charms, would be the conversation of a being endowed with so glorious an intellect, were she able to enjoy the faculty of speech. Thus did her very imperfections constitute a ravishing theme for his meditation; and the more he indulged in dreams like these, the more resolute did he become never to rest until he had discovered and rescued her. 7 days had elapsed since the ship sailed from Leghorn, and Sicily had already been passed by, when the heavens grew overclouded, and everything portended a storm. The captain, whom Wagner had placed in charge of his vessel, adopted all the precautions necessary to encounter the approaching tempest, and soon after the sun went down on the seventh night a hurricane suddenly swept the surface of the Mediterranean. The ship bent to the fury of the gust, her very yards were deep in the water; but when the rage of that dreadful squall subsided, the gallant bark righted again, and bounded triumphantly over the foaming waves. A night profoundly dark set in, but the white crests of the billows were visible through the dense obscurity, while the tempest rapidly increased in violence, and all the dread voices of the storm, the thunder in the heavens, the roaring of the seas, and the gushing sounds of the gale, proclaimed the fierceness of the elemental war. The wind blew not with that steadiness which the skill of the sailor and the capacity of the noble ship were competent to meet, but in long and frequent gusts of intermittent fury. Now rose the gallant bark on the waves, as if towering toward the starless sky, in the utter blackness of which the masts were lost; then it sank down into the abyss, the foam of the boiling billows glistening far above, on all sides, amidst the obscurity. What strange and appalling noises are heard on board a ship laboring in a storm the crackling of timber, the creaking of elastic planks, the rattling of the cordage, the flapping of fragments of sails, the failing of spars, the rolling of casks got loose, and at times a tremendous crash throughout the vessel, as if the whole framework were giving way and the very sides collapsing. And amidst those various noises and the dread sounds of the storm, the voices of the sailors were heard, not in prayer nor subdued by terror, but echoing the orders issued by the captain, who did not despair of guiding, nay, fighting, as it were, the ship through the tumultuous billows and against the terrific blast. Again a tremendous hurricane swept over the deep. It passed, but not a spar remained to the dismantled bark. The tapering masts, the long graceful yards were gone, the cordage having snapped at every point where its support was needed snapped by the fury of the tempest, as if wantonly cut by a sharp knife. The boats, the crew's last alternative of hope, had likewise disappeared. The ship was now completely at the mercy of the wild raging of the winds and the fury of the troubled waters. It no longer obeyed its helm, and there were 20 men separated, all save one, from death only by a few planks and a few nails. The sea now broke so frequently over the vessel that the pumps could scarcely keep her afloat; and at length, while it was yet dark, though verging toward the dawn, the sailors abandoned their task of working at those pumps. Vainly did the captain endeavor to exercise his authority; vainly did Wagner hold out menaces and promises by turn; death seemed imminent, and yet those men, who felt that they were hovering on the verge of destruction,
flew madly to the wine stores. Then commenced a scene of the wildest disorder amidst those desperate men, and even the captain himself, perceiving that they could laugh, and shout, and sing, in a delirium of intoxication, rushed from the side of Wagner and joined the rest. It was dreadful to hear the obscene jest, the ribald song, and the reckless execration sent forth from the cabin, as if in answer to the awful voices in which nature was then speaking to the world. But scarcely had a faint gleam appeared in the orient sky not quite a gleam, but a mitigation of the intenseness of the night when a tremendous wave, a colossus amongst giants, broke over the ill fated ship, while a terrible crash of timber was for a moment heard in unison with the appalling din of the whelming billows. Wagner was the only soul on deck at that instant, but the fury of the waters tore him away from the bulwark to which he had been clinging, and he became insensible. When he awoke from the stupor into which he had been plunged, it was still dusk, and the roar of the ocean sounded in his ears with deafening din. But he was on land, though where he knew not. Rising from the sand on which he had been cast, he beheld the billows breaking on the shore at the distance of only a few paces, and he retreated further from their reach. Then he sat down, with his face toward the east, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the morn that he might ascertain the nature and the aspect of the land on which he had been cast. By degrees the glimmering which had already subdued the blackness of night into the less profound obscurity of duskiness, grew stronger, and a yellow luster, as of a far distant conflagration, seemed to struggle against a thick fog. Then a faint roseate streak tinged the eastern horizon, growing gradually deeper in hue, and spreading higher and wider, the harbinger of sunrise, while, simultaneously, the features of the land on which Wagner was thrown began to develop themselves like specters stealing out of complete security, till at length the orient luster was caught successively by 1,000 lofty pinnacles of rock, and finally the majestic orb itself appeared, lighting up a series of verdant plains, delicious groves, glittering lakes, pellucid streams, as well as the still turbulent ocean and the far off mountains which had first peeped from amidst the darkness. Fair and delightful was the scene that thus developed itself to the eyes of Wagner; but as his glance swept the country which rose amphitheatrically from the shore not a vestige of the presence of man could be beheld. No smoke curled from amidst the groves, no church spire peeped from amongst the trees, nor had the wilderness of nature been disturbed by artificial culture. He turned toward the ocean. There was not a trace of his vessel to be seen, but further along the sand lay a dark object, which he approached, with a shudder, for he divined what it was. Nor was he mistaken: it was the swollen and livid corpse of one of the sailors of his lost ship. Wagner's first impulse was to turn away in disgust, but a better feeling almost immediately animated him, and hastening to the nearest grove, he broke off a large bough, with which he hollowed a grave in the sand. He deposited the corpse in the hole, throwing back the sand which he had displaced, and thus completed his Christian task. During his visit to the grove, he had observed with delight that the trees were laden with fruit, and he now returned thither to refresh himself by means of the banquet thus bountifully supplied by nature. Having terminated his repast, he walked further inland. The verdant slope stretched up before him, variegated with flowers, and glittering with morning dew. As he advanced, the development of all the features of that land lakes and woods, hills undulating like the sea in sunset, after hours of tempest, rivulets and crystal streams, each with its own peculiar murmurs, but all of melody, groves teeming with the most luxurious fruit of the tropics, and valleys carpeted with the brightest green, varied with nature's own embroidery of flowers. The development of this scene was inexpressibly beautiful, far surpassing the finest efforts of creative fancy. Wagner seated himself on a sunny bank, and fell into profound meditation. At length, glancing rapidly around, he exclaimed aloud, as if in continuation of the chain of thoughts which had already occupied his mind,
"Oh, if Nisida were here, in this delicious clime, to be my companion, what happiness, what joy! Never should I regret the world from which this isle for an isle it must be is separated. Never should I long to return to that communion with men from which we should be cut off. Here would the eyes of my Nisida cast forth rays of joy and gladness upon everything around. Here would the sweetest transitions of sentiment and feeling take place. Nisida would be the island queen; she should deck herself with these flowers, which her fair hands might weave into wildly fantastic arabesques. Oh, all would be happiness, a happiness so serene, that never would the love of mortals be more truly blessed. But alas!"
he added, as a dreadful thought broke rudely upon this delightful vision,
"I should be compelled to reveal to her my secret, the appalling secret of my destiny, that when the period for transformation came round, she might place herself in safety."
Wagner stopped abruptly, and rose hastily from his seat on the sunny bank. The remembrance of this dreadful fate had spoiled one of the most delicious waking dreams in which he had ever indulged, and, dashing his hands against his forehead, he rushed wildly toward the chain of mountains which intersect the island. But suddenly he stopped short, for on the ground before him lay the doublet of a man a doublet of the fashion then prevalent in Italy. He lifted it up, examined it, but found nothing in the pockets; then, throwing it on the ground, he stood contemplating it for some minutes. Could it be possible that he was in some part of Italy? That the ship had been carried back to the European continent during the tempest of the night? No, it was impossible that so lovely a tract of land would remain uninhabited, if known to men. The longer he reflected, the more he became convinced that he was on some island hitherto unknown to navigators, and on which some other shipwrecked individual had probably been cast. Why the doublet should have been discarded he could well understand, as it was thick and heavy, and the heat of the sun was already intense, although it was not yet near the meridian. Raising his eyes from the doublet which had occasioned these reflections, he happened to glance toward a knot of fruit trees at a little distance, and his attention was drawn to a large bough which hung down as if almost broken away from the main stem. He approached the little grove, and several circumstances now confirmed his suspicion that he was not the only tenant of the island at that moment. The bough had been forcibly torn down, and very recently, too. Several of the fruits had been plucked off, the little sprigs to which they had originally hung still remaining and bearing evidence to this fact. But if additional proof were wanting of human presence there, it was afforded by the half eaten fruits that were strewn about. Wagner now searched for the traces of footsteps, but such marks were not likely to remain in the thick rich grass, which, if trampled down, would rise fresh and elastic again with the invigorating dew of a single night. The grove, where Wagner observed the broken bough and the scattered fruits, was further from the shore than the spot where he had found the doublet, and he reasoned that the man, whoever he might be, had thrown away his garment, when overpowered by the intensity of the heat, and had then sought the shade and refreshment afforded by the grove. He therefore concluded that he had gone inland, most probably toward the mountains, whose rocky pinnacles of every form now shone with every hue in the glorious sunlight. Overjoyed at the idea of finding a human being in a spot which he had first deemed totally uninhabited, and filled with the hope that the stranger might be able to give him some information relative to the geographical position of the isle, and even perhaps aid him in forming a raft by which they might together escape from the oasis in the Mediterranean, Wagner proceeded toward the mountains. By degrees the wondrous beauty of that scene became wilder, more imposing, but less bewitching; and when he reached the acclivities of the hill, the groves of fruits and copses of myrtles and citrons, of vines and almond shrubs, were succeeded by woods of mighty trees. Further on still the forest ceased, and Fernand entered on a wild region of almost universal desolation, yet forming one of the sublimest spectacles that nature can afford. The sounds of torrents, as yet concealed from his view, and resembling the murmur of ocean's waves, inspired feelings of awe; and it was now for the first time since he entered on the region of desolation, having left the clime of loveliness nearly a mile behind, that his attention was drawn to the nature of the soil, which was hard and bituminous in appearance. The truth almost immediately struck him, that there was a volcano amongst those mountains up which he was ascending, and it was the lava which had produced that desolation, and which, cold and hardened, formed the soil whereon he walked. It was now past midday, and he seated himself once more to repose his limbs, wearied with the fatigues of the ascent, and overcome by the heat that was there intolerable. At the distance of about 200 yards on his right was a solitary tree, standing like a sign to mark the tomb of nature's vegetation.
Upon this tree his eyes were fixed listlessly, and he was marveling within himself how that single scion of the forest could have been spared, when the burning lava, whenever the eruption might have taken place, had hurled down and reduced to cinders its verdant brethren. Suddenly his attention was more earnestly riveted upon the dense and wide spreading foliage of that tree, for the boughs were shaken in an extraordinary manner, and something appeared to be moving about amongst the canopy of leaves. In another minute a long, unmistakable, appalling object darted forth, a monstrous snake, suspending itself by the tail to one of the lower boughs, and disporting playfully with its hideous head toward the ground. Then, with a sudden coil, it drew itself back into the tree, the entire foliage of which was shaken by the horrible gambolings of the reptile. Wagner remembered the frightful spectacle which he had beholden in Ceylon, and an awful shudder crept through his frame; for, although he knew that he bore a charmed life, yet he shrank with a loathing from the idea of having to battle with such a horrible serpent. Starting from the ground, he flew rather than ran, higher up the acclivity, and speedily entered on a wild scene of rugged and barren rocks; but he cared not whither the windings of the natural path which he now pursued might lead him, since he had escaped from the view of the hideous boa constrictor gamboling in the solitary tree. Wearied with his wanderings, and sinking beneath the oppressive heat of the sun, Wagner was rejoiced to find a cavern in the side of a rock where he might shelter and repose himself. He entered, and lay down upon the hard soil. The sounds of the torrents, which rolled still unseen amidst the chasms toward which he had approached full near, produced a lulling influence upon him, and in a few minutes his eyes were sealed in slumber. When he awoke he found himself in total darkness. He started up, collected his scattered ideas, and advanced to the mouth of the cavern. The sun had set, but outside the cave an azure twilight prevailed, and the adjacent peaks of the mountains stood darkly out from the partially though faintly illuminated sky. While Wagner was gazing long and intently upon the sublime grandeur of the scene, a strange phenomenon took place. First a small cloud appeared on the summit of an adjacent hill; then gradually this cloud became more dense, and assumed a human shape. Oh, with what interest, what deep, enthusiastic interest, did Fernand contemplate the spectacle, for his well stored mind at once suggested to him that he was now the witness of that wondrous optical delusion called the mirage. Some human being in the plain on the other side of that range of mountains was the subject of that sublime scene. Might it not be the individual of whom he was in search, the owner of the doublet? But wherefore does Wagner start with surprise? The shadow of that human being, as it gradually assumed greater density and a more defined shape, in a word, as it was now properly developed by the reflection of twilight, wore the form of a female. Were there, then, many inhabitants on the opposite side of the mountains? Or was there only one female, she whose reflected image he now beheld? He knew not, but at all events the pleasure of human companionship seemed within his reach. The presence of the doublet had convinced him that there was another man upon the island, and now the mirage showed him the semblance of a woman. Vast, colossal, like a dense, dark, shapely cloud, stood that reflected being in the sky. For several minutes it remained thus, and though Wagner could trace no particular outline of features, yet it seemed to him as if the female were standing in a pensive attitude. But as the twilight gradually subsided, or rather yielded to the increasing obscurity, the image was aborted likewise in the growing gloom, until the dusky veil of night made the entire vault above one of deep, uniform purple hue. Then Wagner once more returned to the cavern, with the resolution of crossing the range of hills on the ensuing morn. Section 41. Section 42 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. The Island Queen. Oh, how beautiful, how enchantingly beautiful seemed Nisida, as her delicate feet bore her glancingly along the sunny banks of the crystal stream, to the soft music of its waters! How the slight drapery which she wore set off the rich undulations of that magnificent form! How the wreaths and garlands and fantastically woven flowers became the romantic loveliness of her person, that glowing Hebe of the south! Holding in her fair hand a light slim wand, and moving through the delicious vale with all the soft abandonment of gait and limb which feared no intrusion on her solitude, she appeared that Mediterranean island's queen. What, though the evening breeze, disporting with her raiment, lifted it from her glowing bosom, she cared not; no need for sense of shame was there. What though she laid aside her vesture to disport in the sea at morn? No furtive glances did she cast round, no haste did she make to resume her garments, for whose eye, save that of God, beheld her. But was she happy? Alas! There were moments when despair seized upon her soul, and, throwing herself on the yellow sand or on some verdant bank, she would weep, oh, she would weep such bitter, bitter tears, that those who have been forced to contemplate her character with aversion must now be compelled to pity her. Yes, for there were times when all the loveliness of that island seemed but a hideous place of exile, an abhorrent monotony which surrounded her, grasped her, clung to her, hemmed her in, as if it were an evil spirit, having life and the power to torture her. She thought of those whom she loved, she pondered upon all the grand schemes of her existence, and she felt herself cut off from a world to which there were so many ties to bind her, and in which she had so much to do. Then she would give way to all the anguish of her soul, an anguish that amounted to the deepest, blackest despair, when her glances wildly swept the cloudless horizon, and beheld not a sail, no, nor a speck on the ocean to engender hope. But when this tempest of grief and passion was past, she would be angry with herself for having yielded to it, and, in order to distract her thoughts from subjects of gloom, she would bound toward the groves, light as a fawn, the dazzling whiteness of her naked and polished ankles gleaming in contrast with the verdure of the vale. One morning, after Nisida had been many, many days on the island, she was seated on the sand, having just completed her simple toilet on emerging from the mighty bath that lay stretched in glassy stillness far as the eye could reach, when she suddenly sprung upon her feet, and threw affrighted looks around her. Had she possessed the faculty of hearing, it would be thought that she was thus startled by the sound of a human voice which had at that instant broken upon the solemn stillness of the isle a human voice emanating from a short distance behind her. As yet she saw no one, but in a few moments a man emerged from the nearest grove, and came slowly toward her. He was dressed in a light jerkin, trunk breeches, tight hose and boot, in all as an Italian gentleman of that day, save in respect to hat and doublet, of which he had none. Neither wore he a sword by his side, nor carried any weapons of defense, and it was evident he approached the island queen with mingled curiosity and awe. Perhaps he deemed her to be some goddess, endowed with the power and the will to punish his intrusion on her realm; or peradventure his superstitious imagination dwelt on the tales which sailors told in those times, how mermaids who fed on human flesh dwelt on the coasts of uninhabited islands, and assuming the most charming female forms, lured into their embrace the victims whom shipwreck cast upon their strand, and instead of lavishing on them the raptures of love, made them the prey of their ravenous maws. Whatever were his thoughts, the man drew near with evident distrust. But now, why does Nisida's countenance become suddenly crimson with rage? Why rushes she toward the stores which still remained piled up on the strand? And wherefore, with the rapidity of the most feverish impatience, does she hurl the weapons of defense into the sea, all save one naked sword, with which she arms herself? Because her eagle glance, quicker than that of the man who was approaching her, has recognized him, ere he has even been struck with a suspicion relative to who she is, and that man is Stephano Verrina. Now, Nisida, summon up all thine energies to aid thee, for a strong, a powerful, a remorseless man, devoured with lust for thee, is near; and thou art so ravishingly beautiful in thy aerial drapery and thy wreaths of flowers, that an anchorite could not view thee with indifference. Ah, Stephano stops short, advances; the suspicion has struck him. The aquiline countenance, those brilliant large dark eyes, that matchless raven hair, that splendid symmetrical maturity of form, and withal, that close compression of the vermilion lips, O Nisida, have been scanned in rapid detail by the brigand. "Nisida!" he exclaimed. "Yes, it is she!" And he bounded toward her with outstretched arms. But the sharp sword was presented to his chest, and the lady stood with an air of such resolute determination, that he stopped short, gazing upon her with mingled wonderment and admiration. Heavens! He had never beheld so glorious a specimen of female loveliness as that whereon his eyes were fastened beyond the possibility of withdrawal. How glossy black was that hair with its diadem of white roses! How miserably poor appeared the hues of the carnations and the pinks that formed her necklace, when in contrast to her flushing cheeks! How dingy were the lilies at her waist, compared with her heaving breast! The reason of the brigand reeled, his brain swam round, and for a moment it seemed to him that she was not a being of this world not the Nisida he had known and carried off from Italy, but a goddess another and yet the same in all the glory of those matchless charms which had heretofore ravished, no, maddened him. And now the spirit of this bold and reckless man was subdued he knew not how nor wherefore, but still subdued by the presence of her whom he had deemed lost in the waves, but who seemed to stand before him, with flowers upon her brow and a sharp weapon in her hand, radiant too, with loveliness of person, and terrible with the fires of hatred and indignation. Yes, he was subdued, overawed, rendered timid as a young child in her presence, and sinking upon his knees, he exclaimed, forgetful that he was addressing Nisida, the deaf and dumb:
"Oh, fear not, I will not harm thee! But, my God, take compassion on me, spurn me not! Look not with such terrible anger upon one who adores, who worships you! How is it that I tremble and quail before you I, once so reckless, so rude? But oh, to kiss that fair hand, to be your slave, to watch over you, to protect you, and all this but for thy smiles in return, I should be happy, supremely happy. Remember, we are alone on this island, and I am the stronger. I might compel you by force to yield to me, to become mine, but I will not harm you no, not a hair of your head, if you will only smile upon me. And you will require one to defend and protect you yes, even here in this island, apparently so secure and safe, for there are terrible things in this clime dreadful beings, far more formidable than whole hordes of savage men monsters so appalling that not all thy courage, nor all thy energy would avail thee a single moment against them. Yes, lady, believe me when I tell thee this, for many, many days have I dwelt, a lonely being, on the other side of this isle, beyond that chain of mountains, remaining on that shore to which the wild waves carried me on the night of shipwreck. But I hurried away at last I dared all the dangers of mighty precipices, yawning chasms, and roaring torrents, the perils of yon mountains, rather than linger on the other side; for the Anaconda, lady, is the tenant of this island, the monstrous snake, the terrible boa, whose dreadful coils, if wound round that fair form of yours, would crush it into a hideous, loathsome mass."
Stephano had spoken so rapidly and with such fevered excitement that he had no time to reflect whether he were not wasting his words upon a being who could not hear them, until exhausted and breathless with the volubility of his utterance he remembered that he was addressing himself to Nisida the deaf and dumb. But happily his appealing and his supplicant posture had softened the lady, for toward the end of his long speech a change came over her countenance, and she dropped the point of her sword toward the ground. Stephano rose, and stood gazing on her for a few moments with eyes that seemed to devour her. His mind had suddenly recovered much of its wonted boldness and audacity. So long as Nisida seemed terrible as well as beautiful, he was subdued. Now that her eyes had ceased to dart forth lightnings, and the expression of her countenance had changed from indignation and resolute menace to pensiveness and a comparatively mournful softness, the bandit as rapidly regained the usual tone of his remorseless mind. Yes, he stood gazing on her for a few moments, with eyes that seemed to devour her; then, in obedience to the impulse of maddening desire, he rushed upon her, and in an instant wrenched the sword from her grasp. But rapid as lightning, Nisida bounded away from him, ere he could wind his arms around her; and fleet as the startled deer, she hastened toward the groves. Stephano, still retaining the sword in his hand, pursued her with a celerity which was sustained by his desire to possess her and by his rage that she had escaped him. But the race was unequal as that of a lion in chase of a roe, for Nisida seemed borne along as it were upon the very air. Leaving the groves on her left, she dashed into a vale. Along the sunny bank of the limpid stream she sped on toward a forest that bounded the valley at the further end, and rose amphitheatrically up toward the regions of the mountains. Stephano Verrina still pursued her, though losing ground rapidly. but still he maintained the chase. And now the verge of the forest is nearly gained, and in its mazes Nisida hopes to be enabled to conceal herself from the ruffian whom, by a glance hastily cast behind from time to time, she ascertains to be upon her track. But oh, whither art thou flying thus wildly, beauteous Nisida? Into what appalling perils art thou rushing, as it were, blindly? For there, in the tallest tree on the verge of the forest to which thou now art near, there, amidst the bending boughs and the quivering foliage, one of the hideous serpents which infest the higher region of the isle is sporting, the terrible Anaconda, the monstrous boa, whose dreadful coils, if wound round that fair form of thine, would crush it into a loathsome mass. Section 42. Section 43 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. The Temptation, the Anaconda. In the meantime, Fernand Wagner was engaged in the attempt to cross the chain of mountains which intersected the island whereon the shipwreck had thrown him. He had clambered over rugged rocks, and leapt across many yawning chasms in that region of desolation, a region which formed so remarkable a contrast with the delicious scenery which he had left behind him. And now he reached the base of a conical hill, the summit of which seemed to have been split into two parts, and the sinuous tracks of the lava streams, now cold and hard and black, adown its sides, convinced him that this was the volcano, from whose rent crater had poured the bituminous fluid so fatal to the vegetation of that region. Following a circuitous and naturally formed pathway round the base, he reached the opposite side, and now from a height of 300 feet above the level of the sea, his eyes commanded a view of a scene as fair as that behind the range of mountains. He was now for the first time convinced of what he had all along suspected, namely, that it was indeed an island on which the storm had cast him. But though from the eminence where he stood his view embraced the immense range of the ocean, no speck in the horizon, no sail upon the bosom of the expanse imparted hope to his soul. Hunger now oppressed him, for he had eaten nothing since the noon of the preceding day, when he had plucked a few fruits in the grove on the other side of the island. He accordingly commenced a descent toward the new region which lay stretched before him, fair as, even fairer than, the one which had first greeted his eyes. But he had not proceeded many yards amidst the defiles of the rugged rocks which nature had piled round the base of the volcano, when he found his way suddenly barred by a vast chasm, on the verge of which the winding path stopped. The abyss was far too wide to be crossed save by the wing of the bird, and in its unfathomable depths boiled and roared a torrent, the din of whose eddies was deafening to the ear. Wagner retraced his way to the very base of the volcano, and entered another defile, but this also terminated on the edge of the same precipice. Again and again did he essay the various windings of that scene of rock and crag, but with no better success than at first; and after passing a considerable time in these fruitless attempts to find a means of descent into the plains below, he began to fear that he should be compelled to retrace his way into the region of verdure which he had quitted the day before, and which lay behind the range of mountains. But the thought of the hideous snake which he had seen in the tree caused a cold shudder to pass over him. Then, in the next moment, he remembered that if the region on one side of the mountain were invested with reptiles of that terrible species, it was not probable that the forests which he beheld as it were at his feet were free from the same source of apprehension. Still he had hoped to find human companionship on this side of the mountains which he had so far succeeded in reaching, the companionship of the man who had cast away the doublet, and of the woman whom he had seen in the mirage. And was it not strange that he had not as yet overtaken, or at least obtained a trace of, the man who thus occupied a portion of his thoughts? If that man was still amongst the mountains, they would probably meet, if he had succeeded in descending into the plains below. The same pathway that conducted him thither would also be open to Wagner. Animated with these reflections, and in spite of the hunger which now sorely oppressed him, Wagner prosecuted with fresh courage his search for a means of descent into the lovely regions that lay stretched before him, when he was suddenly startled by the sound of a human voice near him. "My son,
"What dost thou amidst this scene of desolation?" were the words which, uttered in a mild, benignant tone, met his ears. He turned and beheld an old man of venerable appearance, and whose beard, white as snow, stretched down to the rude leathern belt which confined the palmer's gown that he wore.
"Holy anchorite!"
exclaimed Wagner.
"For such I must deem thee to be. The sound of thy voice is most welcome in this solitude, amidst the mazes of which I vainly seek to find an avenue of egress."
"Thus it is oft with the troubles and perplexities of the world, my son," answered the hermit, "that world which I have quitted forever."
"And dost thou dwell in this desolate region?"
asked Fernand. "My cave is hard by," returned the old man. "For 40 years have I lived in the heart of these mountains, descending only into the plains at long intervals, to gather the fruits that constitute my food; and then," he added, in a tone which, despite the sanctity of his appearance, struck cold and ominous to the very heart of Wagner, "and then, too, at the risk of becoming the prey of the terrible Anaconda."
"Thou sayest, holy hermit!"
exclaimed Fernand, endeavoring to conquer a feeling of unaccountable aversion which he had suddenly entertained toward the old man.
"Thou sayest that thy cave is hard by. In the name of mercy, I beseech thee to spare me a few fruits, and a cup of water, for I am sinking with fatigue, hunger, and thirst."
"Follow me, young man,"
said the hermit, and he led the way to a cave opening from a narrow fissure in the rock. The anchorite's abode was, as Wagner had expected to find it, rude and cheerless. A quantity of dry leaves were heaped in one corner, evidently forming the old man's couch, and in several small hollows made in the walls of rock were heaps of fruit, fresh and inviting, as if they had only just been gathered. On the ground stood a large earthen pitcher of water. Upon this last object did the thirsty Wagner lay his left hand; but ere he raised it, he glanced hastily round the cave in search of a crucifix, in the presence of which he might sign the form of the cross with his right hand. But to his astonishment the emblem of Christianity was not there, and it now struck him for the first time that the anchorite wore no beads round his waist.
"Young man, I can divine your thoughts,"
said the hermit hastily.
"But drink, eat, and ask a blessing presently. Thou art famished pause not to question my motives. I will explain them fully to thee when thy body is refreshed with that pure water and those delicious fruits."
"Water shall not pass my lips, nor fruits assuage the cravings of hunger, until I know more of thee, old man!"
exclaimed Wagner, a terrible suspicion flashing to his mind; and without another instant's hesitation or delay, he made the sign of the cross. A yell of rage and fury burst from the lips of the false anchorite, while his countenance became fearfully distorted, his eyes glared fiercely, his whole aspect changed, and in a few moments he stood confessed in shape, attire, and features, the demon who had appeared to Fernand in the prison of Florence.
"Fiend, what wouldst thou with me?"
exclaimed Wagner, startled and yet unsubdued by this appearance of the evil spirit amidst that region of desolation.
"Mortal,"
said the demon, in his deepest and most serious tones,
"I am here to place happiness ineffable, within thy reach. Nay, be not impatient, but listen to me for a few moments. 'Twas my power that conducted thy ship, amidst the fury of the storm which he whose name I dare not mention raised, to the shores of this island. 'Twas my influence which yesterday, as thou wast seated on the sunny banks, filled thine imagination with those delicious thoughts of Nisida; and it was I also who, in the wonders of the mirage, showed thee the form of the only female inhabitant of this isle, and that one female, Wagner, that woman who is now as it were within thy reach, that lovely being whose presence on this island would teach thee to have no regret for the world from which you are separated, and whose eyes would cast forth rays of joy and gladness upon everything around, that charming lady, who has already decked herself with those flowers which her fair hands have woven into wildly fantastic arabesques. That being is thy Nisida, the island queen."
"Fiend, you mock, you deceive me!"
cried Fernand, wildly hovering between joyous hope and acute fear.
"Did I deceive thee, Wagner, when I showed thee thy Nisida in the power of the corsairs?"
said the demon, with a smile of bitter, sardonic triumph.
I tell thee, then, that Nisida is on this island there, in the very region into which thou wouldst descend, but to which thou wilt find no avenue save by my aid."
"Nisida is here, on this island!"
exclaimed Fernand, in an ecstasy of joy.
"Yes, and Stephano the bandit likewise," added the demon. "It was his doublet which you found. It was he who slaked his thirst with the juice of the fruits which I, then invisible, beheld thee contemplate with attention."
"Stephano here also!"
cried Wagner.
"O Nisida, to thy rescue!"
And he bounded forth from the cave, and was rushing madly down one of the tortuous defiles leading toward the chasm, when the voice of the demon suddenly caused him to stop short.
"Fool insensate mortal!"
said the fiend, with a derisive laugh.
"How canst thou escape from these mountains? But tarry a moment, and behold thy Nisida behold also her persecutor who lusts after her."
Thus speaking, he handed Wagner a magic telescope, which immediately brought the most remote objects to a distance of only a few yards. Then what a delicious scene met Fernand's eyes! He beheld Nisida bathing in the sea, sporting like a mermaid with the wavelets, plunging into the refreshing depths, then wringing out the water from her long raven hair, now swimming and diving, then wading on her feet, unconscious that a human eye beheld her. At length she came forth from the sea, beauteous as a Venus rising from the ocean, and her toilet commenced upon the sand; but scarcely had she decked herself with the flowers which she had gathered early in the morning for the purpose, when she started and rose up, and then Wagner beheld a man approaching her from the nearest grove.
"That is Stephano Verrina,"
murmured the demon in his ears. Fernand uttered a cry of dismay, and threw down the telescope.
"You may save her yet,"
said the demon, speaking in a tone of unusual haste.
"In a few minutes she will be in his power. He is strong and desperate. Be mine, and consent to serve me, and in a moment Nisida shall be clasped in thy arms the arms of thee, her deliverer."
"No, no! I will save her without thine aid, dread fiend!"
exclaimed Wagner, a prey to the most terrible excitement. Then making the sign of the cross, he rushed forward to leap the yawning chasm. His feet touched the opposite side, but he lost his balance, reeled, and fell back into the tremendous abyss, while the demon, again baffled, and shrinking in horror from the emblem of Christianity, disappeared with cries of rage and vexation. Down, down fell Wagner, turning over and over in the hideous vacancy, and clutching vainly at the stunted shrubs and dead roots which projected from the rugged sides of the chasm. In another moment he was swallowed up by the boiling torrent; but his senses did not leave him, and he felt himself hurried along with the furious speed of the mad waters. Thus nearly a minute passed, and then his headlong course was suddenly arrested by the boughs of a tree, which, having given way at the root, bent over into the torrent. He clutched to the boughs as if they were arms stretched out to rescue him. He raised himself from amidst the turbid waters, and in a few moments reached a bank which shelved upward to the edge of a dense forest. Precisely on the opposite or inner side there was an opening in the rocks, and Wagner's eye could trace upward a steep but still practicable path, doubtless formed by some torrent of the spring, which was now dried up amidst the mountains above, that path reaching to the very basis of the volcano. Thus, had circumstances permitted him to exercise his patience and institute a longer search among the defiles formed by the crags and rocks around the conical volcano, he would have discovered a means of safe egress from that region without daring the desperate leap of the chasm desperate even for him, although he bore a charmed life, because his limbs might have been broken against the rugged sides of the precipice. Between the opening to the steep path just spoken of, and the shelving bank on which Wagner now stood, there was so narrow a space, that the bent tree stretched completely across the torrent. Thus any one, descending from the mountains by the natural pathway, might cross by means of the tree to the side which Fernand had gained.
"This, then, must have been the route by which the villain Stephano emerged from the mountains,"
he said to himself.
"and the fiend deceived me when he declared that I could not reach the plains below without his aid."
Such were his reflections as he hurried up the shelving bank, and when he reached the summit his glance embraced a scene already described to the reader; for, flying wildly on toward the forest, was his beautiful Nisida,
scattering flowers in her whirlwind progress, those flowers that had ere now decked her hair, her neck, and her waist. At some distance behind her was the bandit Stephano. With sword in hand, he still maintained the chase, though breathless and ready to sink from exhaustion. Not an instant did Wagner tarry upon the top of the bank which he had reached, but darting toward Nisida, who was now scarce 50 yards from him, he gave vent to an ejaculation of joy. She saw him, she beheld him, and her speed was checked in an instant with the overpowering emotion of wonder and delight. Then, as he hurried along the verge of the forest to encounter her, to fold her in his fond embrace, to protect her, she once more sprung forward, with outstretched arms, to fly into his arms, which were open to receive her. But at that instant there was a horrible rustling amidst the foliage of the huge tree beneath which she was hastening on. A monstrous snake darted down with a gushing sound, and in another moment the beauteous form of Nisida was encircled by its hideous coils. Then fled that wondrous self command which for long years she had exercised with such amazing success. Then vanished from her mind all the strong motives which had induced her to undertake so terrible a martyrdom as that of simulating the loss of two faculties most dear and most valuable to all human beings, and with a cry of ineffable anguish, she exclaimed,
"Fernand, save me, save me!"
Section 43. Section 44 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Nisida and Wagner. Oh, with what astonishment and joy would Wagner have welcomed the sound of that voice, so long hushed, and now so musical even in its rending agony, had not such an appalling incident broken the spell that for years had sealed the lips of his beloved. But he had no time for thought there was not a moment for reflection. Nisida lay senseless on the ground, with the monster coiled around her, its long body hanging down from the bough to which it was suspended by the tail. Simultaneously with the cry of anguish that had come from the lips of Nisida, exclamations of horror burst alike from Wagner and Stephano. The latter stood transfixed as it were for a few moments, his eyes glaring wildly on the dreadful spectacle before him. Then, yielding to the invincible terror that had seized upon him, he hurled away the sword, knowing not what he did in the excitement of his mind, and fled. But the gleaming of the naked weapon in the sunbeams met Wagner's eye as it fell, and darting toward it, he grasped it with a firm hand, resolving also to use it with a stout heart. Then he advanced toward the snake, which was comparatively quiescent, that portion of its long body which hung between the tree and the first coil that made it round the beauteous form of Nisida alone moving; and this motion was a waving kind of oscillation, like that of a bell rope which a person holds by the end and swings gently. But from the midst of the coils the hideous head of the monster stood out, its eyes gleaming malignantly upon Wagner as he approached. Suddenly the reptile, doubtless alarmed by the flashing of the bright sword, disengaged itself like lightning from the awful embrace in which it had retained the Lady Nisida, and sprung furiously toward Fernand. But the blow that he aimed at its head was unerring and heavy; its skull was cloven in two, and it fell on the long grass, where it writhed in horrible convulsions for some moments, although its life was gone. Words cannot be found to describe the delirium of joy which Wagner felt, when, having thus slain the terrible Anaconda, he placed his hand on Nisida's heart and felt that it beat, though languidly. He lifted her from the ground, he carried her in his arms to the bank of the limpid stream, and he sprinkled water upon her pale cheeks. Slowly did she recover, and when her large black eyes at length opened, she uttered a fearful shriek, and closed them again; for with returning life the reminiscence of the awful embrace of the serpent came back also. But Wagner murmured words of sweet assurance and consolation, of love and joy, in her ears, and she felt that it was no dream, but that she was really saved. Then, winding her arms around Fernand's neck, she embraced him in speechless and still almost senseless trance; for the idea of such happy deliverance was overpowering, amounting to an agony which a mortal creature could scarcely endure.
"Oh, Nisida!"
at length exclaimed Wagner.
Was it a delusion produced by the horrors of that scene? or did thy voice really greet mine ears ere now?"
There was a minute's profound silence, during which, as they sat upon the bank of the stream, locked in a fond embrace, their eyes were fixed with fascinating gaze upon each other, as if they could not contemplate each other too long, he in tenderness and she in passion.
"Yes, Fernand,"
said Nisida, breaking that deep silence at last, and speaking in a voice so mellifluously clear, so soft, so penetrating in its tone, that it realized all the fond ideas which her lover had conceived of what its nature would be if it were ever restored.
"Yes, Fernand, dearest Fernand,"
she repeated.
"who did indeed hear my voice, and to you never again shall I be mute."
Wagner could not allow her time to say more: he was almost wild with rapture. His Nisida was restored to him, and no longer Nisida the deaf and dumb, but Nisida who could hear the fond language which he addressed to her, and who could respond in the sweetest, most melting and delicious tones that ever came from woman's lips. For a long time their hearts were too full, alike for total silence or connected conversation; and while the world from which they were cut off was entirely forgotten, they gathered so much happiness from the few words in which they indulged, and from all that they read in each other's eyes, that the emotions which they experienced might have furnished sensations for a lifetime. At length she scarcely knew how the subject began, although it might naturally have arisen of its own spontaneous suggestion. Nisida found herself speaking of the long period of deception which she had maintained in relation to her powers of speech and hearing.
"Thou lovest me well, dearest Fernand,"
she said in her musical Italian tones.
"and thou wouldst not create a pang in my heart, then never seek to learn wherefore, when at the still tender age of 15, I resolved upon consummating so dreadful a sacrifice as to affect dumbness. The circumstances were, indeed, solemnly grave and strangely important, which demanded so awful a martyrdom. But well did I weigh all the misery and all the peril that such a self devotion was sure to entail upon me. I knew that I must exercise the most stern, the most remorseless, the most inflexible despotism over my emotions, that I must crush as it were the very feelings of my soul, that I must also observe a caution so unwearied and so constantly wakeful that it would amount to a sensitiveness the most painful, and that I must prepare myself to hear the merry jest without daring to smile, or the exciting narrative of the world's stirring events without suffering my countenance to vary a hue. Oh, I calculated, I weighed all this, and yet I was not appalled by the immensity of the task. I knew the powers of my own mind, and I did not deceive myself as to their extent. But ah, how fearful was it at first to hear the sounds of human voices, and dare not respond to them! How maddening at times was it to listen to conversation in which I longed to join, and yet be compelled to sit like a passionless statue! But mine was a will of iron strength, a resolution of indomitable power. Even when alone, when I knew that I should not be overheard, I never essayed the powers of my voice. I never murmured a single syllable to myself, so fearful was I lest the slightest use of the glorious gift of speech might render me weak in my purpose. And strange as it may seem to you, dearest Fernand, not even on this island did I yield to the temptation of suddenly breaking that long, that awful silence which I had imposed upon myself. And until this day, one human being only, save myself, was acquainted with that mighty secret of 10 long years, and that man was the generous hearted, the noble minded Dr. Duras. He it was who aided me in my project of simulating the forlorn condition of the deaf and dumb. He it was who bribed the turnkeys to admit me unquestioned to your cell in the prison of the ducal palace. And for years perhaps should I have retained my wondrous secret, even from you, dearest Fernand, for through dangers of many kinds, in circumstances of the most trying nature, have I continued firm in my purpose, abjuring the faculty of speech even when it would have saved me from much cruel embarrassment or from actual peril. Thus, when the villain Stephano Verrina bore me away by force from my native city, I maintained the seal upon my lips trusting to circumstances to enable me to escape from his power without being compelled to betray a secret of such infinite value and importance to myself. But when I found that I was so narrowly watched at Leghorn that flight was impossible, I seriously debated, in my own mind, the necessity of raising an alarm in the house where I was kept a prisoner for 2 whole days; and then I reflected that I was in the power of a desperate bandit and his 2 devoted adherents, who were capable of any atrocity to forward their designs or prevent exposure. Lastly, when I was conveyed at dead of night on board the corsair ship, the streets were deserted, and the pirates with whom Stephano was leagued thronged the port. I therefore resigned myself to my fate, trusting still to circumstances and retaining my secret. But that incident of to day, oh, it was enough to crush energies 10,000 times more powerful than mine. It was of so horrifying a nature as to be sufficient to loose the bands which confine the tongue of one really dumb.
And a strong shudder convulsed the entire form of Nisida as she spoke thus, by her own words, recalled so forcibly to mind that terrible event which had broken a spell of 10 years' duration. Fernand pressed her to his bosom, exclaiming,
"O beloved Nisida, how beautiful dost thou appear to me! How soft and charming is that dear voice of thine! Let us not think of the past, at least not now, for I also have explanations to give thee,"
he added slowly and mournfully. Then, in a different and again joyous tone, he said,
"Let us be happy in the conviction that we are restored to each other. Let this be a holiday nay more,"
he added, sinking his voice almost to a whisper.
"Let it be the day on which we join our hands together in the sight of heaven. No priest will bless our union, Nisida, but we will plight our vows, and God will accord us his blessing."
The lady hid her blushing and glowing countenance on his breast, and murmured in a voice melodious as the music of the stream by which they sat,
"Fernand, I am thine forever."
"And I am thine, my beauteous Nisida, thine forever, as thou art mine!"
exclaimed Wagner, lifting her head and gazing on her lovely blushing face as on a vision of heaven. "No, she is mine!" thundered the voice of the forgotten Stephano; and in a moment the bandit flung himself upon Wagner, whom he attempted to hurl into the crystal but deep river. Fernand, however, caught the arm of the brigand and dragged him along with him into the water, while a terrific scream burst from the lips of Nisida. Then furious was the struggle that commenced in the depths of the stream. But Stephano lay beneath Wagner, who held him down on the pebbly bottom. In another moment Nisida herself plunged into the river with the wild hope of aiding her lover to conquer his foe, or to rescue him from the grasp which the bandit maintained upon him with a tenacity that was strengthened rather than impaired by the agony of suffocation. But she rose again to the surface in an instant by the indomitable influence of that instinct for self preservation which no human being, when immersed in the deep water, can resist if the art of swimming has been attained. Again she dived to succor her lover; but her aid, even if she could have afforded any, was no longer necessary, for Fernand rose from the crystal depths and bore his Nisida to the bank, while the corpse of the drowned bandit was carried away by the current. Wagner and Nisida were now the sole human inhabitants of that isle, the king and queen of the loveliest clime on which the sun shone. Toward the sea shore they repaired, hand in hand, and having partaken of the fruits which they gathered in their way, they set to work to form a hut with the planks, cordage, and canvas of the wreck. It will be remembered that Nisida had saved the carpenter's tools, and thus the task became a comparatively easy one. By the time the sun went down a tenement was formed, rude it is true, but still perfect enough to harbor them in a clime where the nights were warm and where the dews prevailed only in the verdant parts of the isle. Then with what joyous feelings did Nisida deck the walls of the hut with a tapestry of flowers, and prepare the bridal couch with materials which she had saved from the wreck. Softly and sweetly shone the moon that night, and, as its silver rays penetrated through the crevices of the little cottage so hastily and so rudely formed, they played kissingly upon the countenances of the happy pair who had wedded each other in the sight of heaven. Section 45 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain.
CHAPTER XLIV. Alessandro Francatelli. In order that the reader should fully understand the stirring incidents which yet remain to be told, it is necessary for us to explain certain particulars connected with Alessandro Francatelli, the brother of the beautiful Flora. It will be recollected that this young man accompanied the Florentine envoy to Constantinople in the honorable capacity of secretary some years previous to the commencement of our tale. Alessandro was strikingly handsome, tall, well formed, and of great physical strength. His manners were pleasing, his conversation agreeable to a degree. Indeed, he had profited so well by the lessons of the excellent hearted Father Marco, that his mind was well stored with intellectual wealth. He was, moreover, a finished musician and played the violin, at that period a rare accomplishment, to perfection. In addition to all these qualifications, he was a skillful versifier, and composed the most beautiful extemporaneous poetry, apparently without an effort. But his disposition was by no means light or devoted to pursuits which worldly minded persons would consider frivolous, for he himself was worldly minded, keen, shrewd, far seeing, and ambitious. He deplored the ruin which had overtaken his family, and longed ardently to rebuild its fortunes, adding thereto the laurels of glory and the honors of rank. The situation which he enjoyed in the establishment of the Florentine envoy appeared to him the stepping stone to the attainment of these objects. But the embassy had not been long settled at Constantinople, when Alessandro found that his master was one who, being ignorant himself, was jealous of the talents displayed by others. Great interest alone had procured the envoy the post which he held as negotiator plenipotentiary with the Ottoman Porte on behalf of the Republic of Florence, and the Turkish Reis Effendi, or Minister of Foreign Affairs, soon perceived that the Christian ambassador was quite incompetent to enter into the intricacies of treaties and the complex machinery of diplomacy. But suddenly the official notes which the envoy addressed to the Reis Effendi began to exhibit a sagacity and an evidence of far-sighted policy which contrasted strongly with the imbecility which had previously characterized those communications. It was at that period a part of the policy of the Ottoman Porte to maintain spies in the household of all the foreign ambassadors residing in Constantinople, and through this agency the Reis Effendi discovered that the Florentine envoy had condescended to avail himself of the brilliant talents of his secretary, Alessandro Francatelli, to infuse spirit into his official notes. The Reis Effendi was himself a shrewd and sagacious man, and he recognized in the abilities evinced by the youthful secretary those elements which, if properly developed, would form a great politician. The Turkish minister accordingly resolved to leave no stone unturned in order to entice so promising an individual into the service of the sultan. To accomplish this object indirect means were at first attempted, and the secret agents of the minister sounded Alessandro upon the subject. He listened to them at first in silence, but not unwillingly. They grew bolder, and their speech became more open. He encouraged them to lay bare their aims, and they hinted to him how glorious a career might be opened to him were he to enter the service of the high and mighty Sultan, Solyman the Magnificent, who then sat upon the proud throne of the Ottoman Empire. The more attentively Alessandro listened, the less reserved became those who were instructed to undermine his fidelity toward his master, the Florentine envoy. They represented to him how Christians, who had abjured their creed and embraced the Moslem faith, had risen to the highest offices, even to the post of grand vizier or prime minister of the empire. Alessandro was completely master of his emotions. He had not studied for some years in the school of diplomacy without learning how to render the expression of his countenance such as at any moment to belie the real state of his feelings. He did not, therefore, suffer the spies and agents of the Reis Effendi to perceive how deep an impression their words had made upon him. But he said and looked enough to convince them that the topics of their discourse would receive the most serious consideration at his hands. His mind was already made up to accept the overtures thus made to him, but he affected to hesitate, for he saw that his services were ardently longed for, and he resolved to drive as advantageous a bargain as possible. He was one afternoon lounging through the principal Bezestein or bazaar, when he was struck by the elegant form, imposing air, and rich apparel of a lady who rode slowly along upon a mule, attended by 4 female slaves on foot. The outlines of her figure shaped the most admirable symmetry he had ever beheld, and though her countenance was concealed by a thick veil, in accordance with the custom of the East,
Yet he seemed to have been impressed with an instinctive conviction that the face beneath that invidious covering was eminently beautiful. Moreover, the eyes whose glances flashed through the two holes which were formed in the veil so as to permit the enjoyment of the faculty of sight, were gloriously brilliant, yet black as jet. Once, too, when the lady had raised her delicate white hand, sparkling with jewels, to arrange the folds of that hated veil, Alessandro caught a rapid, effervescent glimpse of a neck as white as snow. The little procession stopped at the door of a merchant's shop in the bazaar. The slaves assisted the lady to dismount, and she entered the warehouse, followed by her dependents, the mule being left in charge of one of the numerous porters who thronged in the Bezestein. Alessandro lingered near the door, and he beheld the merchant displaying various pieces of rich brocade before the eyes of the lady, who, however, scrupulously retained the dense veil over her countenance. Having made her purchases, which were taken charge of by one of her slaves, the lady came forth again, and Alessandro, forgetting that his lingering near now amounted to almost an act of rudeness, was chained to the spot, lost in admiration of her elegant gesture, her beautiful yet dignified carriage, and the exquisite contour of her perfect shape. Her feet and ankles, appearing beneath the full trousers, that were gathered in just at the commencement of the swell of the leg, were small and beautifully shaped, and so light was her tread that she scarcely seemed to touch the ground on which she walked. As the lady issued from the door of the merchant's shop, she cast a rapid but inquiring look toward Alessandro, though whether in anger or curiosity he was unable to determine, for the eyes only could he see, and it was impossible for him to read the meaning of the glances they sent forth, when unassisted by a view of the general expression worn by her countenance at the same time. Accident, however, favored him far more than he could have possibly anticipated. At the very moment when the lady's head was turned toward him, she tripped over the cordage of a bale of goods that had shortly before been opened beneath the painted awning over the front of the shop, and she would have fallen had not Alessandro sprung forward and caught her in his arms. She uttered a faint scream, for her veil had shifted aside from its proper position, and her countenance was thus revealed to a man, and that man evidently by his dress a Christian. Instantly recovering her self possession, she readjusted her veil, gave a gentle but graceful inclination of the head toward Alessandro, mounted her mule by the assistance of the slaves, and rode away at a somewhat hasty pace. Alessandro stood gazing after her until she turned the angle of the nearest street, and it struck him that her glance was for an instant cast rapidly back toward him, ere she disappeared from his view. And no wonder that he stood thus rooted to the spot, following her with his eyes, for the countenance which accident had revealed to him was already impressed upon his heart. It was one of those lovely Georgian faces, oval in shape, and with a complexion formed of milk and roses, which have at all times been prized in the East as the very perfection of female beauty; a face which, without intellectual expression, possesses an ineffable witchery, and all the charms calculated to fascinate the beholder. The eyes were black as jet, the hair of a dark auburn, and luxuriantly rich in its massive beauty. The lips were of bright vermilion, and between them were two rows of pearl, small and even. The forehead was high and broad, and white as marble, with the delicate blue veins visible through the transparent complexion. Alessandro was ravished as he reflected on the wondrous beauty thus for a moment revealed to him; but his raptures speedily changed to positive grief when he thought how improbable it was that this fair creature would ever cross his path again. He entered the warehouse, made a small purchase, and inquired casually of the Turkish merchant if he knew who the lady was. The reply was in the negative; but the merchant informed Alessandro that he had no doubt the lady was of some rank, from the profound respect with which her slaves treated her, and from the readiness with which she paid the prices demanded of her for the goods she had purchased, Turkish ladies generally being notorious for their disposition to drive a hard bargain with traders. Alessandro returned to the suburb of Pera, in which the mansion of the Florentine embassy was situated, his mind full of the beautiful creature whose countenance he had seen for a moment, and whose soft form he had also for a single moment, held in his arms. He could not apply himself to the duties of his office, but feigned indisposition and retired to the privacy of his own apartment. And never did that chamber seem so lonely, so cold, so cheerless. His entire disposition appeared to have become suddenly changed. He felt that the world now contained something the possession of which was positively necessary to his happiness. One sole idea absorbed all his thoughts. The most lovely countenance which, in his estimation, he had ever seen was so indelibly reflected in the mirror of his mind, that his imagination could contemplate naught besides. He knew not that whenever he went abroad he was watched by one of the spies of the reis effendi, and he was therefore surprised when, on the following day, that secret agent of the minister whispered in his ear, "Christian thou lovest, and it depends on thyself whether thou wilt be loved in return." Alessandro was stupefied at these words. His secret was known, or at least suspected. He questioned the individual who had thus addressed him, and found that the incident of the preceding day was indeed more than suspected it was known. He besought to know who the lady was, but the spy would not, or could not, satisfy him. He, however, promised that he would endeavor to ascertain a point in which Alessandro appeared to be so deeply interested. The intriguing spirit of Turkish dependents is notorious. The reader will not therefore be surprised when we state that in a few days the spy made his appearance in Alessandro's presence with a countenance denoting joyous tidings. The young Italian was impatient to learn the results of the agent's inquiries. "I know not who the lady is," was the reply; "but this much I have to impart to you, signor, that she did not behold you the other day with indifference, that she is grateful for the attention you paid in offering your aid to save her from perhaps a serious accident, and that she will grant you a few moments' interview this evening, provided you assent to certain conditions to be imposed on you respecting the preliminary arrangement for your meeting." "Name them, name them!" exclaimed Alessandro, wild with joy, and almost doubting whether he were not in the midst of a delicious dream. "That you will consent to be blindfolded whilst being conducted into her presence, that you maintain the most profound silence while with those who will guide you to her abode, and that you return from the interview under the same circumstances." "I should be unworthy the interest which she deigns to manifest in my behalf, were I to refuse compliance with those terms," answered Alessandro. "An hour after sunset," said the spy, "you will meet me at the gate of the Mosque of Selimia." And with those words he hurried away, leaving the young Florentine in a state of excited hope, amounting to a delirium of joy. Alessandro was well aware that adventures, such as the one in which he found himself suddenly involved, were by no means uncommon in the East, and that ladies of the most impeachable virtue, as well as of the highest rank, frequently accorded interviews of this private nature to those men who were fortunate enough to merit their attention, such visits being the first step toward matrimonial connections. But then he remembered that he was a Christian, and the fair object of his devotion was probably of the Moslem faith. What, then, would be the result? Was some wealthy lady of high rank about to abandon her creed for his sake? Or would the sacrifice of his faith be required as the only condition on which his complete happiness might be achieved? He knew not cared but little. It was sufficient for him that he was to meet the charming being whose image had never once quitted his mind, from the first moment he had seen her in the Bezestein. Even before the appointed hour was Alessandro pacing the square in front of the splendid temple which the Sultan Selim, the conqueror of Egypt, had erected, and which bore his imperial name. At length the agent for whom he waited made his appearance. This man, though actually a Turkish dependent in the service of the Florentine envoy, was, as before stated, neither more nor less than one of the numerous spies placed by the reis effendi round the person of that embassador. Alessandro was aware of this, in consequence of the offers and representations that had been made to him through the means of this agent; and though the youth suspected that the man knew more concerning the beauteous idol of his heart than he had chosen to admit, yet he had seen enough to convince him of the inutility of questioning him on that head. It was therefore in silence that Alessandro followed his guide through several by streets down to the margin of the waters of the Golden Horn. There a boat, in which 2 rowers and a female slave were seated, was waiting. "Here you must be blindfolded," said the spy. For a few moments Alessandro hesitated, in regret that he had gone so far with this adventure. He had heard fearful tales of dark deeds committed on the waters of the Bosporus and the Golden Horn, and he himself, when roving during his leisure hours along the verdant banks of those waters, had seen the livid corpse float with the tale telling bow string fastened round the neck. The spy seemed to divine his thoughts. "You hesitate, signor," he said. "Then let us retrace our way. But remember," he added in a low tone,
that were treachery intended, it would be as easy to perform the deed where you now stand as on the bottom of that starlit gulf." Alessandro hesitated no longer, but suffered himself to be completely hooded in a cap which the spy drew over his countenance. He was then conducted into the boat and guided to a seat next to the female slave. The spy leapt upon the strand, and the boatmen plied their oars, and the skiff shot away from the bank, no one uttering a word. End of Part 1. End of Section 45. Section 46 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. Chapter 45. The Lady of Constantinople. For upward of half an hour did the boat skim the surface of the Golden Horn, the dip of the oars in the water, and the rippling around the sharp prow alone breaking the solemn silence of the night. At length the skiff stopped, and the female slave took Alessandro's hand, whispering in a low tone, "I will serve as thy guide, Christian, but speak not till thou hast permission." She then led him from the boat, up a flight of steps, and through a garden, for he occasionally came in contact with the outstretching branches of shrubs, and there was moreover a delicious odor of flowers, as he proceeded in the total darkness of his blindfolding. At the expiration of 10 minutes the guide stopped, and Alessandro heard a key turn in a lock. "Enter here," said the slave, pushing him gently forward and speaking in a low tone. "Take off the cap, attire yourself in the raiment you will find ready provided, and then pass fearlessly through the door at the further end of the room. You will meet me again in the hall which you will thus reach." And without waiting for a reply, the slave closed and locked the door through which Alessandro had just passed. Hastily did he remove the cap, which had indeed almost suffocated him, and he now found himself in a small apartment, elegantly furnished in the most luxurious Oriental fashion, and brilliantly lighted. A table spread with confectionery, cakes, fruits, and even wines, though the fermented juice of the grape be expressly forbidden by the laws of the Prophet Mohammed, occupied the center of the room. Around the walls were continuous sofas, or ottomans, so conducive to the enjoyment of a voluptuous indulgence. The floor was spread with a carpet so thick that the feet sunk into the silky texture, as into newly fallen snow; and whichever way he turned Alessandro beheld his form reflected in vast mirrors set in magnificent frames. There were no windows on any side of this apartment, but there was a cupola fitted with stainless glass on the roof, and Alessandro judged that he was in one of those voluptuous kiosks usually found in the gardens of wealthy Turks. Precisely as the slave had informed him, he found an elegant suit of Moslem garments set out on the sofa for his use, and he hastened to exchange his Italian costume for the Oriental raiment. As he thus attired himself, it was necessary to contemplate himself in the mirror facing him, so as properly to adjust clothes to which he was totally unaccustomed, and it struck him that the garb of the infidel became him better than that of the Christian. He did not, however, waste time in the details of this strange toilet, but as soon as it was completed he opened the door at the further end of the room, in pursuance of the instructions he had received. Alessandro found himself in a large marble hall, from which several flights of stairs led to the apartments above. The place was refulgent with the light of numerous chandeliers, the glare of which was enhanced by the vast mirrors attached to the walls, and the crystal pillars that supported the roof. Not a human being met Alessandro's eyes, and he began to fear either that he had mistaken the directions he had received, or that some treachery was intended, when a door opened, and the female slave, wrapped in a veil, made her appearance. Placing her forefinger upon that part of the veil which covered her lips, to enjoin silence, she led the way up the nearest staircase, Alessandro following with a heart beating audibly. They reached a door at which a negro male slave was stationed. "The hakim physician," said Alessandro's guide, laconically addressing herself to the negro, who bowed in silence and threw open the door. The female slave conducted the pretended physician into a small but splendidly furnished anteroom in which there were several other dependents of her own sex. A door at the further end was opened, and Alessandro passed through into another larger and still more magnificently furnished room. The door closed behind him, and he found himself alone with the idol of his adoration. Half seated, half lying upon cushions of scarlet brocade,
the glossy bright hue of which was mellowed by the muslin spread over it, appeared the beauteous creature whose image was so faithfully delineated in his memory. She was attired in the graceful and becoming dualma, a purple vest which set close to her form, and with a species of elasticity shaped itself so as to develop every contour. But in accordance with the custom of the clime and age, the dualma was open at the bosom, sloping from each lovely white shoulder to the waist, where two folds joining formed an angle, at which the purple vest was fastened by a diamond worth a monarch's ransom. The sleeves were wide, but short, scarcely reaching to the elbow, and leaving all the lower part of the snowy arms completely bare. Her ample trousers were of purple silk, covered with the finest muslin, and drawn in tight a little above the ankles, which were naked. On her feet she wore crimson slippers cut very low, and each ornamented with a diamond. Round her person, below the waist, she wore a magnificent shawl, rolled up, as it were, negligently, so as to form a girdle or zone, and fastened in front with two large tassels of pearls. Diamond bracelets adored her fair arms, and her headdress consisted of a turban or shawl of light but rich material, fastened with gold bodkins, the head of each being a pearl of the best water. Beneath this turban, her rich auburn hair, glowing like gold in the light of the perfumed lamps, and amidst the blaze of diamonds which adorned her, was parted in massive bands, sweeping gracefully over her temples and gathered behind the ears, then falling in all the luxuriance of its rich clustering folds over the cushion whereon she reclined. Her finger nails were slightly tinged with henna, the rosy hue the more effectually setting off the lily whiteness of her delicate hand and full round arm. But no need had she to dye the lashes of her eyes with the famous kohol, so much used by Oriental ladies, for those lashes were by nature formed of the deepest jet, a somewhat unusual but beauteous contrast to the color of her hair. The cheeks of the lovely creature were slightly flushed, or it might have been a reflection of the scarlet brocade of the cushion on which, as we have said, she was half seated, half lying, when Alessandro appeared in her presence. For a few moments the young Italian was so dazzled by her beauty, so bewildered by the appearance of that lady, whose richness of attire seemed to denote the rank of sultana, that he remained rooted to the spot, uncertain whether to advance, to retire, or to fall upon his knees before her. But in an encouraging tone, and in a voice musical as a silver bell, the lady said, "Approach, Christian." And she pointed to a low ottoman within a few paces of the sofa which she herself occupied. Alessandro now recovered his presence of mind, and no longer embarrassed and awkward, but with graceful ease and yet profound respect, he took the seat indicated. "Beauteous lady," he said, "how can I ever demonstrate the gratitude, the illimitable, boundless gratitude which fills my heart, for the joy, the true Elysian delight afforded me by this meeting?" "You speak our language well, Christian," observed the lady, smiling faintly at the compliment conveyed by the words of Alessandro, but evading a direct reply. "I have for some years past been in the service of the Florentine envoy, lady," was the answer; "and the position which I occupy at the palace of the embassy has led me to study the beauteous language of this clime, and to master its difficulties. But never, never did that language sound so soft and musical upon my ears as now flowing from those sweet lips of thine." "The Moslem maidens dare not listen to the flattery of the infidel," said the beauteous stranger in a serious but not severe tone. "Listen to me, Christian, with attention, for our meeting must not be prolonged many minutes. To say that I beheld thee with indifference when we first encountered each other in the bazaar, were to utter a falsehood which I scorn. To admit that I can love thee, and love thee well," she added, her voice slightly trembling, "is an avowal which I do not blush to make. But never can the Moslem maiden bestow her hand on the infidel. If thou lovest me, if thou wouldst prove thyself worthy of that affection which my heart is inclined to bestow upon thee, thou wilt renounce the creed of thy forefathers, and embrace the Mussulman faith. Nor is this all that I require of thee, or that thou must achieve to win me. Become a true believer, acknowledge that Allah is God and Mohammed is his prophet, and a bright and glorious destiny will await thee. For although thou wilt depart hence without learning my name, or who I may be, or the place to which you have been brought to meet me, though we shall behold each other no more until thou hast rendered thyself worthy of my hand, yet shall I ever be mindful of thee, my loved one. An unseen and unknown influence shall attend thee,
Thy slightest wishes will be anticipated and fulfilled in a manner for which thou wilt vainly seek to account; and, as thou provest thy talents or thy valor, so will promotion open its doors to thee with such rapidity that thou wilt strain every nerve to reach the highest offices in the state, for then only mayest thou hope to receive my hand, and behold the elucidation of the mystery which up to that date will envelop thy destinies." While the lady was thus speaking, a fearful struggle took place in the breast of Alessandro; for the renunciation of his creed a creed in which he must ever in his heart continue to believe, though ostensibly he might abjure it was an appalling step to contemplate. Then to his mind also came the images of those whom he loved, and who were far away in Italy his aunt who had been so kind to him, his sister whom he knew to be so proud of him, and Father Marco, who manifested such deep interest in his behalf. But on his ears continued to flow the honeyed words and the musical tones of the charming temptress; and as she gradually developed to his imagination the destinies upon which he might enter, offering herself as the eventual prize to be gained by a career certain to be pushed on successfully through the medium of a powerful, though mysterious influence, Florence, relatives, and friends, became of secondary considerations in his mind; and by the time the lady brought her long address to a conclusion, that address which had grown more impassioned and tender as she proceeded, Alessandro threw himself at her feet, exclaiming, "Lovely houri that thou art, beauteous as the maidens that dwell in the paradise of thy prophet, I am thine, I am thine!" The lady extended her right hand, which he took and pressed in rapture to his lips. Then the next moment she rose lightly to her feet, and assuming a demeanor befitting a royal sultana, said in a sweet though impressive tone, "We must now part thou to enter on thy career of fame, I to set in motion every spring within my reach to advance thee to the pinnacle of glory and power. Henceforth thy name is Ibrahim. Go then, my Ibrahim, and throw thyself at the feet of the Reis Effendi, and that great minister will forthwith present thee to Piri Pasha, the grand vizier. Toil diligently, labor arduously, and the rest concerns me. Go, then, my Ibrahim, I say, and enter on the path which will lead thee to the summit of fame and power." She extended her arms toward him; he snatched her to his breast, and covered her cheeks with kisses. In that paradise of charms he could have reveled forever. But the tender caresses lasted not beyond a few moments, for the lady tore herself away from his embrace and hurried into an adjacent apartment. Alessandro, or rather the renegade, Ibrahim, passed into the anteroom where his guide, the female slave, awaited his return. She conducted him back to the hall, and advanced towards the door of the voluptuous kiosk where he had changed his raiment. "Goest thou forth a Christian still, or a true believer?" she asked, turning suddenly round. "As a Mussulman," answered the renegade, while his heart sank within him, and remorse already commenced its torture. "Then thou hast no further need of the Christian garb," said the slave. "Await me here." She entered the kiosk, and returned in a few moments with the cap, which, in obedience to her directions, he once more drew on his head and over his countenance. The slave then led him into the garden, where they treaded in profound silence. At length they reached the steps leading down to the water, and the slave accompanied him into the boat, which immediately shot away from the bank. Alessandro had now ample time for calm reflection. The excitement of the hurried incidents of the evening was nearly over, and, though his breast was still occupied with the image of his beautiful unknown, and with the brilliant prospects which she had opened to view, he nevertheless shrank from the foul deed of apostasy which he had vowed to perpetrate. But we have already said that he was essentially worldly minded, and, as he felt convinced that the petty jealousy of the Florentine envoy would prevent him from rising higher in the diplomatic hierarchy than the post of secretary, he by degrees managed to console himself for his renegadism on the score that it was necessary the indispensable stepping stone to the gratification of his ambition. Thus by the time the boat touched the landing place where he had first entered it, he had succeeded to some extent in subduing the pangs of remorse. The female slave now bade him remove the cap from his face and resume his turban. A few moments sufficed to make this change, and he was about to step on shore when the woman caught him by the sleeve of his caftan, and, thrusting a small case of sandalwood into his hand, said, "She whom you saw ere now commanded me to give thee this." The slave pushed him toward the bank. He obeyed the impulse and landed, she remaining in the boat, which instantly darted away again, most probably to convey her back to the abode of her charming mistress. On the top of the bank the renegade was accosted by the spy whom he had left there when he embarked in the skiff. "Allah and the Prophet be praised!" exclaimed the man, surveying Alessandro attentively by the light of the lovely moon. "Thou art now numbered amongst the faithful." The apostate bit his lips to keep down a sigh of remorse which rose to them, and his guide, without uttering another word, led the way to the palace of the reis effendi. There Alessandro, or Ibrahim as we must henceforth call him, was lodged in a splendid apartment, and had two slaves appointed to wait upon him. He, however, hastily dismissed them, and when alone opened the case that had been placed into his hands by the female slave. It contained a varied assortment of jewelry and precious stones, constituting a treasure of immense value. Section 47 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. The Apostate Ibrahim. Constantinople, like haughty Rome, is built on 7 hills, the houses being so disposed that they do not intercept the view commanded by each on the amphitheatrical acclivities; but the streets are narrow, crooked, and uneven, and the grand effects of the numerous stately mosques and noble edifices are subdued, and in many cases altogether lost, either by the very insignificant width of the thoroughfares in which they stand, or by the contiguity of mean and miserable wooden tenements. The Mosque of St. Sophia, once a Christian church, with its magnificent portico, supported by marble columns, its 9 vast folding doors, adorned with bas reliefs, and its stupendous dome, 120 feet in diameter; the Mosque of the Sultan Solyman, forming an exact square with 4 noble towers at the angles, and with its huge cupola in the midst; the Mosque of the Sultan Ahmed, with its numerous domes, its tall minarets, and its colonnades supported by marble pillars; and the Mosque of the Sultana Valida, or Queen Mother of Mohammed IV, exceeding all other Mussulman churches in the delicacy of its architecture and the beauty of its columns of marble and jasper, supplied by the ruins of Troy. These are the most remarkable temples in the capital of the Ottoman Empire. The Grand Bezestein, or Exchange, is likewise a magnificent structure, consisting of a spacious hall of circular form, built of freestone, and surrounded by shops displaying the richest commodities of Oriental commerce. In the Ladies' Bazaar there is a marble column of extraordinary height, and on the sides of which, from the foot to the crown, are represented in admirable bas reliefs the most remarkable events which characterized the reign of the Emperor Arcadius, ere the capital of Roman dominions of the East fell into the hands of the descendants of Osman. But of all the striking edifices at Constantinople, that of the Sultan's Palace, or Seraglio, is the most spacious and the most magnificent. Christian writers and readers are too apt to confound the Seraglio with the harem, and to suppose that the former means the apartments belonging to the sultan's ladies, whereas the word seraglio, or rather sernil, represents the entire palace of which the harem, or female's dwelling, is but a comparatively small portion. The seraglio is a vast enclosure, occupying nearly the entire site of the ancient city of Byzantium, and embracing a circumference of 5 miles. It contains 9 enormous courts of quadrangular form, and an immense number of buildings, constituting a complete town of itself. But within this enclosure dwell upward of 10,000 persons, the entire court of the sultan. There reside the great officers of state, the bodyguards, the numerous corps of bostanjis, or gardeners, and baltojis, or firewood purveyors, the corps of white and black eunuchs, the pages, the mutes, the dwarfs, the ladies of the harem, and all their numerous attendants. There are 9 gates to the palace of the sultan. The principal one opens on the square of St. Sophia, and is very magnificent in its architecture. It is this gate which is called the Sublime Porte, a name figuratively given to the court of the sultan in all histories, records, and diplomatic transactions. It was within the enclosure of the seraglio that Alessandro Francatelli, who we shall henceforth call by his apostate name of Ibrahim, was lodged in the dwelling of the reis effendi, or minister of foreign affairs. But in the course of a few days the renegade was introduced into the presence of Piri Pasha, the grand vizier, that high functionary who exercised a power almost as extensive and as despotic as that wielded by the sultan himself. Ibrahim, the apostate, was received by his highness Piri Pasha at a private audience,
and the young man exerted all his powers, and called to his aid all the accomplishments which he possessed, to render himself agreeable to that great minister. He discoursed in an intelligent manner upon the policy of Italy and Austria, and gave the grand vizier considerable information relative to the customs, resources, and condition of these countries. Then, when the vizier touched upon lighter matters, Ibrahim showed how well he was already acquainted with the works of the most eminent Turkish poets and historians, and the art of music being mentioned, he gave the minister a specimen of his proficiency on the violin. Piri Pasha was charmed with the young renegade, whom he immediately took into his service as one of his private secretaries. Not many weeks elapsed before the fame of Ibrahim's accomplishments and rare talents reached the ears of the Sultan Solyman the Magnificent, and the young renegade was honored with an audience by the ruler of the East. On this occasion he exerted himself to please even more triumphantly than when he was introduced to the grand vizier, and the sultan commanded that henceforth Ibrahim should remain attached to his person in the capacity of keeper of the imperial archives. We should observe that the dispatches which the Florentine envoy wrote to the government of the republic contained but a brief and vague allusion to the apostasy of Alessandro Francatelli, merely mentioning that the youth had become a Mussulman and entered the service of the grand vizier, but not stating either the name which he had adopted or the brilliant prospects which had so suddenly and marvelously opened before him. The Florentine ambassador treated the matter thus lightly, because he was afraid of incurring the blame of his government for not having kept a more stringent watch over his subordinate, were he to attach any importance to the fact of Alessandro's apostasy. But he hoped that by merely glancing at the event as one scarcely worth special notice, the Council of Florence would be led to treat it with equal levity. Nor was the ambassador deceived in his calculation, and thus the accounts which reached Florence relative to Alessandro's renegadism, and which were not indeed communicated to the council until some months after the occurrence of the apostasy itself, were vague and indefinite to a degree. And had Ibrahim no remorse? Did he never think of his lovely sister Flora, and of his affectionate aunt who, in his boyhood, had made such great and generous sacrifices to rear them honorably? Oh yes, but a more powerful idea dominated the remembrance of kindred and the attachment to home, and that idea was ambition. Moreover, the hope of speedily achieving that greatness which was to render him eligible and worthy to possess the charming being whose powerful influence seemed to surround him with a constant halo of protection, and to soothe down all the aspersities which are usually found in the career of those who rise suddenly and rise highly. This ardent, longing hope not only encouraged him to put forth all his energies to make himself master of a glorious position, it also subdued to no small extent the feelings of compunction which would otherwise have been too bitter, too agonizing to endure. His mind was, moreover, constantly occupied. When not in attendance upon the sultan, he devoted all his time to render himself intimately acquainted with the laws, polity, diplomatic history, resources, condition, and finances of the Ottoman Empire. He also studied the Turkish literature, and practiced composition, both in prose and verse, in the language of that country which was now his own. But think not, reader, that in his heart he was a Mussulman, or that he had extinguished the light of Christianity within his soul. No, oh no! The more he read on the subject of the Mohammedan system of theology, the more he became convinced not only of its utter falsity, but also of its incompatibility with the progress of civilization. Nevertheless, he dared not pray to the true God whom he had renounced with his lips, but there was a secret adoration and interior worship of the Saviour which he could not and sought not to subdue. Solyman the Magnificent was an enlightened prince, and a generous patron of the arts and sciences. He did not persecute the Christians, because he knew in his own heart that they were further advanced in all human ideas and institutions than the Ottomans. He was, therefore, delighted whenever a talented Christian embraced the Moslem faith and entered his service, and his keen perception speedily led him to discern and appreciate all the merits and acquirements of his favorite Ibrahim. Such was the state of things at Constantinople when those rapidly successive incidents, which we have already related, took place in Florence. At this time immense preparations were being made by the sultan for an expedition against the island of Rhodes, then in the possession of the Knights of St. John, commanded by their Grand Master, Villiers of Isle Adam. Their chieftain, aware of the danger which menaced him, dispatched envoys to the courts of Rome, Genoa, Venice, and Florence, imploring those powers to send him assistance against the expected invasion of the Turks. Each of these states hastened to comply with this request, and numerous bodies of auxiliaries sailed from various ports in Italy to fight beneath the glorious banner of Villiers of Isle Adam, one of the staunchest veteran champions of Christendom. Thus, at the very time when Nisida and Wagner were united in the bonds of love on the island of which they were the possessors, while, too, Isaachar the Jew languished in the prisons of the Inquisition of Florence, at which city the chivalrous-hearted Manuel d'Orsini tarried to hasten on the trial and give his testimony in favour of the Israelite, and moreover while Flora and the Countess Giulia dwelt in the strictest retirement with the young maiden's aunt, at this period, we say, a fleet of 300 sail quitted Constantinople under the command of the Capitan Pasha, or Lord High Admiral, and proceeded toward the island of Rhodes. At the same time, Solyman the Magnificent crossed into Asia Minor, and placed himself at the head of an army of 100,000 men, commenced his march toward the coast facing the island, and where he intended to embark on his warlike expedition. His favorite Ibrahim accompanied him, as did the Grand Vizier Piri Pasha, and the principal dignitaries of the empire. It was in the spring of 1521 that the Ottoman fleet received the army on board at the cape in the Gulf of Macri, which is only separated by a very narrow strait from the island of Rhodes; and in the evening of the same day on which the troops had thus embarked, the mighty armament appeared off the capital city of the Knights of St. John. Section 48 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. The Siege of Rhodes. On the following morning, salvos of artillery throughout the fleet announced to the inhabitants and garrison of Rhodes that the Sultan was about to effect a landing with his troops. The debarkment was not resisted, for it was protected by the cannonade which the ships directed against the walls of the city, and the Christians had no vessel capable of demonstrating any hostility against the mighty fleet commanded by the Capitan Pasha. Villiers of Isle Adam, the generalissimo of the Christian forces, had reduced to ashes all circumjacent villages, and received their inhabitants into the city itself. But the Ottomans cared not for the waste and desolation thus created around the walls of the city, but while their artillery, alike on land and by sea, maintained an incessant fire on the town, they threw up works of defence and established depots of provisions and ammunition. The Sultan went in person accompanied by Ibrahim and attended by a numerous escort to reconnoitre the fortifications and inspect the position of his troops. On the other side, Villiers of Isle Adam distributed his forces in such a manner that the warriors of each nation defended particular gates. Thus the corps of Spaniards, French, Germans, English, Portuguese, Italian, Auvergnese, and Provincials, respectively, defended 8 of the gates at Rhodes, while the Lord General himself, with his bodyguard, took his post at the 9th. For the Knights of Rhodes comprised natives of nearly all Christian countries, and the mode in which Villiers thus allotted a gate to the defence of the warriors of each nation gave an impulse to that emulative spirit which ever induces the soldiers of one clime to vie with those of another. The Ottoman troops were disposed in the following manner. Ayaz Pasha, Beglebeg, or governor of Roumelia, found himself placed in front of the walls and gates defended by the French and Germans. Ahmed Pasha was opposed to the Spaniards and Auvergnese. Mustafa Pasha had to contend with the English. Qasim, Beglebeg of Anatolia, was to direct the attack against the bastion and gates occupied by the natives of Provence. The Grand Vizier, Piri Pasha, was opposed to the Portuguese, and the Sultan himself undertook the assault against the defences occupied by the Italians. For several days there was much skirmishing, but no advantage was gained by the Ottomans. Mines and countermines were employed on both sides, and those executed by the Christians effected terrible havoc amongst the Turks. At length, in pursuance of the advice of the renegade Ibrahim, the Sultan ordered a general assault to be made upon the city, and heralds went through the entire encampment, proclaiming the imperial command. Tidings of this resolution were conveyed into the city by means of the Christian spies, and while the Ottomans were preparing for the attack, Villiers of Isle Adam was actively employed in adopting all possible means for the defence. At daybreak the general assault commenced, and the aga or colonel of the Janissaries succeeded in planting his banner on the gate entrusted to the care of the Spaniards and Auvergnese. But this success was merely temporary in that quarter, for the Ottomans were beaten back with such immense slaughter that 15,000 of their choicest troops were cut to pieces in the breach and the ditch. But still the assault was prosecuted in every quarter and every point, and the Christian warriors acquitted themselves nobly in the defense of the city. The women of Rhodes manifested a courage and zeal which history has loved to record as most honorable to their sex. Some of them carried about bread and wine to recruit the fainting and refresh the wearied; others were ready with bandages and lint to staunch the blood which flowed from the wounded; some conveyed earth in wheelbarrows to stop up the breaches made in the walls, and others bore along immense stones to hurl down upon the assailants. Oh, it was glorious, but a sad and mournful sight, that death struggle of the valiant Christians against the barbarism of the East, and many touching proofs of woman's courage and daring characterized that memorable siege. Especially does this fact merit our attention. The wife of her Christian captain, seeing her husband slain and the enemy gaining ground rapidly, embraced her two children tenderly, made the sign of the cross upon their brows, and then, having stabbed them to the heart, threw them into the midst of the burning building near, exclaiming, "The infidels will not now be able, my poor darlings, to wreak their vengeance on you, alive or dead." In another moment she seized her dead husband's sword, and plunging into the thickest of the fight, met a death worthy of a heroine. The rain now began to fall in torrents, washing away the floods of gore which, since daybreak, had dyed the bastions and the wall, and the assault continued as arduously as the defense was maintained with desperation. Solyman commanded in person the division which was opposed to the gate and the fort entrusted by the lord general of the Christians to the care of the Italian auxiliaries. But, though it was now past noon, and the sultan had prosecuted his attack on that point with unabated vigor since the dawn, no impression had yet been made. The Italians fought with a heroism which bade defiance to the numerical superiority of their assailants, for they were led on by a young chieftain who, beneath an effeminate exterior, possessed the soul of a lion. Clad in a complete suit of polished armor, and with crimson plumes waving from his steel helmet, to which no visor was attached, that youthful leader threw himself into the thickest of the medley, sought the very points where danger appeared most terrible, and, alike by his example and his words, encouraged those whom he commanded to dispute every inch of ground with the Moslem assailants. The sultan was enraged when he beheld the success with which that Italian chieftain rallied his men again after every rebuff, and, calling to Ibrahim to keep near him, Solyman the Magnificent advanced toward the breach which his cannon had already effected in the walls defended so gallantly by the Italian auxiliaries. And now, in a few minutes, behold the sultan himself, nerved with wonderful energy, rushing on, scimitar in hand, and calling on the young Italian warrior to measure weapons with him. The Christian chieftain understood not the words which the sultan uttered, but full well did he comprehend the anxiety of that great monarch to do battle with him, and the curved scimitar and the straight cross-handled sword clashed together in a moment. The young warrior knew that his opponent was the sultan, whose imperial rank was denoted by the turban which he wore, and the hope of inflicting chastisement on the author of all the bloodshed which had taken place on the walls of Rhodes inspired the youth with a courage perfectly irresistible. Not many minutes had this combat lasted, before Solyman was thrown down in the breach, and the cross-handled sword of his conqueror was about to drink his heart's blood, when the renegade Ibrahim dashed forward from amidst the confused masses of those who were fighting around, and by a desperate effort hurled the young Italian warrior backward. "I owe thee my life, Ibrahim," said the sultan, springing upon his feet; "but hurt not him who has combated so gallantly. We must respect the brave." The Italian chieftain had been completely stunned by his fall. He was, therefore, easily made prisoner and carried off to Ibrahim's tent. Almost at the same moment a messenger from Ahmed Pasha presented to the sultan a letter, in which was stated that the grand master, Villiers of Isle Adam, anxious to put a stop to the fearful slaughter that was progressing, had offered to capitulate on honorable terms. This proposition was immediately agreed to by the sultan, and a suspension of hostilities was proclaimed around the walls. The Ottomans retired to their camp, having lost upward of 30,000 men during the deadly strife of a few hours, and the Christians had now leisure to ascertain the extent of their own disasters, which were proportionately appalling. Section 48. Section 49 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. The Prisoner. In the meantime Ibrahim had ordered his prisoner, the young Italian chieftain, to be conveyed to his tent; and when the renegade slave had disencumbered the Christian of his armor, he began to revive. As Ibrahim bent over him, administering restoratives, a suspicion, which had already struck him the moment he first beheld his face, grew stronger and stronger, and the apostate at length became convinced that he had seen that countenance on some former occasion. Ordering his slaves to withdraw, Ibrahim remained alone with his prisoner, who was now able to sit up on the sofa and gaze around him.
"I understand it all,"
he exclaimed, the blood rushing back to his pale cheek.
"I am in the power of the barbarians."
"Nay, call us not harsh names, brave chieftain," said Ibrahim, "seeing that we do not treat you unworthily."
"I was wrong,"
cried the prisoner; then, fixing his fine blue eyes upon the renegade, he added,
"Were you not habited as a Moslem, I should conceive, by the purity with which you speak my native language, that you were a Christian and an Italian."
"I can speak many languages with equal fluency," said Ibrahim evasively, as a pang shot through his heart. "But tell me thy name, Christian, for thou art a brave man, although so young."
"In my own country,"
answered the youth proudly,
"I am called the Count of Riverola."
We have before stated that Ibrahim was the complete master of his emotions; but it required all his powers of self possession to subdue them now, when the name of that family into which he was well aware his sister had entered fell upon his ears. His suspicion was well founded: he had indeed seen Francisco before this day had seen him when he was a mere boy, in Florence, for Alessandro was 3 or 4 years older than the young count; but he had never, in his native land, exchanged a word with Francisco. He had merely, occasionally, seen him in public, and it was quite evident that even if Francisco had ever noticed him at that time, he did not recollect him now. Neither did Ibrahim wish the young count to ascertain who he was, for the only thing which the renegade ever feared was the encounter of any one who had known him as a Christian, and who might justly reproach him for that apostasy which had led him to profess Mohammedanism. "Lord Count of Riverola," said Ibrahim after a pause, "you shall be treated in a manner becoming your rank and your bravery. Such indeed was the command of my imperial master, the most glorious sultan; but even had no such order been issued, my admiration of your gallant deportment in this day's strife would lead to the same result."
"My best thanks are due for these assurances,"
returned Francisco.
"but tell me, how fares the war without?"
"The grand master has proffered a capitulation, which has been accepted," answered Ibrahim.
"A capitulation!"
exclaimed Francisco.
"Oh, it were better to die in defense of the cross, than to live to behold the crescent triumphant on the walls of Rhodes."
"The motive of the grand master was a humane one," observed Ibrahim. "He has agreed to capitulate to put an end to the terrific slaughter that is going on."
"Doubtless the lord general acts in accordance with the dictates of a matured wisdom,"
exclaimed the Count of Riverola. "Your lordship was the leader of the Italian auxiliaries?" said Ibrahim, interrogatively.
"Such was the honorable office entrusted to me,"
was the reply.
"When messengers from Villiers of Isle Adam arrived in Florence, beseeching succor against this invasion, which has, alas! proved too successful, I panted for occupation to distract my mind from ever pondering on the heavy misfortunes which have overtaken me."
"Misfortunes!" exclaimed Ibrahim.
"Yes, misfortunes of such a nature that the mere thought of them is madness,"
cried Francisco, in an excited tone.
"First, a beauteous and amiable girl one who, though of humble origin, was endowed with virtues and qualifications that might have fitted her to adorn a palace, with whom I fondly, devotedly loved, was snatched from me. She disappeared I know not how all trace of her was suddenly lost, as if the earth had swallowed her up and closed over her again. This blow was in itself terrible, but it came not alone. A few days elapsed, and my sister, my dearly beloved sister, also disappeared, and in the same mysterious manner. Not a trace of her remained; and what makes this second affliction the more crushing, the more overwhelming, is that she is deaf and dumb. Oh! Heaven grant me the power to resist to bear up against these crowning miseries. Vain were all my inquiries useless was all the search I instituted to discover whither had gone the being whom I would have made my wife, and the sister who was ever so devoted to me.
At length, driven to desperation, when weeks had passed and they returned not, goaded on to madness by bitter, bitter memories, I resolved to devote myself to the service of the cross. With my gold I raised and equipped a gallant band, and a favoring breeze wafted us from Leghorn to this island. The Grand Master received me with open arms, and, forming an estimation of my capacities far above my deserts, placed me in command of all the Italian auxiliaries. You know the rest. I fought with all my energy, and your sultan was within the grasp of death, when you rushed forward and saved him. The result is that I am your prisoner."
"So young, and yet so early acquainted with such deep affliction!" exclaimed Ibrahim. "But can you form no idea, Christian, of the cause of that double disappearance? Had your sister no attendants who could throw the least light upon the subject?" he asked, with the hope of eliciting some tidings relative to his own sister, the beauteous Flora.
"I dare not reflect thereon,"
cried Francisco, the tears starting into his eyes.
"For alas! Florence has long been infested by a desperate band of lawless wretches, and my God, I apprehend the worst the very worst."
Thus speaking, he rose and paced the spacious tent with agitated steps, for this conversation had awakened in his mind all the bitter thoughts and dreadful alarms which he had essayed to subdue amidst the excitement and peril of war. A slave now entered to inform Ibrahim that the sultan commanded his immediate presence in the imperial pavilion. "Christian," said Ibrahim as he rose to obey this mandate, "wilt thou pledge me thy word as a noble and a knight not to attempt to escape from this tent?"
"I pledge my word,"
answered Francisco,
"seeing that thou thyself art so generous to me."
Ibrahim then went forth, but he paused for a few moments outside the tent to command his slaves to serve up choice refreshments to the prisoner. He then hastened to the pavilion of the sultan, whom he found seated upon a throne, surrounded by the beglerbegs, the councilors of state, the viziers, the lieutenant generals of the army, and all the high dignitaries who had accompanied him on his expedition. Ibrahim advanced and prostrated himself at the foot of his throne, and at the same moment two of the high functionaries present threw a caftan of honor over his shoulders, a ceremony which signified that the sultan had conferred upon him the title of beglerbeg, or prince of princes. "Rise, Ibrahim Pasha," exclaimed Solyman, "and take thy place in our councils, for Allah and his prophet have this day made thee their instrument to save the life of thy sovereign." The newly created pasha touched the imperial slipper with his lips, and then rising from his prostrate position, received the congratulations of the high functionaries assembled. Thus it was that in a few months, protected by that secret influence which was hurrying him so rapidly along in his ambitious career, the Italian apostate attained to a high rank in the Ottoman Empire; but he was yet to reach the highest, next to that of the sovereign, ere he could hope to receive the fair hand of his mysterious patroness as the crowning joy for his prosperity; for her charming image, ever dwelt in his mind, and an ardent fancy often depicted her as she appeared, in all the splendor of her beauty, reclining on the couch at the dwelling to which he had been conducted with so much precaution, as detailed in a preceding chapter. On the following day peace was formally concluded between the Ottomans and the Knights of Rhodes, the latter consenting to surrender the island to the formidable invaders. An exchange of prisoners was the result, and Francisco, Count of Riverola, again found himself free within 24 hours after his capture. "Your lordship is now about to sail for your own clime," said Ibrahim, when the moment of separation came. "Is there aught within my power that I can do to testify my friendship for one so brave and chivalrous as thou art?"
"Nothing, great pasha,"
exclaimed Francisco, who felt his sympathy irresistibly attracted toward Ibrahim, he knew not why.
"But, on the other hand, receive my heartfelt thanks for the kindness which I have experienced during the few hours I have been thy guest."
"The history of thy afflictions has so much moved me," said Ibrahim Pasha, after a brief pause, "that the interest I experience in your behalf will not cease when you shall be no longer here. If you would bear in mind the request I am about to make, gallant Christian."
"Name it,"
cried Francisco.
"'Tis already granted."
"Write to me from Florence," added Ibrahim, "and acquaint me with the success of thy researches after thy lost sister and the maiden whom thou lovest. The ships of Leghorn trade to Constantinople, whither I shall speedily return, and it will not be a difficult matter to forward a letter to me occasionally."
"I should be unworthy of the kind interest you take in my behalf, great pasha, were I to neglect this request,"
answered Francisco.
Oh, may the good angels grant that I may yet recover my beloved Nisida, and that sweetest of maidens, Flora Francatelli!"
Francisco was too overpowered by his own emotions to observe the sudden start which Ibrahim gave, and the pallor which instantaneously overspread his cheeks as the name of his sister thus burst upon his lips that sister who, beyond doubt, had disappeared most strangely. But with an almost superhuman effort he subdued any further expression of the agony of his feelings, and, taking Francisco's hand, said in a low deep tone, "Count of Riverola, I rely upon your solemn promise to write to me, and write soon and often. I shall experience a lively pleasure in receiving and responding to your letters."
"Fear not that I shall forget my promise, your highness,"
responded Francisco. He then took leave of Ibrahim Pasha and returned to the city of Rhodes, whence he embarked on the same day for Italy, accompanied by the few Florentine auxiliaries who had survived the dreadful slaughter on the ramparts. The hustle and excitement attending the departure from Rhodes somewhat absorbed the grief which Ibrahim felt on account of the mysterious disappearance of his sister Flora. Solyman left a sufficient force, under an able commander, to garrison the island, which was speedily evacuated by Villiers of Isle Adam and his knights, and by the middle of May the sultan, attended by Ibrahim and the other dignitaries of the empire, once more entered the gates of Constantinople. Not many days had elapsed when, at the divan or state council, at which Solyman the Magnificent himself presided, Ibrahim Pasha was desired to give his opinion upon a particular question then under discussion. The renegade expressed his sentiments in a manner at variance with the policy recommended by the grand vizier, and this high functionary replied, in terms of bitterness and even grossness, at the same time reproaching Ibrahim with ingratitude. The apostate delivered a rejoinder which completely electrified the divan. He repudiated the charge of ingratitude on the ground of being influenced only by his duty toward the sultan, and he entered upon a complete review of the policy of the Grand Vizier Piri Pasha. He proved that the commerce of the country had greatly fallen off, that the revenues had diminished, that arrears were due to the army and navy, that several minor powers had not paid their usual tribute for some years past, and, in a word, drew such a frightful picture of the maladministration and misrule, that the grand vizier was overwhelmed with confusion, and the sultan and other listeners were struck with the lamentable truth of all which had fallen from the lips of Ibrahim Pasha. Nor less were they astonished at the wonderful intimacy which he displayed with even the minutest details of the machinery of the government. In a word, his triumph was complete. Solyman the Magnificent broke up the divan in haste, ordering the members of the council to return each immediately to his own abode. In the evening a functionary of the imperial household was sent to the palace of the grand vizier to demand the seals of office, and thus fell Piri Pasha. It was midnight when the sultan sent to order Ibrahim Pasha to wait upon him without delay. The conference that ensued was long and interesting, and it was already near daybreak when messengers were dispatched to the various members of the divan to summon them to the seraglio. Then, in the presence of all the rank and talent in the capital, the sultan demanded of Ibrahim whether he felt sufficient confidence in himself to undertake the weight and responsibility of office. All eyes were fixed earnestly upon that mere youth of scarcely 23, who was thus solemnly adjured. In a firm voice he replied that with the favor of the sultan and the blessing of the Most High, he did not despair of being enabled to restore the Ottoman Empire to its late prosperity and glory. The astronomer of the court declared that the hour was favorable to invest the new grand vizier with the insignia of office, and at the moment when the call to prayer, "God is great," sounded from every minaret in Constantinople, Ibrahim Pasha received the imperial seals from the hand of the sultan. Section 49.
Section 50 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. The New Grand Vizier. The call to prayer, "God is great," sounded from every minaret in Constantinople, when Solyman the Magnificent raised the renegade Ibrahim to a rank second only to his own imperial station. The newly appointed prime minister received the congratulations of the assembled dignitaries of the empire, and when this ceremony was accomplished, he repaired to the palace of the viziership, which Piri Pasha had vacated during the night. A numerous escort of slaves and a guard of honor, composed of an entire company of Janissaries, attended Ibrahim to his new abode. The streets through which he passed being lined with spectators anxious to obtain a glimpse of the new minister. but calm, almost passionless, was the expression of Ibrahim's countenance. Though he had attained to his present high station speedily, yet he had not reached it unexpectedly; and, even in the moment of this, his proud triumph, there was gall mingled with the cup of honey which he quaffed, for, oh, the light of Christianity was not extinguished within his breast, and though it no longer gleamed there to inspire and to cheer, it nevertheless had strength enough to burn with reproachful flame. The multitudes cheered and prostrated themselves as he passed, but his salutation was cold and indifferent, and he felt at that moment that he would rather have been wandering through the Vale of Arno, hand in hand with his sister, than be welcomed in the streets of Constantinople as the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire. O crime, thou mayst deck thy brow with flowers, and adorn thy garments with the richest gems; thou mayst elicit the shouts of admiring myriads, and proceed attended by guards ready to hew down those who would treat thee with disrespect; thou mayst quit the palace of a mighty sovereign to repair to a palace of thine own, and in thy hands thou mayst hold the destinies of millions of human beings, but thou canst not subdue the still small voice that whispers reproachfully in thine ear, nor pluck from thy bosom the undying worm. Though Ibrahim Pasha felt acutely, yet his countenance, as we have before said, expressed nothing. He was still sufficiently master of his emotions to retain them pent up in his own breast, and if he could not appear perfectly happy, he would not allow the world to perceive that his soul harbored secret care. He entered the palace now destined to become his abode, and found himself the lord and master of an establishment such as no Christian monarch in Europe possessed. But as he passed through marble halls and perfumed corridors lined with prostrate slaves, as he contemplated the splendor and magnificence, the wealth and the luxury, by which he was now surrounded, and as he even dwelt upon the hope, nay, the more than hope, the conviction, that he should full soon be blessed with the hand of a being whose ravishing beauty was ever present to his mental vision, that still small voice which he could not hush appeared to ask what avail it was for a man if he gain the whole world but lose his own soul. But Ibrahim Pasha was not the man to give way to the influence of even reflections so harrowing as these, and he immediately applied himself to the business of the state, to divert his mind from unpleasurable meditations. Holding a levee that same day, he received and confirmed in their offices all the subordinate ministers. He then dispatched letters to the various governors of the provinces to announce to them his elevation to the grand viziership, and he conferred the pashalik of Egypt upon the fallen minister, Piri Pasha. In the afternoon he granted audiences to the ambassadors of the Christian powers, but the Florentine envoy, it should be observed, had quitted Constantinople some weeks previously, indeed, at the time when the sultan undertook his expedition against Rhodes, for the representative of the republic had entirely failed in the mission which had been entrusted to him by his government. In the evening, when it was quite dark, Ibrahim retired to his apartment, and hastily disguising himself in a mean attire, he issued forth by a private gate at the back part of the palace. Intent upon putting into execution a scheme which he had hastily planned that very afternoon, he repaired to the quarter inhabited by the Christians. There he entered a house of humble appearance where dwelt a young Greek, with whom he had been on friendly terms at that period when his present greatness was totally unforeseen. Indeed, while he was simply the private secretary of the Florentine envoy. He knew that Demetrius was poor, intelligent, and trustworthy, and it was precisely an agent of this nature that Ibrahim required for the project which he had in view. Demetrius, such was the young Greek's name, was seated in a small and meanly furnished apartment, in a desponding manner, and scarcely appearing to notice the efforts which his sister, a beautiful maiden of 19, was exerting to console him, when the door opened and a man dressed as a water carrier entered the room. The young Greek started up angrily, for he thought the visitor was one of the numerous petty creditors to whom he was indebted, and those demands he was unable to liquidate. But the second glance which he cast, by the light of the lamp that burnt feebly on the table, toward the countenance of the meanly dressed individual, convinced him of his mistake. "His highness the grand vizier!" ejaculated Demetrius, falling on his knees. "Galanthe," he added, speaking rapidly to his sister, "bow down to the representative of the sultan." But Ibrahim hastened to put an end to this ceremony, and assured the brother and sister that he came thither as a friend.
"A friend?" repeated Demetrius, as if doubting whether his ears had heard aright. "Is it possible that Heaven has indeed sent me a friend in one who has the power to raise me and this poor suffering maiden from the depths of our bitter, bitter poverty?"
"Dost thou suppose that my rapid elevation has rendered me unmindful of former friendships?"
demanded Ibrahim, although, had he not his own purposes to serve, he would never have thought of seeking the abode, nor inquiring after the welfare of the humble acquaintance of his obscure days. The young Greek knew not, however, the thorough selfishness of the renegade's character, and he poured forth his gratitude for the vizier's kindness and condescension with the most sincere and heartfelt fervor, while the beauteous Calanthe's large dark eyes swam in tears of hope and joy, as she surveyed with mingled wonder and admiration the countenance of that high functionary whose rapid rise to power had electrified the Ottoman capital, and whom she now saw for the first time.
"Demetrius,"
said Ibrahim,
"I know your worth, I have appreciated your talents, and I feel deeply for the orphan condition of your sister and yourself. It is in my power to afford you an employment whereby you may render me good service, and which shall be liberally rewarded. You are already acquainted with much of my former history, and you have often heard me speak, in terms of love and affection, of my sister Flora. During my recent sojourn in the island of Rhodes, a Florentine nobleman, the Count of Riverola, became my prisoner. From him I learned that he was attached to my sister, and his language led me to believe that he was loved in return. But alas! some few months ago Flora suddenly disappeared, and the Count of Riverola instituted a vain search to discover her. Too pure minded was she to fly of her own accord from her native city, too chaste and too deeply imbued with virtuous principles was she to admit the suspicion that she had fled with a vile seducer. No force or treachery, if not murder,"
added Ibrahim, in a tone indicative of profound emotion,
"must have caused her sudden disappearance. The Count of Riverola has doubtless ere now arrived in Italy, and his researches will most assuredly be renewed. He promised to communicate to me the result, but as he knew not to whom the pledge was given, as he recognized not in me the brother of the Flora whom he loves, I am fearful lest he forget or neglect the promise. It is, therefore, my intention to send a secret agent to Florence, an agent who will convey rich gifts to my aunt, but without revealing the name of him who sends them an agent, in a word, who may minister to the wants and interests of my family, and report to me whether my beloved sister be yet found, and if so, the causes of her disappearance. It seems to me that you, Demetrius, are well fitted for this mission. Your knowledge of the Italian language, your discreetness, your sound judgment, all render you competent to enact the part of a good genius watching over the interests of those who must not be allowed to learn whence flow the bounties which suddenly pour upon them."
"Gracious lord," said the young Greek, his countenance radiant with joy, "I will never lose any opportunity of manifesting my devotion to the cause in which your highness condescends to employ me."
"You will proceed alone to Italy,"
continued Ibrahim,
"and on your arrival in Florence you will adopt a modest and reserved mode of life, so that no unpleasant inquiries may arise as to your object in visiting the republic."
Demetrius turned a rapidly inquiring glance upon Calanthe, who hastened to observe that she did not fear being left unprotected in the city of Constantinople. Ibrahim placed a heavy purse and a case containing many costly jewels in the hands of Demetrius, saying,
"These are as an earnest of my favor and friendship."
Then producing a second case, tied round with a silken cord, he added,
"And this is for my aunt, the Signora Francatelli."
Demetrius promised to attend to all the instructions which he had received, and Ibrahim Pasha took his leave of the brother and the charming sister, the latter of whom conveyed to him the full extent of her gratitude for his kindness and condescension toward them in a few words uttered in a subdued tone, but with all the eloquence of her fine dark eyes.
"Did I not love my unknown protectress?"
murmured Ibrahim to himself, as he sped rapidly back to his palace.
"I might feel that Calanthe's eyes would make an impression upon my heart."
Scarcely had he resumed his magnificent garb on his return home, when a slave announced to him that his imperial majesty, the sultan, required his immediate attendance at the seraglio, whither he was to repair in the most private manner possible. A sudden misgiving darted through Ibrahim's imagination. Could Solyman have repented of the step which he had taken in thus suddenly elevating him to the pinnacle of power? Was his viziership to last but a few short hours? Had the secret influence, which had hitherto protected him, ceased. Considering the times and the country in which he lived, these fears were justifiable, and it was with a rapidly beating heart that the new minister hastened, attended only by a single slave, to the dwelling of his imperial master. But when he was ushered into the presence of the sultan, his own slave remaining in the anteroom, his apprehensions were dissipated by the smiling countenance with which the monarch greeted him. Having signaled his attendants to retire, Solyman the Magnificent addressed the grand vizier in the following manner:
Thy great talents, thy zeal in our service, and the salvation which I owed to thee in the breach at Rhodes, have been instrumental, O Ibrahim, in raising thee to thy present high state. But the bounties of the sultan are without end, as the mercy of Allah is imitable. Thou hast doubtless heard that among my numerous sisters there is one of such unrivaled beauty, such peerless loveliness, that the world hath not seen her equal. Happy may the man deem himself on whom the fair Aischa shall be bestowed, and thou art that happy man, Ibrahim, and Aischa is thine.
The grand vizier threw himself at the feet of his imperial master, and murmured expressions of gratitude; but his heart sank within him, for he knew that in marrying the sultan's sister he should not be allowed the enjoyment of the Mussulman's privilege of polygamy, and thus his hopes of possessing the beautiful unknown to whom he owed so much appeared to hover on the verge of annihilation. But might not that unknown lady and the beauteous Aischa be one and the same person? The unknown was evidently the mistress of an influence almost illimitable, and was it not natural to conceive that she, then, must be the sister of the sultan? Again, the sultan had many sisters, and the one who had exerted her interest for Ibrahim might not be the Princess Aischa, who was now promised to him. All these conjectures and conflicting speculations passed through the mind of Ibrahim in far less time than we have taken to describe their nature, and he was cruelly the prey to mingled hope and alarm when the sultan exclaimed,
Rise, my vizier Azem, and follow me.
The apostate obeyed with beating heart, and Solyman the Magnificent conducted him along several passages and corridors to a splendidly furnished room, which Ibrahim immediately recognized as the very one in which he had been admitted, many months previously, to an interview with the beauteous unknown. Yes, that was the apartment in which he had listened to the eloquence of her soft, persuasive voice. It was there that, intoxicated with passion, he had abjured the faith of a Christian and embraced the creed of the false prophet Mohammed. After reclining on the very sofa where he had first seen her, but attended by a troop of charming female slaves, was the fair unknown, his secret protectress, more lovely, more bewitching, than she appeared when they last met. An arch smile played upon her lips as she rose from the magnificent cushions, a smile which seemed to say,
I have kept my word. I have raised thee to the highest power, save one in the Ottoman Empire, and I will now crown thy happiness by giving thee my hand.
And oh, so beauteous, so ravishingly lovely did she appear, as that smile revealed teeth whiter than the oriental pearls which she wore, and as a slight flush on her damask cheek and the bright flashing of her eyes betrayed the joy and triumph which filled her heart. So elegant and graceful was her faultless form, which the gorgeous Ottoman garb so admirably became, that Ibrahim forgot all his recent compunction, lost sight of home and friends, remembered not the awful apostasy of which he had been guilty, but fell upon his knees in adoration of that charming creature, while the sultan, with a smile which showed that he was no stranger to the mysteries of the past, exclaimed in a benignant tone,
Vizier Azem, receive the hand of my well beloved sister, Aischa.
End of section 50. Section 51 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. The Count of Arestino. The plot thickens. Return we now to the fair city of flowers, to thee, delightful Florence, vine-crowned queen of Tuscany. The summer has come, and the gardens are brilliant with dyes and hues of infinite variety. The hills and valleys are clothed in their brightest emerald garment, and the Arno winds its peaceful way between banks blushing with choicest fruits of the earth. But, though gay that July scene, though glorious in its splendor that unclouded summer sun, though gorgeous the balconies filled with flowers, and brilliant the parterres of Tuscan roses, yet gloomy was the countenance and dark were the thoughts of the Count of Arestino, as he paced with agitated steps one of the splendid apartments of his palace. The old man was actually endowed with a generous, a kind and forgiving disposition; but the infidelity of his wife, the being on whom he had so doted, and who was once his joy and his pride, that infidelity had warped his best feelings, soured his temper, and aroused the dark spirit of vengeance.
She lives,
he murmured to himself, pausing for a moment to press his feverish hand to his heated brow.
She lives, and doubtless under the protection of her paramour. But I shall know more presently. Antonio is faithful; he will not deceive me."
And the count resumed his agitated walk up and down the room. A few minutes elapsed, when the door opened slowly, and Antonio, whom the reader may remember to have been a valet in the service of the Riverola family, made his appearance. The count hastened toward him, exclaiming,
"What news, Antonio? Speak, hast thou learnt aught more of her?"
"My lord,"
answered the valet, closing the door behind him,
"I have ascertained everything. The individual who spoke darkly and mysteriously to me last evening has within this hour made me acquainted with many strange things."
"But the countess I mean the guilty, fallen creature who once bore my name?"
ejaculated the old nobleman, his voice trembling with impatience.
"There is no doubt, my lord, that her ladyship lives, and that she is still in Florence,"
answered Antonio.
"The shameless woman!"
cried the Count of Arestino, his unusually pale face becoming perfectly deathlike through the violence of his inward emotions.
"But how know you all this?"
demanded his lordship, suddenly turning toward the dependent.
"Who is your informant, and can he be relied on? Remember, I took thee into my service at thine own solicitation. I have no guarantee for thy fidelity, and I am influential to punish as well as rich to reward."
"Your lordship has bound me to you by ties of gratitude,"
responded Antonio.
"For when discarded suddenly by the young Count of Riverola, I found an asylum and employment in your lordship's palace. It is your lordship's bounty which has enabled me to give bread to my aged mother, and I should be a villain were I to deceive you."
"I believe you, Antonio,"
said the count.
"And now tell me how you are assured that the countess escaped from the conflagration and ruin of the institution to which my just vengeance had consigned her. How, too, you have learned that she is still in Florence."
"I have ascertained, my lord, beyond all possibility of doubt,"
answered the valet,
"that the assailants of the convent were a terrible horde of banditti, at that time headed by Stephano Verrina, who has since disappeared no one knows whither; that the Marquis of Orsini was one of the leaders in the awful deed of sacrilege; and that her ladyship the countess, and a young maiden named Flora Francatelli, were rescued by the robbers from their cells in the establishment. These ladies and the marquis quitted the stronghold of the banditti together, blindfolded and guided forth by that same Stephano Verrina whom I mentioned just now, Lomellino, the present captain of the horde, and another bandit."
"And who is your informant? How learned you all this?"
demanded the count, trembling with the excitement of painful reminiscences reawakened, and with the hope of speedy vengeance on the guilty pair, his wife and the marquis.
"My lord,"
said Antonio,
"pardon me if I remain silent, but I dare not compromise the man."
"Antonio,"
exclaimed the count, wrathfully,
"you are deceiving me. Tell me who was your informant, I command you hesitate not."
My lord,"
cried the valet,
"is it not enough that I prove my assertions that I "
"No!"
cried the nobleman.
"I have seen so much duplicity where all appeared to be innocence, so much deceit where all wore the aspect of integrity, that I can trust man no more. How know I for certain that all this may not be some idle tale which you yourself have forged, to induce me to put confidence in you, to entrust you with gold to bribe your pretended informant, but which will really remain in your own pocket? Speak, Antonio tell me all, or I shall listen to you no more, and your servitude in this mansion then ceases."
"I will speak frankly, my lord,"
replied the valet,
"but in the course you may adopt "
"Fear not for yourself nor for your informant, Antonio,"
interrupted the count, impatiently.
"Be ye both leagued with the banditti yourselves, or be ye allied to the fiends of hell,"
he added, with fiercer emphasis.
"I care not so long as I can render ye the instruments of my vengeance."
"Good, my lord!"
exclaimed Antonio, delighted with this assurance.
"And now I can speak fearlessly and frankly.
My informant is that other bandit who accompanied Stephano Verrina and Lomellino when the Countess, Flora, and the Marquis were conducted blindfolded from the robbers' stronghold. But while they were yet all inmates of that stronghold, this same bandit, whose name is Venturo, overheard the Marquis inform Stephano Verrina that he intended to remain in Florence to obtain the liberation of a Jew who was imprisoned in the dungeons of that Inquisition, and this Jew, Venturo also learnt by subsequent inquiry from Verrina, is a certain Isaachar ben Solomon. "Isaachar ben Solomon!" ejaculated the count, the whole incident of the diamonds returning with all its painful details to his mind. "Oh, no wonder," he added bitterly, "that the marquis has so much kindness for him. But proceed, Antonio." "I was about to inform your lordship," continued the valet, "that Venturo, of whom I have spoken, happened the next day to overhear the marquis inform the countess that he should be compelled to stay for that purpose in Florence, whereupon Flora Francatelli offered her ladyship a home at her aunt's residence, whither she herself should return on her liberation from the stronghold. Then it was that the maiden mentioned to the countess the name of her family, and when Venturo represented all these facts to me just now, I at once knew who this same Flora Francatelli is and where she dwells." "You know where she dwells?" cried the count joyfully. "Then Giulia, the false, the faithless, the perjured Giulia is in my power, unless indeed," he added more slowly, "unless she may have removed to another place of abode." "That, my lord, shall be speedily ascertained," said Antonio. "I will instruct my mother to call, on some pretext, at the cottage inhabited by Dame Francatelli, and she will soon learn whether there be another female resident there besides the aunt and the niece Flora." "Do so, Antonio," exclaimed the count. "Let no unnecessary delay take place. Here is gold, much gold, for thee to divide between thyself and the bandit informant. See that thou art faithful to my interests, and that sum shall prove but a small earnest of what thy reward will be." The valet secured about his person the well fitted purse that was handed to him, and retired. The Count of Arestino remained alone to brood over his plans of vengeance. It was horrible to behold that aged and venerable man, trembling as he was on the verge of eternity, now meditating schemes of dark and dire revenge. But his wrongs were great wrongs which, though common enough in that voluptuous Italian clime, and especially in that age and city of licentiousness and debauchery, were not the less sure to be followed by a fearful retribution, where retribution was within the reach of him who was outraged. "Ha, ha!" he chuckled fearfully to himself, as he now paced the room with a lighter step, as if joy filled his heart. "All those who have injured me are within the reach of my vengeance. The Jew in the Inquisition, the Marquis open to a charge of diabolical sacrilege, and Giulia assuredly in Florence. I dealt too leniently with that Jew. I sent to pay for the redemption of jewels which were my own property. All my life have I been a just, a humane, a merciful man. I will be so no more. The world's doings are adverse to generosity and fair dealing. In my old age have I learnt this. Oh! the perfidy of woman toward a doting, a confiding, a fond heart, works strange alterations in the heart of the deceived one. I, who but a year, nay, 6 months ago, would not harm the meanest reptile that crawls, now thirst for vengeance, vengeance!" repeated the old man in a shrieking, hysterical tone. "Upon those who have wronged me, I will exterminate them all at one fell swoop exterminate them all! And his voice rang screechingly and wildly through the lofty room of that splendid mansion. Section 52 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. The Meeting. On the bank of the Arno, in a somewhat retired situation, stood a neat cottage in the midst of a little garden, surrounded by no formal pile of bricks to constitute a wall, but protected only by its own sweet hedge or fragrant shrubs and blooming plants. Over the portico of the humble but comfortable tenement twined the honeysuckle and the clematis, and the sides of the building were almost completely veiled by the vines amidst the verdant foliage of which appeared large hunches of purple grapes. At an open casement on the ground floor, an elderly female, very plainly but very neatly attired, and wearing a placid smile and a good natured expression upon a countenance which had once been handsome,
sat watching the glorious spectacle of the setting sun. The orb of day went down in a flood of purple and gold, behind the western hills, and now the dame began suddenly to cast uneasy glances toward the path that led along the bank of the river. But the maiden for whose return the good aunt felt anxious, was not far distant. Indeed, Flora Francatelli, wearing a thick veil over her head, was already proceeding homeward after a short ramble by the margin of the stream, when the reverie in which she was plunged was interrupted by the sounds of hasty footsteps behind. Ever fearful of treachery since the terrible incident of her imprisonment in the Carmelite convent, she redoubled her speed, blaming herself for having been beguiled by the beauty of the evening to prolong her walk farther than she intended on setting out, when the increasing haste of the footsteps behind her excited the keenest alarms within her bosom, for she felt now convinced that she was pursued. The cottage was already in sight, and 100 paces only separated her from its door, when a well known voice, a voice which caused every fibre in her heart to thrill with surprise and joy, exclaimed, "Flora, beloved one, fly not! Oh, I could not be deceived in the symmetry of thy form, the graciousness of thy gait. I knew it was thou." And in another moment the maiden was clasped in the arms of Francisco, Count of Riverola. Impossible were it to describe the ecstatic bliss of this meeting, a meeting so unexpected on either side, for a minute before, Flora had deemed the young nobleman to be far away, fighting in the cause of the cross, while Francisco was proceeding to make inquiries at the cottage concerning his beloved, but with a heart that scarcely dared nourish a hope of her reappearance. "Oh, my well beloved Flora!" exclaimed Francisco. "And are we indeed thus blessed? Or is it a delusive dream? But tell me, sweet maiden, tell me whether thou hast ceased to think of me, from whose memory thine image has never been absent since the date of thy sudden and mysterious disappearance." Flora could not reply in words, her heart was too full for the utterance of her feelings; but as she raised the veil from her charming countenance, the tears of joy which stood upon her long lashes, and the heavenly smile which played upon her lips, and the deep blushes which overspread her cheeks, spoke far more eloquently of unaltered affection than all the vows and pledges which might have flowed from the tongue. "Thou loves me loves me still!" exclaimed the enraptured count, again clasping her in his arms, and now imprinting innumerable kisses on her lips, her cheeks, and her fair brow. Hasty explanations speedily ensued, and Francisco now learnt for the first time the cause of Flora's disappearance, her incarceration in the convent, and the particulars of her release. "But who could have been the author of that outrage?" exclaimed the count, his cheeks flushing with indignation, and his hand instinctively grasping his sword. "Whom could you, sweet maiden, have offended? What fiend thus vented his malignity on thee?"
"Hold, my lord!"
cried Flora, in a beseeching tone.
"Perhaps you
And she checked herself abruptly. "Call me not 'my lord,' dearest maiden," said the count. "To thee I am Francisco, as thou to me art Flora, my own beloved Flora. But wherefore didst thou stop short thus? Wherefore not conclude the sentence that was half uttered? O Flora, a terrible suspicion strikes me. Speak relieve me from the cruel suspicion under which I now labor. Was it my sister, my much lamented sister, who did thee that foul wrong?"
"I know not,"
replied Flora, weeping.
"But alas! pardon me, dear Francisco, if I suspect aught so bad of any one connected with thee. And yet Heaven knows how freely, how sincerely I forgive my enemy."
Her voice was lost in sobs, and her head drooped on her lover's breast. "Weep not, dearest one!" exclaimed Francisco. "Let not our meeting be rendered mournful with tears. Thou knowest, perhaps, that Nisida disappeared as suddenly and as mysteriously as thou didst. But could she also have become the victim of the Carmelites? And did she, alas, perish in the ruins of the convent?"
"I am well assured that the Lady Nisida was not doomed to that fate," answered Flora. "But had she been consigned to the convent as a punishment for some real offense, or on some groundless charge, she must have passed the ordeal of the chamber of penitence, where I should have seen her. Yes, Francisco, I have heard of her mysterious disappearance, and I have shed many, many tears when I have thought of her, poor lady, although," added the maiden, in a low and plaintive tone,
I fear, Francisco, that it was indeed she who doomed me to that monastic dungeon. Doubtless her keen perception, far more keen than in those who are blessed with the faculties which were lost to her, enabled her to penetrate the secret of that affection with which you had honored me, and in which I felt so much happiness."
"I confessed my love to Nisida," interrupted Francisco; "but it was not until your disappearance I was driven to despair, Flora. I was mad with grief, and I could not neither did I attempt to conceal my emotion. I told Nisida all, and well, oh, well, do I recollect the reply which she gave me, giving fond assurance that my happiness alone would be consulted."
"Alas! was there no double meaning in that assurance?"
asked Flora, gently.
"The Lady Nisida knew well how inconsistent with your high rank, your proud fortunes, your great name, was that love which you bore for a humble and obscure girl."
"A love which I shall not be ashamed to own in the sight of all Florence," exclaimed Francisco in an impassioned tone. "But if Nisida were the cause of that cruel outrage on thee, my Flora, we will forgive her; for she could have acted only through conscientious, though most mistaken, motives. Mistaken indeed! For never could I have known happiness again hadst thou not been restored to me. It was to wean my mind from pondering the afflictions that goaded me to despair that I embarked in the cause of Christendom against the encroachments of Moslem power, thinking that thou wast forever lost to me, that my sister also had become the victim of some murderous hand. Harassed by doubts the most cruel, and uncertainty the most agonizing, I sought death on the walls of Rhodes. But the destroying angel's arrow rebounded from my corslet his sword was broken against my shield. During my voyage back to Italy, after beholding the crescent planted on the walls where the Christian standard had floated for so many, many years, a storm overtook the ship, and yet the destroying angel gave me not the death I courted. This evening I once more set foot in Florence. From my own mansion Nisida is still absent, and no tidings have been received of her. Alas! is she then lost to me forever? Without tarrying, even to change my travel soiled clothes, I set out to make inquiries concerning another whom I love and that other is thyself. Here, thanks to a merciful Heaven, my heart has not been doomed to experience a second and equally cruel disappointment. For I have found thee at last, my Flora, and henceforth my arm shall protect thee from peril."
"How have I deserved so much kindness at thine hands?"
murmured the maiden, again drooping her blushing head.
"And oh, what will you think, Francisco, what will you say, when you learn that I was there in that cottage, with my aunt, when you called the last time to inquire if any tidings had been received of me?"
"You were there!" exclaimed Francisco, starting back in surprise not unmingled with anger. "You were there, Flora, and you knew that I was in despair concerning thee that I would have given worlds to have heard of thy safety I, who thought that some fiend in human shape had sent thee to an early grave."
"Forgive me, Francisco, forgive me!"
cried Flora, bursting into tears.
"But it was not my fault. On the night following the one in which the banditti stormed the convent, as I ere now detailed to your ears, I returned home to my aunt. When the excitement of our meeting was past, and when we were alone together, I threw myself at her feet, confessed all that had passed between thee and me, and implored her advice. 'Flora,' she said, while her tears fell upon me as I knelt, 'no happiness will come to thee, my child, from this attachment which has already plunged thee into so much misery. It was beyond all doubt that the relations of the count were the authors of thy imprisonment, and their persecutions would only be renewed were they to learn that the count was made aware of your reappearance in Florence. For thy sake, then, my child, I shall suffer the impression of thy continued absence and loss to remain on the minds of those who may inquire concerning thee, and should his lordship call here again, most especially to him shall I appear stricken with grief on account of thee. His passion, my child, is one of boyhood, effervescent, though ardent while it endures. he will soon forget thee, and when he shall have learnt to love another there will no longer be any necessity for thee to live an existence of concealment." Thus spoke my aunt, dear Francisco, and I dared not gainsay her. When you came the last time, I heard your voice, I listened from my chamber door to all ye said to my aunt, and I longed to fly into your arms. You went away, and my heart was nearly broken. Some days afterward we learnt the strange disappearance of the Lady Nisida, and then knew that you must have received a severe blow, for I was well aware how much you loved her. 2 or 3 weeks elapsed, and then we heard that you were about to depart to the wars. Oh, how bitter were the tears that I shed, how fervent were the prayers that I offered up for your safety!" "And those prayers have been heard on high, beloved one!" exclaimed Francisco, who had listened with melting heart and returning tenderness to the narrative which the maiden told so simply but so sincerely, and in the most plaintive tones of her musical voice. "Can you forgive me now?" asked the blushing maiden, her swimming eyes bending on her lover glances eloquently expressive of hope. "I have nothing to forgive, sweet girl," replied Francisco. "Your aunt behaved with a prudence which in justice I cannot condemn, and you acted with an obedience and submission to your venerable relative which I could not be arbitrary enough to blame. We have both endured much for each other, my Flora, but the days of our trials are past, and your good aunt will be convinced that in giving your young heart to me, you have not confided in one who is undeserving of so much love. Let us hasten into her presence. But one question I have yet to ask you," he added, suddenly recollecting an idea which had ere now made some impression on his mind. "You informed me how you were liberated from the convent, and you mentioned the name of the Countess of Arestino, whom circumstances have made your companion in that establishment, and to whom your aunt gave an asylum. Know you not, dearest Flora, that fame reports not well of that same Giulia of Arestino, and that a woman of tarnished reputation is no fitting associate for an innocent and artless maiden such as thou?" "During the period that the Lady of Arestino and myself were companions in captivity," responded Flora, with a frankness as amiable as it was convincing, "she never in the most distant manner alluded to her love for the Marquis of Orsini. When the marquis appeared in the convent, in company with the robbers, I was far too much bewildered with the passing events to devote a thought to what might be the nature of their connection; and even when I had more leisure for reflection, during the entire day which I passed in the stronghold of the banditti, I saw naught in it save what I conceived to be the bond of close relationship. I offered her ladyship an asylum at the abode of my aunt, as I should have given a home, under such circumstances, to the veriest wretch crawling on the face of the earth. But in that cottage the countess and myself have not continued in close companionship, for my aunt accidentally learnt that fame reported not well of the Lady of Arestino, and in a gentle manner she begged her to seek another home at her earliest leisure. The countess implored my venerable relative to permit her to remain at the cottage, as her life would be in danger were she not afforded a sure and safe asylum. Moved by her earnest entreaties, my aunt assented, and the countess has almost constantly remained in her own chamber. Sometimes, but very rarely, she goes forth after dusk, and in a deep disguise. The marquis has not, however, visited the cottage since my aunt made this discovery relative to the reputation of the Lady of Arestino." "Thanks, charming Flora, for that explanation," cried the young count. "Let us now hasten to thine aunt, and in her presence I will renew to thee all the vows of unalterable and honorable affection which my heart suggests, as a means of proving that I am worthy of thy love." And hand in hand, that fine young noble and that beauteous blushing maiden proceeded to the cottage. Two persons, concealed in an adjacent grove, had overheard every syllable of the above conversation. These were the valet Antonio and his mother, Dame Margaretha, at whose dwelling, it will be recollected, the unfortunate Agnes had so long resided, under the protection of the late Count of Riverola. "This is fortunate, mother," said Antonio, when Francisco and Flora had retired from the vicinity of the grove. "You are spared the trouble of a visit to the old Signora Francatelli, and I have learned sufficient to enable me to work out all my plans alike of aggrandizement and revenge. Let us retrace our way into the city. Thou wilt return to thy home, and I shall hence straight to the Lord Count of Arestino." Section 53 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. The Greek Page, Song of the Greek Page, a Revelation. 3 months had now elapsed since Ibrahim Pasha had risen to the exalted rank of Grand Vizier, and had married the sister of Solyman the Magnificent. The Sultan daily became more attached to him, and he, on his part, acquired influence over his imperial master. Vested with a power so nearly absolute that Solyman signed without ever pursuing the hatti sheriffs or decrees drawn up by Ibrahim, and enjoying the confidence of the divan, all the members of which were devoted to his interests, the renegade administered, according to his own discretion, the affairs of that mighty empire. Avaricious, and ever intent upon the aggrandizement of his own fortunes, he accumulated vast treasures, but he also maintained a household and lived in a style unequaled by any of his predecessors in office. Having married a sister of the sultan, he was not permitted a plurality of wives, but he purchased the most beauteous slaves for his harem, and plunged headlong into a vortex of dissipation and pleasure. For some weeks he had manifested the most ardent and impassioned attachment towards Aischa, who, during that period, was happy in the belief that she alone possessed his heart. But the customs of the East, as well as the duties of his office, kept them so much apart, that he had no leisure to discover the graces of her mind, nor to appreciate all the powers of her naturally fine, and indeed well cultivated intellect, so that the beauty of her person constituted the only basis on which his affection was maintained. The fervor of such a love soon cooled with satiety, and those female slaves whom he had first procured as indispensable appendages to his rank and station, were not long in becoming the sources of new pleasure and voluptuous enjoyment. Aischa beheld his increasing indifference, and strove to bind him to her by representing all she had done for him. He listened coldly at first, but when, on several occasions, the same remonstrances were repeated, he answered angrily. "Had it not been for my influence," she said to him one day, when the dispute had become more serious than preceding quarrels of the kind, "you might still have been an humble secretary to a Christian noble." "Not so," replied the grand vizier. "For at the very time when I first beheld thee in the Bezestein, certain offers had been secretly conveyed to me from the reis effendi." "In whose service would you have lingered as a mere subordinate for long, long years?" returned Aischa. "It was I who urged you on. Have I not assured you that your image dwelt in my memory after the accident which first led to our meeting? That one of my faithful women noticed my thoughtful mood, and that when I confessed to her the truth, she stated to me that, by a singular coincidence, her own brother was employed by the reis effendi as an agent to tempt you with the offers to which you have alluded. Then, inquiries which my slave instituted brought to my ears the flattering tidings that you also thought of me, and I resolved to grant you an interview. From that moment my influence hurried you on to power, and when you became the favorite of the mighty Solyman, I confessed to him that I had seen and that I had loved you. His fraternal attachment to me is greater than to any other of his sisters, seeing that himself and I were born of the same mother, though at a long interval. Thus it was that my persuasion made him think higher and oftener of you than he would else have done, and now that you have attained the summit of glory and power, she who has helped to raise you is neglected and loved no longer." "Cease these reproaches, Aischa," exclaimed Ibrahim, who had listened impatiently to her long address, "or I'll give thee less of my company than heretofore. See that the next time I visit thee my reception may be with smiles instead of tears, with sweet words instead of reproaches." And in this cruel manner the heartless renegade quitted his beauteous wife, leaving her plunged in the most profound affliction. But as Ibrahim traversed the corridors leading to his own apartments, his heart smote him for the harshness and unfeeling nature of his conduct; and as one disagreeable idea, by disposing the spirits to melancholy, usually arouses others that were previously slumbering in the cells of the brain, all the turpitude of his apostasy was recalled with new force to his mind. Repairing to a small but magnificently furnished saloon in a retired part of the palace, he dismissed the slaves who were waiting at the door, ordering them, however, to send into his presence a young Greek page who had recently entered his service. In a few minutes the youth made his appearance, and stood in a respectful attitude near the door. "Come and sit at my feet, Constantine," said the grand vizier, "and thou shalt sing to me one of those airs of thy native Greece with which thou hast occasionally delighted mine ears.
I know not how it is, boy, but thy presence pleases me, and thy voice soothes my soul, when oppressed with the cares of my high office."
Joy flashed from the bright black eyes of the young Greek page as he glided noiselessly over the thick carpet, but that emotion of pleasure was instantly changed to one of deep deference.
"Proceed,"
said his master.
"and sing me that plaintive song which is supposed to depict the woes of one of the unhappy sons of Greece."
"But may not its sentiments offend your highness?" asked the page.
"It is but a song,"
responded Ibrahim.
"I give thee full permission to sing those verses, and I should be sorry were you to subdue aught of the impassioned feelings which they are well calculated to excite within thee."
The page turned his handsome countenance up toward the grand vizier, and commenced in melodious liquid tones the following song: Song of the Greek Page. "Oh, are there not beings condemned from their birth To drag, without solace or hope, o'er the earth The burden of grief and of sorrow? Doomed wretches who know, while they trembling say, 'The star of my fate appears brighter to day,' That it is but a brief and a mocking ray To make darkness darker to morrow. And 'tis not the vile and base alone That unchanging grief and sorrow are known, But as oft to the pure and guileless. And he from whom fervid and generous lip Gush words of the kindest fellowship, Of the same pure fountain may not sip In return, but it is sad and smileless. Yes, such doomed mortals, alas, there be, And mine is that selfsame destiny, The fate of the lorn and the lonely. For e'en in my childhood's early day The comrades I sought would turn away, And of all the band, from the sportive play, Was I thrust and excluded only. When 15 summers had passed o'er my head, I stood on the battlefield strewn with the dead, For the day of the Moslem's glory. Had made me an orphan child, and there My sire was stretched, and his bosom bare Showed a gaping wound, and the flowing hair Of his head was damp and gory. My sire was the chief of the patriot band That had fought and died for their native land When her rightful prince betrayed her. On his kith and kin did the vengeance fall Of the Mussulman foes, and each and all Were swept from the old ancestral hall, Save myself, by the fierce invader. And I was spared from that blood-stained grave To be dragged away as the Moslem slave, And bend to the foe victorious. But, O Greece, to thee does my memory turn Its longing eyes, and my heartstrings yearn To behold thee rise in thy might and spurn, As of yore, thy yoke inglorious. But oh, whither has Spartan courage fled, And why, proud Athens, above thine head Is a Mussulman crescent gleaming? Have thine ancient memories no avail, And art thou not fired at the legend tale, Which reminds thee how the whole world grew pale, And recoiled from thy banners streaming?"
"Enough, boy!"
exclaimed Ibrahim. Then in a low tone he murmured to himself,
"The Christians have indeed much cause to anathemize the encroachments and tyranny of the Moslems."
There was a short pause, during which the grand vizier was absorbed in profound meditation, while the Greek page never once withdrew his eyes from the countenance of that high functionary.
"Boy,"
at length said Ibrahim,
"you appear attached to me. I have observed many proofs of your devotion during the few months that you have been in my service. Speak, is there aught that I can do to make you happy? Have you relations or friends who need protection? If they be poor, I will relieve their necessities."
"My lips cannot express the gratitude which my heart feels toward your highness," returned the page; "but I have no friends in behalf of whom I might supplicate the bounty of your highness."
"Are you happy yourself, Constantine?"
asked Ibrahim. "Happy in being permitted to attend upon your highness," was the reply, delivered in a soft and tremulous tone.
"But is it in my power to render you happier?"
demanded the grand vizier. Constantine hung down his head, reflected for a few moments, and then murmured, "Yes."
"Then, by heaven!"
exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha,
"thou hast only to name thy request, and it will be granted. I know not wherefore, but I am attached to thee much. I feel interested in thy welfare, and I would be rejoiced to minister to thy happiness."
"I am already happier than I was happier, because my lips have drunk in such words flowing from the lips of one who is exalted as highly as I am insignificant and humble," said the page in a voice tremulous with emotion, but sweetly musical. Yes, I am happier," he continued; "and yet my soul is filled with the image of a dear, a well beloved sister, who pines in loneliness and solitude, ever dwelling on a hapless love which she has formed for one who knows not that he is so loved, and who perhaps may never, never know it."
"Ah, thou hast a sister, Constantine!"
exclaimed the grand vizier.
"And is she as lovely as a sister of a youth so handsome as thou ought to be?"
"She has been assured by those who have sought her hand that she is indeed beautiful," answered Constantine. "But of what avail are her charms, since he whom she loves may never whisper in her ear the delicious words, 'I love thee in return'?"
"Does the object of her affections possess so obdurate a heart?"
inquired the grand vizier, strangely interested in the discourse of his youthful page. "It is not that he scorns my sister's love," replied Constantine, "but it is that he knows not of its existence. It is true that he has seen her once, yet 'twere probable that he remembers not there is such a being in the world. Thus came it to pass, my lord, an officer, holding a high rank in the service of his imperial majesty, the great Solyman, had occasion to visit a humble dwelling wherein my sister resided. She, poor silly maiden, was so struck by his almost godlike beauty, so dazzled by his fascinating address, so enchanted by the sound of his voice, that she surrendered up her heart suddenly and secretly surrendered it up beyond all power of reclamation. Since then she has never ceased to ponder upon this fatal passion, this unhappy love. She has nursed his image in her mind, until her reason has rocked with the wild thoughts, the ardent hopes, the emotions of despair, all the conflicting sentiments of feeling, in a word, which so ardent and so strange love must naturally engender enthusiastic, yet tender fervent, yet melting in her soul; and while she does not attempt to close her eyes to the conviction that she is cherishing a passion which is preying upon her very vitals, she nevertheless clings to it as a martyr to the stake. Oh, my lord, canst thou marvel if I feel deeply for my unhappy sister?"
"But wherefore doth she remain thus unhappy?"
demanded Ibrahim Pasha.
"Surely there are means of conveying to the object of her attachment an intimation how deeply he is beloved; and he must be something more than human,"
he added in an impassioned tone,
"if he can remain obdurate to the tears and sighs of a beauteous creature, such as thy sister doubtless is."
"And were he to spurn her from him, oh, your highness, it would kill her," said the page, fixing his large eloquent eyes upon the countenance of the grand vizier. "Consider his exalted rank and her humble position."
"Doth she aspire to become his wife?"
asked Ibrahim. "She would be contented to serve him as his veriest slave," responded Constantine, now strangely excited. "Were he but to look kindly upon her, she would deem herself blessed in receiving a smile from his lips, so long as it was bestowed as a reward for all the tender love she bears him."
"Who is this man that is so fortunate as to have excited so profound an interest in the heart of one so beautiful?"
demanded the grand vizier.
"Name him to me. I will order him to appear before me, and for thy sake I'll become an eloquent pleader on behalf of thy sister."
Words cannot express the joy which flashed from the eyes of the page, and animated his handsome though softly feminine countenance, as, casting himself on his knees at the feet of Ibrahim Pasha, he murmured, "Great lord, that man whom my sister loves, and for whom she would lay down her life, is thyself." Ibrahim was for some minutes too much overcome by astonishment to offer an observation, to utter a word, while the page remained kneeling at his feet. Then suddenly it flashed to the mind of the grand vizier that the only humble abode which he had entered since he had become an officer holding a high rank in the service of Solyman, was that of his Greek emissary, Demetrius, and it now occurred to him that there was a striking likeness between the young page and the beautiful Calanthe whom he had seen on that occasion.
"Constantine,"
he said at length,
"art thou, then, the brother of that Demetrius whom I dispatched some 3 months ago to Florence?"
"I am, my lord, and 'tis our sister Calanthe of whom I have spoken," was the reply. "Oh, pardon my arrogance, my presumption, great vizier," he continued, suddenly rising from his kneeling position and standing with his arms meekly folded across his breast. "Pardon the arrogance, the insolence of my conduct," he exclaimed; "but it was for the sake of my sister that I sought service in the household of your highness. I thought that if I could succeed in gaining your notice, if in any way I could obtain such favor in your eyes as to be admitted to speak with one so highly raised above me as thou art, I fancied that some opportunity would enable me to make those representations which have issued from my lips this day. How patiently have I waited that occasion, Heaven knows! How ardent have been my hopes of success, when from time to time your highness singled me out from amongst the numerous free pages of your princely household to attend upon your privacy. How ardent, I say, these hopes have been, your highness may possibly divine. And now, my lord, that I have succeeded in gaining your attention and pouring this secret into your ears, I would away to Calanthe and impart all the happiness that is in store for her. Though the flowers may hold up their heads high in the light of the glorious sun, yet she shall hold hers higher in the favor of your smile, generous master," he added, suddenly sinking his voice to a lower tone, and reassuring the deferential air which he had partially lost in the excitement of speaking. "Permit me now to depart."
"This evening, Constantine,"
said the grand vizier, fixing his dark eyes significantly upon the page.
"Let your sister enter the harem by the private door in the garden. Here is a key. I will give the necessary instructions to the female slaves to welcome her."
Constantine received the key, made a low obeisance, and withdrew, leaving the grand vizier to feast his voluptuous imagination with delicious thoughts of the beauteous Calanthe. Section 53. Section 54 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. The Sultana Valida, the Three Black Slaves, Part 1. In the meantime, the Princess Aischa, the now neglected wife of the Grand Vizier, had repaired to the imperial seraglio to obtain an interview with her brother, Solyman the Magnificent. The Sultan, as the reader has already learnt, was deeply attached to Aischa. Their mother, the Sultana, or Empress Mother, who was still alive, occupied apartments in the seraglio. Her children entertained the greatest respect for her, and her influence over the sultan, who possessed an excellent heart, though his sway was not altogether unstained by cruelties, was known to be great. It was therefore to her mother and her brother that the beautiful Aischa proceeded, and when she was alone with them in the Valida's apartment, and removed her veil, they immediately noticed that she had been weeping. Upon being questioned relative to the cause of her sorrow, she burst into an agony of tears, and was for some time unable to reply. At length, half regretting that she had taken the present step, Aischa slowly revealed her various causes of complaint against the grand vizier.
"By Allah!"
exclaimed the sultan,
"the ungrateful Ibrahim shall not thus spurn and neglect the costly gift which I, his master, condescended to bestow upon him. What! when the Shah of Persia, the Khan of the Tartars, and the Prince of Caramania all sought thine hand, and dispatched embassadors laden with rich gifts to our court to demand thee in marriage, did I not send them back with cold words of denial to their sovereigns? And was it to bestow thee, my sister, on this ungrateful boy, who was so late naught save a dog of a Christian, ready to eat the dirt under our imperial feet, was it to bestow thee on such an one as he, that I refused the offers of the Persian Shah? By the tomb of the Prophet, this indignity shall cease."
"Restrain yourself, my son," said the Sultana Valida. "Ibrahim must not be openly disgraced. The effects of his punishment would rebound on our beloved Aischa. No, rather entrust this affair to me, and fear not that I shall fail in compelling this haughty pasha to return to the arms of his wife ay, and implore her pardon for his late neglect."
"Oh, dearest mother, if thou canst accomplish this,"
exclaimed Aischa, her countenance becoming animated with joy and her heart palpitating with hope.
"thou wouldst render me happy indeed."
"Trust to me, daughter," replied the Sultana Valida. "In the meantime seek not to learn my intentions; but, on thy return home, send me by some trusty slave thy pass key to the harem, and thou, my son, wilt lend me thine imperial signet ring for 12 hours."
"Remember,"
said the sultan, as he drew the jewel from his finger,
"that he who wears that ring possesses a talisman of immense power a sign which none to whom it is shown dares disobey. Remember this, my mother, and use it with caution."
"Fear not, my dearly beloved son," answered the Sultana Valida, concealing the ring in her bosom. "And now, Aischa, do you return to the palace of your haughty husband, who ere 12 hours be past shall sue for pardon at thy feet." The sultan and Aischa both knew that their mother was a woman of powerful intellect and determined character, and they sought not to penetrate into the secret of her intentions. Solyman withdrew to preside at a meeting of the divan, and Aischa returned to the palace of the grand vizier, attended by the slaves who had waited for her in an anteroom leading to her mother's apartments. It was now late in the afternoon,
and the time for evening prayer had arrived ere the Sultana Valida received the pass key to Ibrahim Pasha's harem. But the moment it was conveyed to her, she summoned to her presence 3 black slaves, belonging to the corps of the bostanjis, or gardeners, who also served as executioners, when a person of rank was to be subjected to the process of bowstring, or when any dark deed was to be accomplished in silence and with caution. Terrible appendages to the household of Ottoman sultans were the black slaves belonging to that corps. Like snakes, they insinuated themselves, noiselessly and ominously, into the presence of their victims, and it were as vain to preach peace to the warring elements which God alone can control, as to implore mercy at the hands of those remorseless Ethiopians. To the 3 black slaves did the Sultana Valida issue her commands, and to the eldest she entrusted Solyman's signet ring and the pass key which Aischa had sent her. The slaves bowed 3 times to the empress mother, laid their hands on their heads to imply that they would deserve decapitation if they neglected the orders they had received, and then withdrew. There was something terribly sinister in their appearance, as they retired noiselessly but rapidly through the long, silent, and darkened corridors of the imperial harem. It was night, and the moon shone softly and sweetly upon the mighty city of Constantinople, tipping each of its 1,000 spires and pinnacles as with a star. Ibrahim Pasha, having disposed of the business of the day, and now with his imagination full of the beautiful Calanthe, hastened to the anteroom, or principal apartment of the harem. The harem, occupying one complete wing of the vizier's palace, consisted of 3 stories. On the ground floor were the apartments of the Princess Aischa and her numerous female dependents. These opened from a spacious marble hall, and at the folding doors leading into them were stationed 2 black dwarfs, who were deaf and dumb. Their presence was not in any way derogatory to the character of Aischa, but actually denoted the superior rank of the lady who occupied those apartments in respect to the numerous females who tenanted the rooms above. As she was the sister of the sultan, Ibrahim dared not appear in her presence without obtaining her previous assent through the medium of one of the mutes, who were remarkably keen in understanding and conveying intelligence by means of signs. A grand marble staircase led from the hall to the 2 floors containing the apartments of the ladies of the harem, and thus, though Aischa dwelt in the same wing as those females, her own abode was as distinct from theirs as if she were the tenant of a separate house altogether. On the first floor there was a large and magnificently furnished room in which the ladies of the harem were accustomed to assemble when they chose to quit the solitude of their own chambers for the enjoyment of each other's society. The ceiling of the anteroom, as this immense apartment was called, was gilt entirely over. It was supported by 20 slender columns of crystal, and the splendid chandeliers which were suspended to it diffused a soft and mellow light, producing the most striking effects on that mass of gilding, those reflecting columns, and the wainscoted walls inlaid with mother of pearl, and with ivory of different colors. A Persian carpet 3 inches thick was spread upon the floor. Along 2 opposite sides ran continuous sofas, supported by low, white marble pillars, and covered with purple figured velvets fringed with gold. In the middle of this gorgeous apartment was a large table, shaped like a crescent, and spread with all kinds of preserved fruits, confectionery, cakes, and delicious beverages of a non-alcoholic nature. The room was crowded with beauteous women when the presence of Ibrahim was announced by a slave. There were the fair complexioned daughters of Georgia, the cold reserved but lovely Circassians, the warm and impassioned Persians, the voluptuous Wallachians, the timid Tartars, the dusky Indians, the talkative Turkish ladies, beauties too of Italy, Spain, and Portugal, indeed, specimens of female perfection from many, many nations. Their various styles of beauty, and their characteristic national dresses, formed a scene truly delightful to gaze upon; but the grand vizier noticed none of the countenances so anxiously turned toward him to mark on which his eyes would settle in preference, and the ladies noiselessly withdrew, leaving their master alone with the slave in the anteroom. Ibrahim threw himself on a sofa, and gave some hasty instructions to the slave, who immediately retired. In about a quarter of an hour he came back, conducting into the anteroom a lady veiled from head to foot. The slave then withdrew altogether, and Ibrahim approached the lady, saying,
"Calanthe, beauteous Calanthe, welcome to my palace."
She removed her veil, and Ibrahim fixed his eager eyes upon the countenance thus disclosed to him; but he was immediately struck by the marvelous resemblance existing between his page Constantine and the charming Calanthe. It will be remembered that when he called, in a mean disguise, at the abode of Demetrius, he saw Calanthe for the first time and only for a short period; and though he was even then struck by her beauty, yet the impression it made was but momentary,
and he had so far forgotten Calanthe as never to behold in Constantine the least resemblance to any one whom he had seen before. But now that Calanthe's countenance burst upon him in all the glory of its superb Greek beauty, that resemblance struck him with all the force of a new idea, and he was about to express his astonishment that so wondrous a likeness should subsist between brother and sister, when the maiden sunk at his feet, exclaiming, "Pardon me, great vizier, but Constantine and Calanthe are one and the same thing."
"Methought the brother pleaded with marvelous eloquence on behalf of his sister,"
said Ibrahim with a smile, and raising Calanthe from her supplicant posture, he led her to a seat, gazing on her the while with eyes expressive of intense passion. "Your highness," observed the maiden, after a short pause, "has heard from my own lips how profound is the attachment which I have dared to conceive for you. How great is the admiration which I entertain for the brilliant powers of your intellect. To be with thee, great Ibrahim, will I abandon my country, friends, ay, and even creed, shouldst thou demand that concession, for in thee, and in thee only, are all my hopes of happiness now centered."
"And those hopes shall not be disappointed, dearest Calanthe,"
exclaimed Ibrahim, clasping her in his arms.
"But a few minutes before you entered this room 100 women, the choicest flowers of all climes, were gathered here, and yet I value one smile on thy lips more than all the tender endearments that those purchased houris could bestow. For thy love was unbought; it was a love that prompted thee to attach thyself to me in a menial capacity."
The impassioned language of the grand vizier was suddenly interrupted by the opening of the door, and 3 black slaves glided into the anteroom, half crouching as they stole along, and fixing on the beauteous Calanthe eyes, the dark pupils of which seemed to glare horribly from the whites in which they were set.
"Dogs, what signifies this intrusion?"
exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha, starting from the sofa, and grasping the handle of his scimitar. The chief of the 3 slaves uttered not a word of reply, but exhibited the imperial signet, and at the same time unrolled from the coil which he had hitherto held in his hand a long green silken bowstring. At that ominous spectacle Ibrahim fell back, his countenance becoming ashy pale, and his frame trembling with an icy shudder from head to foot. "Choose between this and her," whispered the slave, in a deep tone, as he first glanced at the bowstring and then toward Calanthe, who knew that some terrible danger was impending, but was unable to divine where or when it was to fall.
"Merciful Allah!"
exclaimed the grand vizier, and throwing himself upon the floor, he buried his face in his hands. In another moment Calanthe was seized and gagged, before even a word or a scream could escape her lips. But Ibrahim heard the rustling of her dress as she unavailingly struggled with the monsters in whose power she was. The selfish ingrate, he drew not his scimitar to defend her; he no longer remembered all the tender love she bore him, but, appalled at the menace of the bowstring, backed by the warrant of the sultan's signet ring, he lay groveling on the rich Persian carpet, giving vent to his alarms by low and piteous groans. Then he heard the door once more close as softly as possible. He looked up, glared with wild anxiety around, and breathed more freely on finding himself alone; for the Ethiopians had departed with their victim. Slowly rising from his supine posture, Ibrahim approached the table, filled a crystal cup with sherbet to the brim, and drank the cooling beverage, which seemed to go hissing down his parched throat, so dreadful was the thirst which the horror of the scene just enacted had produced. Then the sickening as well as maddening conviction struck to his very soul, that though the envied and almost worshipped vizier of the mighty empire, having authority of life and death over millions of human beings, and able to dispose of the governments and patronage of huge provinces and mighty cities, he was but a miserable helpless slave in the eyes of another greater still, an ephemeron whom the breath of Solyman the Magnificent could destroy. And overcome by this conviction, he threw himself on the sofa, bursting into an agony of tears tears of mingled rage and woe. Yes, the proud, the selfish, the haughty renegade wept as bitterly as ever even a poor weak woman was known to weep. How calm and beautiful lay the waters of the Golden Horn beneath the light of that lovely moon which shone so chastely and so serenely above, as if pouring its argent luster upon a world where no evil passions were known, no hearts were stained with crime, no iniquity of human imagining was in the course of perpetration. But what sound is that which breaks on the silence of the night? Is it the splash of oars? No, for the 2 black slaves who guide yon boat which has shot out from the shore into the center of the gulf, are resting on the slight sculls. The boat itself, too, is now stationary, and not a ripple is stirred up by its grotesquely shaped prow. What, then, was that sound? 'Twas the voice of agony bursting from woman's throat, and the boat is about to become the scene of a deed of horror, though one of frequent, alas! too frequent, occurrence in that clime, and especially on that gulf. The gag has slipped from Calanthe's mouth, and a long loud scream of agonizing despair sweeps over the surface of the water, rending the calm and moonlit air, but dying away ere it can raise an echo on either shore. Strong are the arms and relentless is the black monster who has now seized the unhappy Greek maiden in his ferocious grasp, while the luster of the pale orb of night streams on that countenance lately radiant with impassioned hope, but now convulsed with indescribable horror. Again the scream bursts from the victim's lips, but its thrilling, cutting agony is interrupted by a sudden plunge, a splash, a gurgling and a rippling of the waters, and the corpse of the murdered Calanthe is borne toward the deeper and darker bosom of the Bosporus. The sun was already dispersing the orient mists, when the chief of the three black slaves once more stood in the presence of the grand vizier, who has passed the night in the anteroom, alone, and a prey to the most lively mental tortures. So noiselessly and reptile like did the hideous Ethiopian steal into the apartment, that he was within a yard of the grand vizier ere the latter was aware that the door had even opened. Ibrahim started as if from a snake about to spring upon him, for the ominous bowstring swung negligently from the slave's hand, and the imperial signet still glistened on his finger. "Mighty Pasha," spoke the Ethiopian in a low and cold tone, "thus saith the Sultana Valida, cease to treat thy wife with neglect. Hasten to her, throw thyself at her feet, implore her pardon for the past, and give her hope of affection for the future. Shouldst thou neglect this warning, and every night will the rival whom thou preferest to her be torn from thy arms, and be devoted as food for the fishes. She whom thou didst so prefer this night that is past sleeps in the dark green bed of the Bosporus. Take warning, Pasha, for the bowstring may be used at last. Moreover, see that thou revealest not to the Princess Aischa the incident of the night, nor the nature of the threats which send thee back repentant to her arms." And with these words the slave glided hastily from the room, leaving the grand vizier a prey to feelings of ineffable horror. His punishment on earth had begun, and he knew it. What had his ambition gained? Though rich, invested with high rank, and surrounded by every luxury, he was more wretched than the meanest slave who was accustomed to kiss the dust at his feet. But, subduing the fearful agitation which oppressed him, composing his feelings and his countenance as well as he was able, the proud and haughty Ibrahim hastened to implore admittance to his wife's chamber; and when the boon was accorded, and he found himself in her presence, he besought her pardon in a voice and with a manner expressive of the most humiliating penitence. Thus, at the moment when thousands, perhaps millions, were envying the bright fortunes and glorious destiny of Ibrahim the Happy, as he was denominated, the dark and terrible despotism of the Sultana Valida made him tremble for his life, and compelled him to sue at Aischa's feet for pardon. And if, at the same instant of his crushed spirit and wounded pride, there was a balm found to soothe the racking fibers of his heart, the anodyne consisted in the tender love which Aischa manifested toward him, and the touching sincerity with which she assured him of her complete forgiveness. Section 54.
Section 55 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. The Sultana Valida, the Three Black Slaves, Part 2. Return we again to that Mediterranean island on which Fernand Wagner and the beauteous Nisida espoused each other by solemn vows plighted in the face of heaven, and where they have now resided for 6 long months. At first how supremely happy was Nisida, having tutored herself so far to forget the jarring interests of that world which lay beyond the sea, as to abandon her soul without reservation to the delights of the new existence on which she had entered. Enabled once more to use that charming voice which God had given her, but which had remained hushed for so many years, able also to listen to the words that fell from the lips of her lover, without being forced to subdue and crush the emotions which they excited, and secure in the possession of him to whom she was so madly devoted, and who manifested such endearing tenderness towards herself, Nisida indeed felt as if she were another being, or endowed with the lease of a new life. At first, too, how much had Wagner and Nisida to say to each other, how many fond assurances to give, how many protestations of unalterable affection to make. For hours they would sit together upon the sea shore, or on the bank of the limpid stream in the valley, and converse almost unceasingly, wearying not of each other's discourse, and sustaining the interest and the enjoyment of that interchange of thoughts by flying from topic to topic just as their unshackled imagination suggested. But Fernand never questioned Nisida concerning the motive which had induced her to feign dumbness and deafness for so many years. She had given him to understand that family reasons of the deepest importance, and involving dreadful mysteries from the contemplation of which she recoiled with horror, had prompted so tremendous a self martyrdom, and he loved her too well to outrage her feelings by urging her to touch more than she might choose on that topic. Careful not to approach the vicinity of large trees, for fear of these dreadful tenants of the isle who might be said to divide its sovereignty with them, the lovers, may we not venture to call them husband and wife, would ramble hand in hand along the stream's enchanting banks, in the calm hours of moonlight, which lent softer charms to the scene than when the gorgeous sun was bathed all in gold; or else they would wander on the sands to the musical murmur of the rippling sea, their arms clasping each other's neck, their eyes exchanging glances of fondness, hers of ardent passion, his of more melting tenderness. But there was too much sensuality in the disposition of Nisida to render her love for Wagner sufficient and powerful enough to ensure permanent contentment with her present lot. The first time that the fateful eve drew near when he must exchange the shape of man for that of a horrid wolf, he had said to her, "Beloved Nisida, I remember that there are finer and different fruits on the other side of the island, beyond the range of the mountains, and I should rejoice to obtain for thee a variety. Console thyself for a few hours during mine absence, and on mine return we shall experience renewed and increased happiness, as if we were meeting again after a long separation." Vainly did Nisida assure him that she reckoned not for a more extensive variety of fruits than those which the nearest grove yielded, and that she would rather have his society than all the luxuries which his absence and return might bring. He overruled her remonstrances, and she at length permitted him to depart. Then he crossed the mountains by means of the path which he had described when he escaped from the torrent at the point where the trees stretched across the stream, as described in the preceding chapter, and on the other side of the range of hills he fulfilled the dreadful destiny of the Wehr Wolf. On his return to Nisida, after an absence of nearly 24 hours for the time occupied in crossing and recrossing the mountains was considerable, he found her gloomy and pensive. His long absence had vexed her; she in the secrecy of her own heart had felt a craving for a change of scene, and she naturally suspected that it was to gratify a similar want that Fernand had undertaken the transmontane journey. She received his fruits coldly, and it was some time ere he could succeed in winning her back to perfect good humor. The next interval of a month glided away; the little incident which had for a moment ruffled the harmony of their lives was forgotten, at least by Nisida; and so devoted was Fernand in his attention, so tenderly sincere in his attachment toward her, and so joyful too was she in the possession of one whose masculine beauty was almost superhumanly great, that those incipient cravings for change of scene, those nascent longings for a return to the great and busy world, returned but seldom, and were even then easily subdued in her breast. When the second fatal date after their union on the island approached, Wagner was compelled to urge some new but necessarily trivial excuse for again crossing the mountains; and Nisida's remonstrances were more authoritative and earnest than on the previous occasion. Nevertheless, he succeeded in obtaining her consent; but during his absence of 4 or 25 hours, the lady had ample leisure to ponder on home, the busy world across the sea, and her well beloved brother Francisco. Fernand, when he came back, found her gloomy and reserved. Then, as he essayed to wean her from her dark thoughts, she responded petulantly and even reproachingly. The ensuing month glided away as happily as the two former ones; and though Fernand's attentions and manifestations of fondness increased, if possible, still Nisida would frequently sigh and look wistfully at the sea as if she would have joyed to behold a sail in the horizon. The third time the fatal close of the month drew nigh, Wagner knew not how to act; but some petulance on the part of Nisida furnished him with an excuse which his generous heart only had recourse to with the deepest, the keenest anguish. Throwing back the harsh word at her when he loved so devotedly, he exclaimed, Nisida, I leave thee for a few hours until thy good humor shall have returned." And without waiting for a reply, he darted toward the mountains. For some time the lady remained seated gloomily upon the sand; but as hour after hour passed away, and the sun went down, and the moon gathered power to light the enchanting scene of landscape and of sea, she grew uneasy and restless. Throughout that night she wandered up and down on the sands, now weeping at the thought that she herself had been unkind, then angry at the conviction that Fernand was treating her more harshly than she deserved. It was not till the sun was high in the heavens that Wagner reappeared; and though Nisida was in reality delighted to find all her wild alarms, in which the monstrous snakes of the isle entered largely, thus completely dissipated, yet she concealed the joy which she experienced in beholding his safe return, and received him with gloomy hauteur. Oh! how her conduct went to Wagner's heart; for he knew that, so long as the direful necessity which had compelled his absence remained unexplained, Nisida was justified in attributing that absence to unkind feelings and motives on his part. A thousand times that day was he on the point of throwing himself at her feet and revealing all the details of that frightful destiny; but he dared not oh no, he dared not and a profound melancholy seized upon his soul. Nisida now relented, chiefly because she herself felt miserable by the contemplation of his unhappiness, and harmony was restored between them. But during the 4th month of their union, the lady began to speak more frequently and frankly of the weariness and monotony of their present existence; and when Fernand essayed to console her, she responded by deep drawn sighs. His love was based on those enduring elements which would have rendered him content to dwell forever with Nisida on that island, which had no sameness for him so long as she was there to be his companion; but her love subsisted rather sensually than mentally, and now that her fierce and long pent up desires had experienced gratification, she longed to return to the land of her birth, to embrace her brother Francisco yes, even though she should be again compelled to simulate the deaf and dumb. The close of the 4th month was at hand, and Wagner was at a loss how to act. New excuses for a fresh absence were impossible, and it was with a heart full of anguish that he was compelled to seize an opportunity in the afternoon of the last day of the month, to steal away from Nisida and hasten across the mountains. Oh! what would she think of his absence now an absence for which he had not prepared her, and which was not on this occasion justified by any petulance or wilfulness on her part? The idea was maddening, but there was no alternative. It was noon on the ensuing day when Fernand Wagner, pale and careworn, again sought that spot on the strand where the rudely constructed cottage stood. But Nisida was not within the hut. He roved along the shore to a considerable distance, and still beheld her not. Terrible alarms now oppressed him. Could she have done some desperate deed to rid herself of an existence whereof she was weary? Or had some fatal accident befallen her? From the shore he hastened to the valley, and there, seated by the side of the crystal stream, he beheld the object of his search. He ran he flew towards her; but she seemed not to observe him, and when he caught a glimpse of her countenance, he shrank back in dismay. It was so pale, and yet so expressive of deep, concentrated rage. But we cannot linger on this portion of our tale. Suffice it to say that Wagner exerted all his eloquence, all his powers of persuasion to induce Nisida to turn a kind glance upon him; and it was only when, goaded to desperation by her stern silence and her implacable mien, he exclaimed, "Since I am no longer worthy of even a look or a syllable, I will quit thee forever." It was only when these words conveyed to Nisida a frightful menace of loneliness, that she relented and gradually suffered herself to be appeased. But vainly did she question him relative to the cause of his absence on this occasion: he offered a variety of excuses, and she believed none of them. The month that followed was characterized by many quarrels and disputes, for Nisida's soul acquired all the restlessness which had marked it ere she was thrown on the island, but which solitude at first and then the possession of Wagner had for a time so greatly subdued. Nevertheless, there were still occasions when she would cling to Wagner with all the confiding fondness of one who remembered how he had saved her life from the hideous Anaconda, and who looked up to him as her only joy and solace in that clime, the beauty of which became painful with its monotony. Yes, she would cling to him as they roved along the sands together; she would gaze up into his countenance, and as she read assurances on the deepest affection in his fine dark eyes, she would exclaim rapturously, "Oh, how handsome, how godlike art thou, my Fernand! Pardon me, that I should ever have nursed resentment against thee." It was when she was in such a mood as this that he murmured in her ears, "Nisida, dearest, thou hast thy secret which I have never sought to penetrate. I have also my secret, beloved one, as I hinted to thee on that day which united us in this island; and into that mystery of mine thou mayst not look. But at certain intervals I must absent myself from thee for a few hours, as I hitherto have done, and on my return, O dearest Nisida, let me not behold that glorious countenance of thine clouded with anger and with gloom." Then, ere she could utter a word of reply, he sealed her lips with kisses he pressed her fervently to his heart; and at that moment she thought he seemed so divinely handsome, and she felt so proud of possessing the love of a man invested with such superhuman beauty and such a splendid intellect, that she attempted not a remonstrance nor a complaint against what was but the preface to a fifth absence of 24 hours. And when Fernand Wagner reappeared again, his Nisida hastened to meet him as he descended from the mountains those mountains which were crossed over by a sure footed and agile man with so much difficulty, and which he knew it would be impossible for him to traverse during that mad career in which he was monthly doomed to whirl along in his lupine shape. Yes, she hurried to meet him, receiving him with open arms, smiled tenderly upon him, and led him to the sea shore, where she had spread the noonday meal in the most inviting manner. The unwearied and unchanging nature of his love had touched her heart, and, during the long hours of his fifth absence, she had reasoned on the folly of marring the sweet harmony which should prevail between the two human tenants of that island. The afternoon passed more happily than many and many a previous day had done. Nisida thought that Wagner had never seemed so handsome, though somewhat pale; and he fancied that his companion had never appeared so magnificently beautiful as now, while she lay half reclining in his arms, the rays of the setting sun faintly illuminating her aquiline countenance, and giving a glossy richness to the luxuriant black hair which floated negligently over her naked shoulders. When the last beams of the orb of day died flickeringly in the far horizon, the tender pair retired to their hut rejoicing in the serene and happy way in which the last few hours had glided over their heads, when a dark figure passed along the sand and stopped at a short distance from the door of the rudely constructed tenement. And assuredly this was no mortal being, nor wore it now a mortal shape, but Satan, in all the horrors of his ugliness, though still invested with that sublimity of mien which marked the mighty fallen angel Satan, clothed in terrors ineffable, it was. For a few moments he stood contemplating the hut wherein the sleepers lay; dread lightnings flushed from his eyes, and the forked electric fluid seemed to play round his haughty brow, while his fearful countenance, the features of which no human pen may venture to describe, expressed malignant hate, anticipated triumph, and tremendous scorn. Then, extending his right hand toward the hut, and speaking in that deep sonorous tone, which when heard by mortal ears seemed to jar against the very soul, he chanted the following incantation: "Woman of wild and fierce desires, Why language thus the wonted fires That armed thine heart and nerved thine hand To do whate'er thy firmness planned? Has maudlin love subdued thy soul, Once so impatient of control? Has amorous play enslaved the mind, Where erst no common chains confined? Has tender dalliance power to kill The wild, indomitable will? No more must love thus paralyze And crush thine iron energies; No more must maudlin passion stay Thus despot soul's remorseless sway. Henceforth thy lips shall cease to smile Upon the beauties of this isle; Henceforth thy mental glance shall roam O'er the Mediterranean foam, Toward thy far off Tuscan home. Alarms for young Francisco's weal, And doubts into thy breast steal, While retrospection carries back Thy memory o'er time's beaten track, And stops at that dread hour when thou, With burning eyes and flashing brow, Called heaven to hear the solemn vow Dictated with the last breath Of the fond mother on the untimely bed of death." Thus spoke the demon; and having chanted the incantation, full of menace and of deep design, he turned to depart. Sleep was still upon the eyes of Fernand and Nisida as they lay in each other's arms. The island and the sea, too, were sleeping in the soft light of the silver moon, and the countless stars which gemmed the vault of heaven, when the dark figure passed along the sand, away from the rudely constructed tenement. Section 55. Section 56 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W. M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. When the sun rose again from the orient wave, Fernand repaired to the grove, as was his wont, to gather fruits for the morning repast, while Nisida bathed her fair form in the waters of the Mediterranean. But there was a gloom upon that lady's brow, and there was a sombre flashing in her large dark eyes which denoted an incipient conflict of emotions stirring within her breast. She had retired to rest, as we have seen on the previous evening, with a heart glowing toward her beloved and handsome Fernand. She had fallen asleep with the tender sounds of his musical yet manly voice in her ears, and the image of his beautiful countenance in her mind; but in the night, she knew not at what hour, strange dreams began to oppress her, ominous visions filled her with anxiety. It seemed as if some being, having right to reproach and power to taunt, whispered to her as she slept, stern remonstrances against the idle, voluptuous, and dreaming life she was leading, mocking her for passing her time in the maudlin delights of love, calling upon her to arouse her latent energies and shake off that luxurious lethargy, teaching her to look upon the island, beauteous though it were, as one vast prison in which she was confined, from whence there were, nevertheless, means to escape, raising up before her mental vision all the most alluring and bustling scenes of her own fair native city of Florence, then bitterly reproaching her for having allowed her soul to be more wrapped up in the society of Fernand Wagner than solicitous, as it was wont to be, for the welfare of her brother Francisco, creating, too, wild doubts in her imagination as to whether circumstances might not, after all, have united her brother and Flora Francatelli in the bonds of a union which for many reasons she abhorred, and lastly thundering in her ears the terrific accusation that she was perjured to a solemn and an awful vow pledged by her lips on a dread occasion and to the dictating voice of her dying mother. When she awoke in the morning her brain appeared to be in confusion, but as her thoughts gradually settled themselves in the various cells of the seat of memory, the entire details of her long dream assumed the semblance of a connected chain, even as we have just described them. For these thoughts had arisen in the nature and order commanded by the demon. Fernand Wagner saw that the mind of his lovely companion, his charming bride, was ruffled; and, as he embraced her tenderly, he inquired the cause. His caresses for the moment soothed her, and induced her to struggle against the ideas which oppressed, for there are thoughts that Satan excites within us, which we can wrestle with, ay, and conquer if we will. Finding that Nisida became more composed, and that she treated her mournfulness and his agitation merely as the results of a disagreeable dream, Fernand rose, hastened to perform his own ablutions, and then repaired to the adjacent grove, as above stated. But Nisida remained not long in the Mediterranean's mighty bath. The moment Wagner had departed from her presence, thoughts which had recently passed in sad procession through her brain came back with renewed vigor, forcing themselves, as it were, upon her contemplation, because she offered but a feeble resistance to their returning invasion. And as she stood on the shore, having donned her scant clothing, and now combing out her long luxuriant hair, to the silk richness of which the salt water had lent a more glorious gloss, she became a prey to an increasing restlessness, an augmenting anxiety, a longing to quit the island, and an earnest desire to behold her brother Francisco once more, sentiments and cravings which gave to her countenance an expression of somber, lowering, and concentrated passion, such as it was wont to exhibit in those days when her simulated deafness and dumbness forced her to subdue all the workings of her excited soul, and compress her vermilion lips to check the ebullition of that language which on those occasions struggled to pour itself forth.
"Oh, Italy, Italy!"
she exclaimed in an impassioned tone.
"Shall I ever behold thee again? Oh, my beloved native land! Thou too, fair city, whose name is fraught with so many varied reminiscences for me, am I doomed never to visit ye more?"
"Nisida, dearest Nisida,"
said Wagner, who had returned to her unperceived and unheard, for his feet passed noiselessly over the sand.
"Wherefore those passionate exclamations? Why this anxious longing to revisit the busy, bustling world? Are not the calm and serene delights of this island sufficient for our happiness? Or art thou wearied of me who love thee so tenderly?"
"I am not wearied of thee, my Fernand,"
replied Nisida.
"nor do I fail to appreciate all thy tender affection toward me. but I can conceal it from myself and from thee no longer. I am overcome with the monotony of this isle unvaried sunshine during the day, unchanging calmness by night, pall upon the soul. I crave variety, even the variety that would be afforded by a magnificent storm, or the eruption of yon sleeping volcano. My thoughts wander in spite of myself toward Italy. I think, too, of my brother, the young and inexperienced Francisco. Moreover, there is in our mansion at Florence a terrible mystery which prying eyes may seek to penetrate, a closet containing a fearful secret, which, if published to the world, would heap loathing execrations and disgrace on the haughty name of Riverola. And now Francisco is the sole guardian of that mystery which he himself knows not, or at least knew not, when last we were together. But it requires a strong and energetic mind, like my own, to watch over that awful secret. And now, Fernand, dear Fernand, thou canst not blame me, thou wilt not reproach me, if I experience an irresistible longing to return to my native land."
"And know you not, Nisida,"
said Wagner, in a tone of mingled mournfulness and reproach,
"that even if there were any means for thee to return to Florence, I could not accompany thee? Dost thou not remember that I informed thee that being doomed to death, I escaped from the power of the authorities, it mattered not how, and that were I to set foot in Florence, it would be to return to my dungeon?"
"Alas! all this I remember well, too well,"
exclaimed Nisida.
"and think not, my Fernand, that I would feel no pang, when I lay bare to thee the state of my soul. But if it were possible for us to go to Italy, thou couldst dwell secretly and retiredly in some suburb of Florence, and we should be together often, very often."
"No, Nisida,"
answered Wagner.
"that were impossible. Nevermore may I venture into that city; and if thou couldst even find the means to revisit thy native clime, thither must thou go, and there must thou dwell alone."
For Wagner knew full well that were the lady to return to Florence, she would hear of the frightful incidents which marked his trial and also the day of his escape; and, though he had at first inclined to impart to her the terrible secret of his fate, yet subsequent and more calm deliberation in his own mind had convinced him of the imprudence of giving her love a shock by such a tremendous, such an appalling revelation.
"Fernand,"
said Nisida, breaking the silence after a long pause, during which she was wrapped in a profound meditation,
"thy words go to my heart like fiery arrows. O my handsome, my beautiful, my beloved Fernand, why does destiny thus persecute us? It is impossible for thee to return to Florence. It is equally impossible for me to renounce the first opportunity which Heaven may afford for me to repair thither. My God! Wherefore do our fates tend in such opposite directions? To separate from thee were maddening; to abandon my brother Francisco, to desert the grave and solemn interests which demand my presence at home, were to render myself perjured to a vow which I breathed and which Heaven witnessed, when I knelt long years ago at the death bed of my mother."
"After all thou hast said, my beloved Nisida,"
exclaimed Fernand, in a voice expressive of the deepest melancholy,
"I should be so wrong I should be even criminal to listen only to the whispering of my own selfishness and retain thee here, did opportunity serve for thy departure. But on this island shall I remain, perhaps forever. And if the time should come when you grew wearied of that bustling world across the sea, and thy memory traveled to this lonely isle where thy Fernand was left behind thee, haply thou wouldst embark to return hither and pass the remainder of thy days with one who can never cease to love thee."
Tears came into the eyes of Nisida, of her who so seldom, so very seldom wept, and throwing herself into Wagner's arms, she exclaimed,
"God grant that I may revisit my native land; and believe me, oh, believe me, when I declare that I would come back to thee the moment the interests of my brother no longer demanded my presence."
They embraced fondly, and then sat down upon the sand to partake of their morning repast. But the thoughts of both were naturally intent upon the recent topic of their discourse, and their conversation, though each endeavored to force it into other channels, reverted to the subject which was now uppermost in their minds.
What must my poor brother Francisco conjecture to be the cause of my prolonged and to him mysterious absence?"
said Nisida, as her eyes were cast wistfully over the wide expanse of waters.
"Methinks that I have already hinted to thee how the foolish passion which he had conceived for a maiden of low degree and obscure birth, compelled me, in accordance with his nearest and best interest, to consign the object of his boyish love to the convent of the Carmelites? Yes, and it was with surprise and dismay incredible that I heard, ere I was torn away from Florence by the villain Stephano, how that convent was sacked and destroyed by unknown marauders."
Full intelligence of which terrible sacrifice you communicated to me by signs the second and last time you visited me in my dungeon,"
observed Wagner.
"And I heard also, with increased fear,"
continued Nisida,
"that some of the inmates of that convent had escaped, and, being unable, in consequence of my simulated deafness and dumbness, to set on foot the necessary inquiries, I could not learn whether Flora Francatelli was amongst those who had so escaped the almost general ruin. Oh, if she should have survived that fatal night, and if she should have encountered my brother! Alas! thou perceivest, my Fernand, how necessary it is for me to quit the island on the first occasion which may serve for that purpose."
"And wouldst thou, Nisida,"
asked Wagner reproachfully,
"place thyself as a barrier between the Count of Riverola and her whom he loves?"
"Yes,"
ejaculated Nisida, her countenance suddenly assuming a stern and imperious expression.
"for the most important interests are involved in the marriage which he may contract. But enough of this, Fernand,"
she added, relapsing into a more tender mood.
"and now tell me, canst thou blame me for the longing desire which has seized upon me the ardent craving to return to Florence?"
"Nay, I do not blame thee, dearest Nisida,"
he exclaimed.
"but I pity thee I feel for thee, because,"
he continued,
"if I understand rightly, thou wilt be compelled to feign deafness and dumbness once more, in order to work out thy mysterious aims; thou wilt be compelled to submit to that awful martyrdom, that terrible duplicity, which thou wilt find so painful and difficult to resume, after the full enjoyment of the blessed faculties of speech and hearing."
"Alas! such will be my duty,"
murmured Nisida.
"and oh, that destiny is a sad one! But,"
she exclaimed, after a moment's pause, and as a reminiscence appeared suddenly to strike her,
"dost thou think not that even such a destiny as that becomes horrible, when it is fulfilled as the only means of carrying out the conditions of a vow breathed to a well beloved and dying mother? But wearisome, oh, crushingly tedious was that mode of existence; and the first bright day of real happiness which I enjoyed was that when I first knew that thou didst love me. And again, Fernand, oh, again was I supremely happy when, one evening, thou mayst remember well, it was the eve that my brother and the minion Flora exchanged tender words together in the room adjoining that where we were seated on that evening, Fernand, I besought by signs that thou wouldst breathe the words, 'I love thee,' and thou didst so, and I drank in those words as a person dying with thirst would imbibe pure spring water placed to his lips."
Fernand pressed Nisida to his heart, for he saw, in spite of her anxiety to return to Italy, that she really loved him. But those sensual and impassioned feelings led the beauteous Nisida thus frequently to melt into softness and tenderness when she contemplated the wondrously handsome countenance of Fernand, yet from this day forth her longing to return to Italy became more earnest, more irresistible, and she would compel him to sit by her side for hours together on the shore, while she eagerly watched for the appearance of a sail in the horizon. And Fernand, who divined her object, himself now longed for the advent of a ship, so sincere was his love for Nisida that he was ready to make any sacrifice in order to promote her happiness. Thus passed away the 6th month, and on the afternoon of the last day thereof, when Wagner was about to observe to her that the time had now arrived for him to pass the mountains once again, she said of her own accord,
"Fernand, my beloved, when next you visit the other side of the island, you would do well to raise some sign, or leave some permanent mark to show that there are inhabitants on this island, for a ship might touch at that point, the sailors might seek the shore for water, and they would then search to discover where those who raise the signal post are dwelling."
"Your wish shall be fulfilled, dearest,"
answered Wagner.
"and without delay will I seek the other side of the island."
Then they embraced tenderly, and Fernand departed, once more to fulfill his frightful doom. Nisida watched his receding form until it was lost in the groves intervening between the plains and the acclivities of the range of mountains, and then she seated herself again on the sand, wondering of what nature her husband's secret could be, and why it compelled him to absent himself occasionally from her. Though he kept an accurate calculation of the lapse of time, and counted the passing days with unvarying precision, yet she retained no such faithful calendar in her memory, and had not observed that his absence always occurred on the last day of the month. The hour of sunset was now rapidly approaching, and as Nisida was wrapped in thought, but with her eyes fixed wistfully upon the mighty bosom of the deep, a slight sound as of the rustling of garments fell upon her ears. She started up and glanced suddenly around, but how ineffable was her astonishment, how great was her sudden joy, when she beheld the figure of a man approaching her, for it instantly struck her that the same ship which had conveyed him thither might bear her away from a scene which had latterly become insupportably monotonous. The individual whose presence thus excited her astonishment and her delight, was tall, thin, and attired rather in the German than in the Italian fashion; but as he drew nearer, Nisida experienced indefinable emotions of alarm, and vague fears rushed to her soul, for the expression of that being's countenance was such as to inspire no pleasurable emotions. It was not that he was ugly no, his features were well formed and his eyes were of dazzling brilliancy, but their glances were penetrating and reptile like, glances beneath which those of ordinary mortals would have quailed, and his countenance was stamped with a mingled sardonism and melancholy which rendered it painful to contemplate. Nisida attributed her feeling of uneasiness and embarrassment to the shame which she experienced at finding herself half naked in the presence of a stranger, for so oppressive bad become the heat of the summer that her clothing was most scanty, and she had long ceased to decorate her person with garlands and wreaths of fantastically woven flowers.
"Fear not, lady,"
said the demon, for he indeed it was.
"I am come to counsel and solace, not to alarm thee."
How knowest thou that I require counsel? And who art thou that talkest to me of solace?
asked Nisida, her sentiment of shame yielding to one of boundless surprise at hearing herself thus addressed by a being who appeared to read the very innermost secrets of her soul.
"I am one who can penetrate into all the mysteries of the human heart,"
returned the fiend, in his sonorous deep toned voice.
"and I can gather thy history from the expression of thy countenance, the attitude in which I first beheld thee, while thou wast still seated upon the strand, and the mingled emotions of surprise and joy with which thou didst mark my presence. Is it, then, difficult to imagine that thou requirest counsel to teach thee how to proceed so as to obtain thy emancipation from this isle? Or would it be extraordinary if, moved by thy sorrow, I offered to befriend thee? And is it not ever the way with mortals, poor, weak, miserable beings that they are, to grow speedily dissatisfied with their lot? In the spirit of religion you say that heaven controls your destinies according to its own wise purposes; and when all goes well with ye, and you have your desires, you pray and are thankful, because forsooth,"
added the demon, with a smile of bitter scorn,
"it is so easy to pray when ye are contented and happy, and so easy to be thankful when ye are pampered with all ye require. Here art thou, lady, on an island teeming with all the choicest fruits of the earth, and enjoying an eternal summer, where all is pleasant to the view, and to whose silent shores the cares of the great world cannot come; and yet thou wouldst quit this calm retreat, and rush back into the vortex of evil passions, warring interests, conflicting pursuits. But I will not weary thee with my reflections, although it is my nature first to upbraid and taunt those whom I intend to serve."
And who art thou, strange being, that reasoneth morally with a smile of scorn upon thy lips?
demanded Nisida, the vague alarms which had previously influenced her reviving with additional power.
Who art thou, I say, that comest to reproach and yet profferest thine aid?
"No matter who I am,"
replied the fiend.
"some day thou mayst know me better, if thou
But how camest thou hither? Where is the ship that brought thee, the boat that landed thee?"
demanded Nisida, in a tone of feverish impatience.
No ship brought me hither, no boat set me on the shore,"
answered the demon, fixing his eyes, those piercing eyes, upon Nisida's countenance, as if to read the impression which this strange revelation made upon her secret soul.
"Then who art thou?"
exclaimed the lady, a cold shudder passing over her entire frame, although she retreated not nor withdrew the glances which she, through her wondrous strength of mind, was unable to retain fixed upon the demon's countenance.
"Seek not to learn as yet who I am,"
said the fiend.
"Let it suffice for thee to know that I am something more than a mere mortal, a being gifted with powers which, in the hands of those of such a one as thou, would throw the entire world into convulsions. For there is much in thee after my own heart, beauteous Nisida of Riverola."
"Ah, thou art even acquainted with my name!"
cried Nisida, again shuddering violently, in spite of her powerful efforts to appear calm and fearless.
"I am acquainted with thy name, and with all that concerns thee and thine, Nisida,"
replied the fiend.
"Ay,"
he added, with a malignant chuckle,
"even to the mystery of the closet in thy late father's chamber, and the contents of the terrible manuscript which taught thee such dreadful secrets. I know, too, all that thou hast done to serve thine aims thy simulated deafness and dumbness, the assassination of Agnes, the imprisonment of Flora in the convent."
"Then art thou indeed some superhuman power?"
interrupted Nisida, in a tone of inexpressible alarm.
"And I dare hold no further converse with thee."
"One moment, and thou wilt think differently,"
exclaimed the demon.
"but I will give thee an evidence of my power. Here, take this instrument 'tis called a telescope and use it for a single minute. Glance across the waters, and thou shalt behold a scene which will interest thee somewhat, I trow."
The fiend handed her a telescope and directed her to apply it to her eyes. She obeyed him, though reluctantly, but intense curiosity overcame her scruples, and, moreover, her extraordinary strength of mind aided her in supporting the presence of one whom she knew to be invested with superhuman powers, but of what nature she feared to guess. Nisida turned toward the sea, and used the magic telescope as directed, while the demon stood behind her, his countenance expressing a diabolical triumph mingled with blighting scorn. But ah, what does Nisida behold? The moment she applies the telescope to her eye, she is transported as it were to her own native city. She is in Florence, yes, in the fair capital of Tuscany. Every familiar scene is presented to her again, and she once more views the busy crowds and the bustling haunts of men. She sweeps them all with a hurried glance, and then her look settled upon a young couple walking together in a secluded place on the banks of the Arno. But oh, how terribly flashed her eyes, how changed with wrath and concentrated rage suddenly becomes her countenance! For in that fond pair, wandering so lovingly together on the Arno's margin, she recognized her brother Francisco and the maiden Flora Francatelli.
"Thou hast seen enough,"
cried the demon, snatching the telescope from her hands.
"and now, more than ever,"
he added with a malignant smile of triumph,
"dost thou long to revisit thy native land? It was to confirm that longing I showed thee the scene thou hast just witnessed."
"And canst thou give me the means to return thither?"
demanded Nisida, almost maddened by the spectacle that had met her eyes.
"Listen,"
exclaimed the fiend,
"and hear me patiently. I charge thee not to breathe to thy Fernand one word descriptive of this interview which thou hast had with me. Thou couldst simulate dumbness for 10 long years or more, with a success which rendered thee great and glorious in my eyes, for I love the hypocrite and the deceiver,"
he added with one of his diabolical smiles.
"although I myself deceive them. Be dumb, then, in all that relates to my visit to thee here, that thou mayest so beset thy Fernand with earnest entreaties to give thee the means of departure from this island, for he can do so, if he have the will, that he shall be unable to resist thy prayer, thy fears, thy anguish, real or feigned, whichever that anguish may be. And should he not yield to thy intercessions, then assail him on another point. Tell him that thou wilt never rest until thou shalt have discovered the cause of those periodical visits which he makes to the other side of the mountains. Threaten to accompany him the next time he goes thither. But I need not teach you how to be energetic nor eloquent, for thou art a woman of iron mind and of persuasive tongue, and thy perseverance, as is thy will, is indomitable. Follow my counsel, then, and though the future to a great extent be concealed from my view, yet I dare prophesy success for thee. And now farewell, Nisida, farewell."
And the demon retreated rapidly toward the forests, as if to seek the abode of those terrible serpents whose cunning was akin to his own. Nisida was too much astonished by the nature of the counsel which his deep sonorous voice had wafted to her ear, to be able to utter a word until his receding form was no longer visible, and then she exclaimed wildly,
"I have assuredly seen Satan face to face."
and her blood ran cold in her veins. But a few moments were sufficient to enable that woman of wondrous energy to recover her presence of mind and collect her scattered thoughts; and she sat down on the sand to ponder upon the strange incidents which had so terribly varied the monotony of her existence. She thought, too, of the scene which she had beholden on the banks of the Arno. Her worst fears were confirmed. Flora had escaped from the ruin of the Carmelite convent, was alive, was at liberty, and was with Francisco. Oh, how she now longed for the return of Fernand Wagner! But many hours must elapse, a night must pass, and the orb of the day which had by this time gone down, must gain the meridian once more ere he would come back. And in the meantime, although she suspected it not, he must fulfill the awful doom of a Wehr Wolf, as the reader will find by the perusal of the next chapter. Section 56.
Section 57 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. It was within a few minutes of sunset, as Fernand Wagner, having crossed the mountains, hastened down that bituminous declivity constituting the scene of desolation which separated the range of volcano hills from the delightful plains and verdant groves stretching to the sea shore. A shudder passed over his frame as he beheld the solitary tree in which he had seen the monstrous snake playing and gambolling on the morning when he was thrown upon this Mediterranean isle.
"Oh!"
he exclaimed aloud as he sped onward.
"What happiness and also what misery have I known in this clime! But doomed and fated being that I am, such is my destiny, and so must I be, here or elsewhere, in whichever land I may visit, in whatever part of the earth I may abide. Oh, merciful Heaven, can no prayer, no self mortification, remove the ban, the curse, from my devoted head? Oh, just Heaven!"
he exclaimed, stretching forth his arms towards the sky, and with ineffable anguish depicted on his upturned countenance.
"Spare me! Have I not been punished enough? Oh, take away from me this appalling doom! Let me become old, wrinkled, forlorn, and poor once more. Let me return to my humble cot in the Black Forest, or let me die. Almighty Power, if thou wilt, but spare me! Spare me now, wretch, wretch that I was to be dazzled by the specious promises. O Faust! But I am justly punished. Thy vengeance, O Heaven, is well deserved. Sinner, sinner that I am!"
Those were the last human sounds he uttered for several hours; for, scarcely had they escaped his lips, when the horrible change began, and in a few moments a wild yell rent the air, and a monstrous wolf sprung from the spot where Wagner had fallen down in such agonizing writhings. Away, away went the ferocious animal heading toward the sea, careening, thundering on, as if intent on plunging into the silent depths, and there ending its course in a watery grave. But no, death yawns not for the Wehr Wolf. Scarcely have its feet touched the verge of the water, when the monster wheels round and continues its whirlwind way without for an instant relaxing one tittle of its speed. Away, away through the fruit bearing groves, clearing for itself a path of ruin and havoc, scattering the gems of the trees, and breaking down the richly laden vines. Away, away flies the monster, hideous howls bursting from its foaming mouth. The birds scream and whistle wildly, as startled from their usual tranquil retreats, they spread their gay and gaudy plumage, and go with gushing sound through the evening air. He reaches the bank of a stream, and bounds along its pleasant margin, trampling to death noble swans which vainly seek to evade the fury of the rushing monster. Away, away toward the forest hurries the Wehr Wolf, impelled, lashed on by an invincible scourge, and filling the woods with its appalling yells, while its mouth scatters foam like thick flakes of snow. Hark, there is an ominous rustling in one of the trees of the forest, and the monster seems to instinctively know the danger which menaces it, but still its course is not changed. It seems not to exercise its own will in shaping its course. Down the tremendous snake flings itself from the tree, and in an instant its hideous coils are wound round the foaming, steaming, palpitating body of the wolf. The air is rent with the yell of agony that bursts from the throat of the horrified monster as it tumbles over and over, as if it had run to the length of a tether, for the snake clings with its tail to the bough from which it has darted down. But the yielding of the wolf is only momentary. Up,
Up it springs again, and away, away it careers, more madly, more desperately, more ferociously, if possible, than before. And the snake? Oh, poor, weak, and powerless was even that dread reptile of 40 feet in length, when combated with a monster lashed on and also protected by invisible fiends. For, as the wolf sped on again, the boa was dragged as if by 1,000 horses from its coiling hold upon the bough, and shaken, lacerated, and affrighted, the hideous reptile unwound itself from the ferocious animal, and fell powerless on the grass, where the vermin of the forest attacked it with their greedy maws ere its pestilential breath had ceased. Away, away toward the mountains rushes the Wehr Wolf, those mountains which constitute the barrier of safety to protect Nisida from the fangs of the animal that would mangle her fair form were she to cross its path. But, he rushes up the acclivity, he clears rugged rock and jutting crag with wondrous bounds. Just heaven! Will he pass those heights? Will he cross the range of volcanic hills? O Nisida, who art on the other side of that range, little dreamest thou of the peril that menaces thee. Joy, joy, the danger is past. The wolf turns aside from a loftier impediment of crag than had yet appeared in its course, and down, down again toward the groves and valleys, over the bituminous waste made by the volcano. On goes the monster, away, away, through the verdant scenes once more, fresh havoc, fresh desolation, fresh ruin marking his maddening course. Away, away the Wehr Wolf speeds. The moon rises to give a stronger and purer light to the dreadful spectacle, a light stronger and purer than that of night itself, which is never completely dark in the tropics. Away, away, and still on, outstripping time, running a race with the fleeting moments, till hours and hours of unrelaxing speed are numbered. Thus goes the wolf, and now he snuffs the morning air. The fresh breeze from the east raises the foam of the Mediterranean waves, and allays the heat on the body of the careening, bounding, and almost flying monster. His howling grows less ferocious, his yells become less terrible, and now his pace is a trifle more measured, that relaxation of a whirlwind speed gradually increasing. 'Tis done, the course is o'er, the race is run, and the Wehr Wolf falls in writhing agonies upon the fresh grass, whence in a few moments rises Fernand Wagner, a man once more. But as he throws a glance of horror around on the scene of his night's dread employment, he starts back with mingled aversion and alarm, for there, with folded arms, eyes terrible to look upon, and a countenance expressing infernal triumph and bitter scorn, stood the demon.
"Fiend, what wouldst thou with me?"
demanded Wagner.
"Are not the sufferings which I have just endured enough to satisfy thy hatred of all human beings? Are not the horrors of the past night sufficient to glut even thine insatiate heart?" "Mortal," said the demon, speaking in his profound and awe-inspiring tones, "didst thou take all thy miseries which at this moment afflict thy race, combine all the bitter woes and crushing sorrows that madden the brains of men, mix up all the tears and collect all the sobs and sighs that tell of human agony, then multiply the aggregate by 10,000,000,000 times its sum, and go on multiplying by millions and millions, till thou wast tired of counting, thou wouldst not form even an idea of that huge amount of human misery which could appease me. For on man do I visit the hate wherewith my own fall has animated me. Powerless on high, where once I was so powerful, I make my kingdom of earth and hell, and in both my influence is great and is terrible." "Yes, yes, too great, too terrible!" exclaimed Wagner. "But why dost thou persecute me with thy presence? I did not call thee I did not invoke thine aid." "No, but thou requirest it," said the demon, with a satirical smile. "Thinkest thou to be unable to dream away thine existence in this island, with the warm impassioned Nisida? No, mortal, no! Already doth she pine for her own native Italian clime; and she will end by loathing thee in this land, if she continue to dwell here, and with only thee as her companion. But it is in thy power to make Nisida forget Italy, Francisco, Flora, and all the grave interests and dreadful mysteries which seem to demand her presence in the busy world. It is in thy power to render her happy and contented in this island, to attach her to thee for the remainder of thine existence, to provide her with the means of preserving her youth and her beauty unimpaired, even as thine own, to crush forever all those pinings and longings which now carry her glances wistfully across the sea. In a word, to bend her mind to all thy wishes, her soul to all thy purposes. Yes, it is in thy power to do all this, and the same decision which shall place that amount of ineffable happiness within thy reach, will also redeem thee from the horrible destiny of a Wehr Wolf, leaving thee thy youth and thy beauty, and investing thee with a power equal to that enjoyed by thy late master, Faust."
"And doubtless on the same conditions,"
said Wagner, half ironically, and half in horror at the mere thought of surrendering his soul to Satan.
"Art thou blind to the means of promoting thy earthly happiness?"
demanded the demon, fixing on Fernand a glance intended to appall and intimidate, but at which he on whom it was bent quailed not.
"Hast thou not received sufficient experience of the terrific sufferings which 12 times a year thou art doomed to endure? Knowest thou not on each occasion thou destroyest human life where mortal beings are in thy path, or that thou ravagest the fair scenes which he whose name I dare not mention has created? And art thou ignorant of the tremendous horror and loathsome obloquy which attach themselves to the name of a Wehr Wolf? See, thou art already wearied of traveling through the various climes of the earth. Thou no longer delightest in cultivating thine intellect, so marvelously adapted to receive knowledge of all kinds, and thy power to create whole mines of wealth is exercised no more, but thou wouldst fix thine abode in this island forever, were Nisida to remain thy companion. Well, and if thou losest her, for assuredly a vessel will some day touch on these shores, what wouldst thou do then? All lonely, desolate, forlorn, thou wouldst curse a day that gave thee regenerated life, thou wouldst seek death, and to thee death may not come yet for many, many years. Fernand, thou art worse than mad not to embrace my offers. Consent to become mine eternally, when thy mortal breath shall leave thy body; and in the meantime I promise thee power illimitable happiness such as no human being ever yet enjoyed."
"No, no!"
exclaimed Wagner.
"Rather the destiny of a Wehr Wolf, rather the solitude of this island for the remainder of my days, than resign all chance of salvation. And that mine immortal soul is yet safe, the very temptations thou offerest with such eloquent persuasion fully proves. O Heaven, of its infinite mercy, will receive the dreadful sufferings 'tis mine to endure each month, as an atonement for that hour of weakness, madness, folly, when dazzled by the words of Faust, and overwhelmed by the weight of miseries, I accepted a regenerated existence. Yes, Heaven will forgive me yet, and therefore avaunt, fiend, avaunt!"
And as he uttered these words he made the sign of the cross, and the demon fled away howling. Wagner turned aside in dismay, and sank upon the ground as if blasted by the lightning. A deep sleep fell on Fernand's eyes, and in his dreams he thought he heard a solemn but rejoicing strain of music filling the air. That divine melody seemed to speak a language eloquent and intelligible, and to give him hope and promise of a deliverance from the dreadful destiny which his weakness and folly had entailed upon him. The music grew fainter and fainter, and at the moment when it died away altogether, a heavenly and radiant being rose in the midst of a cloud, an angel, clad in white and shining garments, and with snowy wings closed, drooping from its shoulders. Looking benignly upon the sleeping Wagner, the angel said in a soft and liquid tone, "Thrice hast thou resisted the temptations of the enemy of mankind: once in thy dungeon at Florence, a second time amidst the defiles of yon mountains, and now on this spot. He will appear to thee no more, unless thou thyself summon him. Much hast thou already done in atonement for the crimes that endangered thy soul when, withdrawing thy faith from heaven, thou didst accept new life on the conditions proposed to thee by the agent of Satan, but much more must thou yet do ere the atonement will be complete." The form ceased to speak, and gradually became fainter and fainter, until it disappeared with its glorious halo altogether. Then Fernand awoke, and his dream was vividly impressed upon his memory. Assuming a kneeling posture, he clasped his hands fervently together and said aloud,
"Merciful Heaven, be the vision one divinely sent, or be it but the sport of an imagination fevered by a long night of suffering, I receive it as an emblem and as a sign of hope and promise."
He arose. The sun was now high in the heaven, and he hastened to the shore to perform his ablutions. Refreshed in body and with the bath which he took in the Mediterranean, and in mind with the influence of the vision, he retraced his way toward the mountains. The range was passed in safety, and he once more set foot on that section of the island where Nisida was so anxiously awaiting his presence. The hour at which Fernand Wagner was accustomed to return after his periodical exertions beyond the mountains, had long passed; for it will be remembered that he had fallen asleep and slumbered some time, after his restoration to human shape and his encounter with the demon. Nisida was already a prey to the wildest alarms, which were not altogether untainted with selfishness; for the enemy of mankind had led her to believe that Fernand had within his reach certain means of enabling her to quit the island, and she trembled lest death might have intervened to snatch him away, and thus annihilate the hopes which had been so insidiously infused into her soul. She was also distressed at his prolonged absence on grounds more creditable to her heart, for she shuddered at the idea that her handsome Fernand might at that very moment be writhing in the coils of a horrible snake. Then, arousing herself, Nisida resolved to attempt the passage of the mountains, and seek for her lover and rescue him if possible, and if not, to die with him. But as she drew near the craggy mountains, she suddenly beheld the object of her anxiety approaching her, and in a few minutes they were locked in each other's arms.
"My Fernand,"
said Nisida at length,
"I feared that some danger had befallen you, and I was hastening to join you on the other side of these heights, either to aid you in escaping from the peril, or to share its consequences with you."
"Beloved Nisida,"
exclaimed Wagner,
"how welcome to me is this proof of thy regard, this earnest of thy love!"
"I can never cease to love you, dear Fernand,"
answered Nisida, turning her fine large eyes upon his handsome face.
"Oh, that I should seek to quit thee! The thought smites me to the inmost recesses of my heart, and yet it is to some extent thy fault, for wherefore wilt thou not accompany me?"
"In the first place, beloved one,"
replied Wagner,
"thou talkest as if a ship were already in sight, or a boat lay ready to launch from the shore. Secondly, I have before assured thee that I dared not return to Florence; and as I cannot therefore be thy companion thither, it would be better for me to remain on the island, to which perhaps,"
he added in a mournful tone,
"you might, after all, never come back."
"Oh, Fernand, think not so ill of your Nisida!"
she cried, throwing one of her snowy full arms round his neck, and looking earnestly, but yet tenderly, on his countenance.
"Never, never shall I know happiness again until I have revisited Florence. Every day that passes without giving me a hope to see this aim fulfilled, increases my misery, adds to my uneasiness, augments my anxiety, so that in a short time my suspense will become intolerable. It is nearly so already, Fernand; but pity me, yes, and help me if you can."
"Dearest Nisida, willingly would I sacrifice my own inclinations to forward thine,"
exclaimed Wagner in a tone of deep sincerity.
"but how is it possible that I can aid thee? I have not wings to affix to thy fair shoulder I have not a voice powerful enough to raise echoes on a shore whence assistance might be sent. Nay, look not so sternly on me, beloved Nisida. I do not intend to vex thee with idle jestings, but thou knowest that I cannot aid thee."
"Fernand, you love me not!"
exclaimed Nisida, suddenly withdrawing her arm from its fond position about his neck, and retreating a few paces.
"No, you do not love me as you were wont, or as I love you. You doubtless have some means of gratifying my ardent longings. A secret voice whispers within me that if you chose to exert all your powers, you might render me happy at least so happy as I could be when separated from you. I have assured you that naught save the most important interest would render me thus anxious to return to my native city, and if you find me thus importunate, you should pity me, not refuse to aid me."
"Holy Virgin, this is maddening!"
cried Wagner.
"Nisida, be reasonable. How can I assist thee? How can I enable thee to cross that sea which appears to us boundless? And thou accusest me of not loving thee, Nisida. Oh, this is too cruel!"
"No, it is thou who art cruel,"
exclaimed Nisida in an impassioned tone.
"I know that you are not a being of an ordinary stamp, that your intellect is as wonderful as your person is godlike, and that you possess a mine of knowledge in the extent of which no mortal can equal thee. Is it strange, is it marvelous, then, that I should implore thee to exert thy powers, the vast powers of thy glorious intelligence, to forward my design? Nay, seek not to interrupt me, Fernand. Denial is vain. A secret voice continues to whisper within me that thou art able to do all I ask. I know not the means to be used. I seek not to know them, but that thou hast such means within thy reach is a conviction firmly impressed upon my mind. Here, then, Fernand, at thy feet, on my knees, do I implore thee, beseech thee,
not to refuse the boon which I, thy loving wife, crave at the hands of thee, my husband, as if I were a humble supplicant suing at the footstool of a throned king."
"Nisida, Nisida!"
cried Fernand, painfully excited by this sudden movement on her part, and endeavoring to rise.
"What means so strange a proceeding? Rise, dearest, rise! It is not to me that you must thus humble yourself."
"No, I will not quit this supplicant attitude until you have granted my request, my prayer,"
said Nisida.
"Refuse me not, my Fernand. Oh, I implore you not to refuse me! Whatever means be within your reach, exert them on my behalf. A brother's interest, the remembrance of a solemn vow breathed only to my lamented and much wronged mother, and the safeguard of a mystery, the discovery of which by curious and prying eyes would heap infamy and disgrace upon the family that bears the name of Riverola, all these reasons render me thus anxious to return to Italy; and if you keep me here, Fernand, I shall pine away, I shall perish before your eyes, and you will repent of your harshness when it is too late. Or else," she added, speaking with wild rapidity, "I shall be reduced to despair, and in a moment of excitement shall seek death in those silent waters, or climb yon craggy mountains to fling myself headlong from their summit."
"Nisida, your menaces are maddening as your supplications to me are vain and useless,"
said Wagner, himself now laboring under a fearful excitement.
"Rise, I implore you, rise, and let us endeavor to converse more calmly, more rationally."
"Yes, I will rise,"
said Nisida, now affecting a sullen haughtiness, and preparing to wield another of the weapons which the demon had placed in her hand.
"I rise, Fernand, because I feel that I was wronged thus to abase myself I, who bear the proud name of Riverola."
And she tossed her head indignantly.
"Well, it seems that you are resolved to keep me chained to your side on this island. Be it so; but henceforth let there be no mistrust, no mystery, no secrets between us. If Italy must be forgotten forever, then this isle shall become our world, and our thoughts shall travel not beyond its confines. All shall be mutual confidence, a reciprocal outpouring of our minutest thoughts. On that condition only will existence here be tolerable to us both. And now as a proof that thou wilt assent to this proposal, than which nothing can be more rational, let our new life of mutual confidence date from this moment. Tell me then, my Fernand,"
she proceeded, assuming a winning manner, and throwing as much pathos as possible into her sweetly musical voice, that voice which gave new and indescribable charms to the soft Italian language.
"Tell me then, my Fernand, wherefore thou quittest me at certain intervals, why thou invariably seekest on those occasions the opposite side of the island, and whether thou wilt in the future suffer me to be the companion of those journeys."
"Thou be my companion, thou Nisida!"
exclaimed Wagner, his whole frame convulsed with mental agony.
"Merciful Heaven, what fiend has prompted thee thus to speak, Nisida?"
he said, suddenly exercising a strong mastery over his emotions as he seized her hand and pressed it with spasmodic violence.
"Nisida, as thou valuest our happiness, seek not to penetrate into my secret proffer not that mad request again."
And dropping her hand, he paced the shore with the agitation of reviving excitement.
"Fernand,"
said Nisida, approaching him, and once more speaking in a resolute and even severe tone,
"listen to me. When we met upon the island, an accident of a terrible nature led me to forget my vow of self imposed dumbness; and when the excitement occasioned by that accident had somewhat passed you were in doubt whether you had really heard my voice, or had been deluded by fevered imagination. It would have been easy for me to simulate dumbness again, and you would have believed that the bewilderment of the dread scene had misled you. But I chose not to maintain a secret from thee, and I confess that my long supposed loss of two glorious faculties was a mere deed of duplicity on my part. At that time you said that you also had explanations to give, and yet months and months have passed by, and confidence has not begotten confidence. Let this mistrust on your part cease. Reveal to me the cause of these frequent exertions across the mountains, or else the next time that you set out on one of these mysterious journeys, I shall assuredly become your companion."
"Now, Nisida,"
exclaimed Wagner, his heart rent with indescribable tortures.
"it is you who are cruel, you are unjust."
"No, Fernand, it is you,"
cried Nisida in a thrilling, penetrating tone, as if of anguish.
"Merciful Heaven, what misery is in store for us both!"
said Wagner, pressing his hand to his burning brow.
Oh, that some ship would appear to bear thee away, or that my destiny were other than it is!"
And he flung himself upon the sand in a fit of blank despair. Nisida now trembled at the violence of those emotions which she had raised in the breast of him whom she loved, and for a minute she reproached herself for having so implicitly obeyed the counsel of the evil spirit. Her own feelings were worked up to that pitch of excitement with which women, even in the strongest minded, must have its vent in tears, and she burst into an agony of weeping. The sound of those sobs was more than the generous hearted and affectionate Fernand could bear, and starting from the sand whereon he had flung himself, he exclaimed,
"Nisida, my beloved Nisida, dry those tears, subdue this frenzied grief. Let us say no more upon these exciting topics this evening, but I will meditate, I will reflect upon the morrow, and then I will communicate to thee the result of my deliberations."
"Oh, there is then hope for me yet!"
cried Nisida joyfully.
"And thou hast the means to grant my wishes, but thou fearest to use them. We will say no more this evening on subjects calculated to give so little pleasure, but to morrow, my Fernand, to morrow."
And Nisida stopped her own utterance by pressing her lips to those of Wagner, winding her beauteous arms most lovingly round his neck at the same time, and pressing him to her bosom. But that night and the ensuing morn were destined to wring the heart cords of the unhappy Fernand, for the influence of the demon, though unknown and unrecognized, was dominant with Nisida. Section 57.
Section 58 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56, Part 1. It was night, and Fernand was pacing the sand with even greater agitation than he had manifested during the cruel scene of the evening. He was alone on the sea shore, and Nisida slept in the hut. Terrible thoughts warred in the breast of Wagner. Nisida's language had astonished and alarmed him. He was convinced that Satan himself had inspired her with those ideas, the utterance of which had nearly goaded him to madness. She had insisted on the belief that he was acquainted with the means of enabling her to return to Italy; and yet Nisida was not a mere girl, a silly whimsical being, who would assert the wildest physical impossibilities just as caprice might prompt her. No, she really entertained that belief, but without having any ostensible grounds to establish it.
Such an impression could only have been made upon her mind by the fiend who seeks to entangle me in his meshes,
murmured Wagner to himself, as he paced the strand.
The demon has failed to tempt me as yet, thrice has he failed, and now he musters all his force to assail me, too, in the most vulnerable points. But, O Heaven, give me strength to resist the dread influence thus brought to bear upon me. What course can I adopt? What plan pursue? If tomorrow must witness a renewal of that scene which occurred this evening, I shall succumb, I shall yield. In a moment of despair I shall exclaim, "Yes, Nisida, I will sacrifice everything to acquire the power to transport thee back to Italy; and I shall hurry to yon mountains, seeking their wildest defile, shall invoke the enemy of mankind and say, 'Come, Satan, I give thee my soul in exchange for the illimitable power thou offerest.' And thus will be the terrible result, the fearful catastrophe." Big drops of agony stood upon Fernand's brow as he uttered these words. He saw that he was hovering on the verge of a fearful abyss, and he trembled lest he should fall, so intense was his love for Nisida. At one moment he thought of the soothing vision, full of hope and promise, which had occupied his slumber in the morning. At another he pondered on the tears, the prayers, and the threats of Nisida. The conflicting thoughts were, indeed, sufficient to urge him on to a state of utter despair. His eternal salvation and the happiness of her whom he loved so tenderly were placed in such antagonistic position that they raised a fierce, a painful, and agonizing warfare in his breast. Now he would fall upon his knees and pray fervently for strength to continue in the right path. Then he would again give way to all the maddening influences of his bitter reflections, and, while in this mood, had Satan suddenly stood before him, he would have succumbed. Yes, he would have succumbed. But the fiend had no longer any power to offer direct temptation to the wretched Wagner. Oh! if he could die that moment, how gladly would he release himself from an existence fraught with so much misery!
But death was not yet within the reach of him who bore the doom of a Wehr Wolf. The morning dawned, and Fernand Wagner was still pacing the sand, dreading to meet Nisida again, and not daring to seek to avoid her. Were he to fly to the mountains or to the forests, she would search after him, and thus he would only be leading her into perils amidst yawning precipices, or where she might become the prey of the terrible Anaconda. To remain were anguish, to fly were madness.
"O wretch, miserable wretch that I am!"
exclaimed Wagner, as he beheld the twilight, so short in the tropics, growing more powerful, and knew that Nisida would soon come forth from the hut. In a few minutes the orb of day appeared above the orient wave, and almost at the same time the lady made her appearance on the shore.
"Fernand, thou hast not sought repose throughout the night just past,"
she said, advancing toward him, and endeavoring to read upon his countenance the thoughts which filled his brain.
"Nisida,"
he replied in a rapid and excited tone,
"I have gone through so much during the last few hours that 'tis a marvel reason has maintained its seat. If thou lovest me, let us forget all those topics which have so strongly excited us both, and let us unite our prayers that Heaven will send the means to quit this isle and return to thy native land."
"Fernand,"
said Nisida, in a tone of deep disappointment and reproach,
"I was not prepared for this. Your words imply that you possess the power to aid my departure hence, but that you have resolved not to use it. Is that your decision?"
"I scorn to deceive thee, Nisida, by a direst falsehood in so serious a matter as this,"
exclaimed Wagner.
"Knowest thou, my beloved, at what price must be purchased the power which alone can enable me to effect thine return to Italy? Canst thou divine the immeasurable sacrifice which I must make to gratify thy wishes?"
"Fernand,"
answered Nisida, in a reproachful and yet resolute tone,
"there is no price that I would not pay to obtain the means of pleasing thee. There is no sacrifice that I would shrink from were your happiness at stake."
"Nisida,"
ejaculated Wagner, in a tone of fearful excitement,
"you drive me to despair. Have mercy upon me, Nisida, have mercy upon me, my God! If you taunt me, if you reproach me, thus I will do all that you command, but force me not to believe, Nisida, my well beloved Nisida, that in espousing thee in the sight of Heaven, I took to my bosom a fiend instead of a woman a relentless demon in the most charming female shape that evil spirit ever wore. Oh! if you knew all, you would pity me as it is so wretched on earth, you would not compel me to renounce every hope of salvation. For know, Nisida,"
he added, his countenance wearing an expression of indescribable horror,
"know that in demanding of me this last sacrifice, you ordain that I should sell my immortal soul to Satan."
For a moment Nisida appeared shocked and appalled at the words which met her ears, but she rather recoiled from the manner of fearful excitement in which they were uttered, than from the intelligence which they conveyed.
"He who truly loves,"
she said coldly, as she recovered her equanimity,
"would make even that sacrifice. And now listen, Fernand,"
she continued, her eyes flashing fire, and her naked bosom heaving convulsively as she spoke, while her splendid form was drawn up to its full height, and her whole aspect sublimely terrible and wondrously beautiful, even in that fit of agitated passion.
"Listen, Fernand,"
she cried, in her musical flute like voice, which, however, assumed the imperious accent and tone of command.
"Thou art a coward, and unworthy such an earnest, such a profound, such a devoted love as mine, if thou refusest to consummate a sacrifice which would make us both powerful and great as long as we live. Consider, my Fernand, the spirit with whom thou wouldst league thyself can endow us with an existence running over centuries to come, can invest us with eternal youth, can place countless treasures at our disposal, can elevate us to the proudest thrones of Christendom. Oh! wilt thou spurn advantages like those? Wilt thou refuse to avail thyself of gifts that must render us so supremely happy? No, no; and we can return together to my native city, we can enter Florence in triumph, thou no longer fearing the terror of the law, I no longer compelled to simulate the doom of the deaf and dumb. Our enemies shall lick the dust at our feet, and we shall triumph wherever success may be desirable. Oh, I understand that beseeching, appealing look, Fernand. Thou thinkest that I shall love thee less if this immense sacrifice be consummated, that I shall look upon thee with loathing. No, not so; and to convince thee that mine is a soul endowed with an iron will, that mine is an energy which can grapple even with remorse, I will reveal to thee a secret which thou hast perhaps never even suspected, Fernand,"
she exclaimed,
now becoming absolutely terrible with the excitement that animated her.
"Fernand,"
she repeated,
"'twas I who murdered thy girl Agnes in the garden of thy mansion at Florence."
Thou, Nisida!" almost shrieked Wagner wildly. "Oh, no, no! Recall that dreadful avowal! And yet oh, yes, I see it all my former suspicions are confirmed. Wretched woman! What harm did the unfortunate Agnes do to thee?"
"I saw in her a rival, Fernand, or fancied that she was so,"
answered Nisida.
"I overheard your conversation with her that morning in the garden. I saw her embrace thee tenderly. Mine ears drank in her words. Oh, I remember them even now. She said, 'Oh, what a night of uneasiness have I passed! But at length thou art restored to me, thou whom I have ever loved so fondly, although I abandoned thee for so long a time.' Were not those her very words? And thou didst speak to her in a tone equally tender. Ah! I have ever suspected that she was thy mistress, although thou didst swear upon the cross, in thy dungeon, that she was not. But so great was my love for thee, that I smothered the dread suspicion."
"Suspicion!" repeated Wagner in the penetrating tone of heartrending anguish an anguish so intense that his brain whirled, and he knew not what he said or did. "Oh, wretched woman! And thou didst slay Agnes on a mere suspicion!"
"I hated her, even before I entertained that suspicion,"
exclaimed Nisida impatiently.
"for she was the mistress of my father. Thinkest thou that my quick ears had not gleaned the mysterious whisperings which frequently passed between my sire and his valet Antonio, relative to the lady who dwelt in seclusion at the abode of that menial's mother? Or thinkest thou that when I once obtained a clue to my father's degrading passion, I scrupled to watch him, to follow him, to learn all his proceedings? No, for it was the more easily to enact the spy upon my own father that originally simulated the doom of the deaf and dumb. A purse of gold induced Dame Margaretha, Antonio's mother, to give me admission into her house, though she also believed that I was really deprived of the faculties of hearing and of speech. But often and often was I concealed in the chamber adjacent to that where my father passed hours with his mistress, and it was not without advantage that I so acted, for I discovered that amongst the presents which she had given her, were the jewels which had belonged to my sainted mother, that mother whose wrongs were so manifold, and whose sufferings were so great. Yes, and I possessed myself of those jewels, leaving the girl the other gifts which she had received from my sire. And now, since I am involved in relations of such import, I shall do well to inform thee, Fernand, that I had seen and loved thee before thou didst come as a visitor to our mansion in Florence, for it was my habit to proceed occasionally to the dwelling of the good Dr. Duras, the depositary of my grand secret in the feigned loss of faculties, and while wandering alone in his garden I once beheld thee, and the moment I beheld thee I loved thee. Often, often after that would I visit the kind physician's grounds, whereof I possessed a pass key, and my admiration of thee led me to pass the slight boundary which separated his garden from thine. Then I would approach the windows of thy dwelling, and contemplate thee as thou wast seated in thy favorite apartment. On the night of my father's funeral, although so very late when all the subsequent business connected with the reading of the will was concluded, my mind was so perturbed and restless that I could not sleep, and quitting the Riverola mansion by a private door, I sought the fresh air with the hope that it would calm me. Some vague and indescribable sentiment of curiosity, or else something that I had heard on the return of the mourners, relative to the strange scene enacted in the church, I knew not which, led me to the vicinity of your abode, and there, in your favorite room, I beheld you seated, listening attentively to some sweet words, doubtless, which Agnes was breathing into your ear, but she caught a glimpse of my countenance by the light of the lamps."
"Enough, enough!" exclaimed Wagner. "Thou hast indeed cleared up innumerable mysteries, but O Nisida, would thou hadst remained silent, that thou hadst not drawn aside the veil which my elated opinion of thee has thrown over the suspicions that, I admit, from time to time "
"And if I had told thee all this, Fernand,"
interrupted Nisida impatiently,
"it is that thou mayest be convinced not only of the natural energy of my mind, but also of the deep love which I bear thee. And now that thou seest me in my true character, a murderess if thou wilt,"
she added with an emphasis of bitter scorn,
"now canst thou refuse that sacrifice."
"Enough, Nisida! Enough crime has been perpetrated by both of us, Heaven knows!" ejaculated Wagner, still writhing with anguish produced by the avowal which had so lately met his ears. Oh, accursed be the day, blotted from the annals of time be the hour, Nisida, when thy hand struck the fatal dagger into the heart of Agnes!"
"What, this to my face?"
said Nisida, her countenance becoming crimson with indignation, and not her face only, but her swan like neck, her shoulders, and her bosom.
"Then she was thy mistress, Fernand, and thou didst love her, while I fancied, false one that thou art, thine affections to be wholly and solely mine."
"Nisida,"
exclaimed Fernand, cruelly bewildered,
"you drive me to despair. I know not whether to loathe thee for this avowal which thou hast made, or to snatch thee to my arms, abandon all hope of salvation, and sacrifice myself entirely for one so transcendently beautiful as thou art. But thy suspicions relative to Agnes are ridiculous, monstrous, absurd; for as surely as thou art there, Nisida, as the heaven is above us and the earth beneath us, as surely as that I love thee so well as to be unable to reproach thee more for the deed which thou hast confessed, so surely, Nisida, was Agnes my own granddaughter, and I, Fernand Wagner, young, strong, and healthy as thou beholdest me, am 15 years of age."
Nisida started in affright, and then fixed a scrutinizing glance upon Fernand's countenance, for she feared that his reason was abandoning him that he was raving.
"Ah, Nisida, I see that you do not credit my words,"
he exclaimed.
"And yet I have told thee the solemn, sacred truth. But mine is a sad history and a dreadful fate; and if I thought that thou wouldst soothe my wounded spirit, console and not revile me, pity and not loathe me, I would tell thee all."
"Speak, Fernand, speak!"
she cried.
"And do me not so much wrong as to suppose that I could forget my love for thee, that love which made me the murderer of Agnes. Besides," she added enthusiastically, "I see that we are destined for each other, that the dark mysteries attached to both our lives engender the closest sympathies, that we shall flourish in power, and glory, and love, and happiness together."
Wagner threw his arms around Nisida's neck and clasped her to his breast. He saw not in her the woman who had dealt death to his granddaughter; he beheld in her only a being of ravishing beauty and wondrous mind. So intoxicated was he with his passion, and so great was the magic influence which she wielded o'er his yielding spirit. Then, as her head reclined upon his breast, he whispered to her, in a few hurried but awfully significant words, the nature of his doom, the dread conditions on which he had obtained resuscitated youth, an almost superhuman beauty, a glorious intellect, and power of converting the very clods of the earth into gold and precious stones at will.
"And now, dearest,"
he added, in a plaintive and appealing tone,
"and now thou mayst divine wherefore, on the last day of every month I have crossed these mountains; thou mayst divine, too, how my escape from the prison of Florence was accomplished; and though no mortal power can abridge my days, though the sword of the executioner would fall harmless on my neck, and the deadly poison curdle not in my veins, still, man can bind me in chains, and my disgrace is known to all Florence."
"But thou shalt return thither, Fernand,"
exclaimed Nisida, raising her countenance and gazing upon him, not with horror and amazement, but in pride and triumph.
"Thou shalt return thither, Fernand, armed with a power that may crush all thine enemies, and blast with destructive lightning the wretches who would look slightingly on thee. Already thou art dearer, far dearer to me than ever thou wast before, for I love the marvelous, I glory in the supernatural, and thou art a being such women as myself can worship and adore, and thou repinest at thy destiny, thou shudderest at the idea of that monthly transformation which makes thy fate so grand, because it is so terrible. Oh, thou art wrong, my Fernand! Consider all thou hast gained, how many, many years of glorious youth and magnificent beauty await thee. Think of the power with which thy boundless command of wealth may invest thee. Oh, thou art happy, enviable, blessed! But I,"
she added, the impassioned excitement of her tone suddenly sinking into subdued plaintiveness as her charming head once more fell upon his breast.
"I am doomed to fade and wither like the other human flowers of the earth. Oh, that thought is now maddening! While thou remainest as thou art now, vested with that fine, manly beauty which won my heart when I first saw thee, and before I knew thee, I shall grow old, wrinkled, and thou wilt loathe me. I shall be like a corpse by the side of one endowed with vigorous life. O Fernand, this may not be, and thou canst purchase the power to bestow unperishing youth, unchanging beauty upon me; the power, moreover, to transport us hence, and render us happy in inseparable companionship for long, long years to come."
"Merciful heavens, Nisida!" exclaimed Fernand, profoundly touched by the urgent, earnest appeal of the lovely siren whose persuasive eloquence besought him to seal his own eternal damnation. "Wouldst thou have me yield up my soul to the enemy of mankind?"
"Do you hesitate? Can you even pause to reflect?"
cried Nisida, with whose tongue the demon himself was as if it were speaking.
"Oh, Fernand, you love me not you have never, never loved me!"
And she burst into a flood of tears. Wagner was painfully moved by this spectacle, which constituted so powerful an argument to support the persuasive eloquence of her late appeal. His resolution gave way rapidly: the more agonizing became her sobs the weaker grew his self command; and his lips were about to murmur the fatal assent to her prayer about to announce his readiness to summon the enemy of mankind and conclude the awful compact, when suddenly there passed before his eyes the image of the guardian angel whom he had seen in his vision, dim and transparent as the thinnest vapor, yet still perceptible, and with an expression of countenance profoundly mournful. The apparition vanished in a moment, but its evanescent presence was fraught with salvation. Tearing himself wildly and abruptly from Nisida's embrace, Wagner exclaimed in a tone indicative of the horror produced by the revulsion of feeling in his mind, "No, never, never!" And fleet as the startled deer he ran. He flew toward the mountains. Frightened and amazed by his sudden cry and simultaneous flight, Nisida cast her eyes rapidly around to ascertain the cause of his alarm, thinking that some dread spectacle had stricken terror to his soul. But ah! what sees she? Why do her glances settle fixedly in one direction? What beholds she in the horizon? For a few moments she is motionless speechless; she cannot believe her eyes; then her countenance, which has already experienced a transition from an expression of grief and alarm to one of suspense and mingled hope and fear, becomes animated with the wildest joy; and forgetting the late exciting scene as completely as if it had never taken place, but with all her thoughts and feelings absorbed in the new, the one idea which now engrosses her, she turns her eyes rapidly round toward the mountains, exclaiming,
"Fernand, dearest Fernand, a sail, a sail!"
Section 58. Section 59 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56, Part 2. But Wagner hears her not. She stamps her foot with impatient rage upon the sand, and in another moment the groves conceal her lover from view. Yes, Wagner looked not round, heard not the voice of Nisida invoking him to return, but continued his rapid flight toward the mountains, as if hurrying in anguish and in horror from the meshes which had been spread to ensnare his mortal soul. And now Nisida became all selfishness. There was at length a hope, a sudden hope that she should be speedily enabled to quit the hated monotonous island, and her fine large dark eyes were fixed intently upon the white sails which gradually grew more and more palpable in the azure horizon. She was not deceived. There was no doubt, no uncertainty, as to the nature of the object which now engrossed all her thoughts, and filled her heart with the wildest joy. It was indeed a ship, and its course was toward the island; for, as she gazed with fixed and longing eyes, it by degrees assumed a more defined shape, and that which had at first appeared to be but one small white piece of canvas, gradually developed the outlines of many sails, and showed the tapering spars, until at last the black hull appeared, completing the form of a large and noble vessel. Joy, joy! She should yet be saved from the island. And ah, do the chances of that hoped for safety multiply? Is it indeed another ship which has caught her eye in the far off horizon? Yes, and not one only, but another, and another, and another, until she can count 7 vessels, all emerging from the mighty distance, and spreading their snow white canvas to the breeze which wafts them toward the isle. Crowds of conflicting thoughts now rush to the mind of Nisida, and she seats herself upon the strand to deliberate as calmly as she may upon the course which she should adopt. Alas! Fernand, thou wast not then uppermost in the imagination of thy Nisida, although she has not entirely forgotten thee; but the principal topic of her meditations, the grand question which demanded the most serious weighing and balancing in her mind, was whether she should again simulate the deafness and dumbness which she had now for many months been accustomed to affect. Grave and important interests and a deeply rooted attachment to her brother on the one side urged the necessity of so doing, but on the other a fearful disinclination to resume that awful duplicity, that dreadful self sacrifice,
an apprehension lest the enjoyment of the faculties of hearing and speech for so long a period should have unfitted her for the successful revival and efficient maintenance of the deceit. These were the arguments on the negative side. But Nisida's was not a mind to shrink from any peril or revolt from any sacrifice which her interests or her aims might urge her to encounter; and it was with fire flashing eyes and a neck proudly arching that she raised her head in a determined manner, exclaiming aloud,
"Yes, it must be so. But the period of this renewed self martyrdom will not last long. So soon as thine interests shall have been duly cared for, Francisco, I will quit Florence forever. I will return to this island, and here I will pass the remainder of my days with thee, my beloved Fernand. And that I do love thee still, Fernand, although thou hast fled from my presence as if I were suddenly transformed into a loathsome monster; that I must ever continue to love thee, Fernand, and that I shall anxiously long to return to thine arms, are truths as firmly based as the foundations of the island. Thine, then, shall be the last name, thy name shall be the last word that I will suffer my lips to pronounce, ere I once more place the seal upon them. Yes, I love thee, Fernand. Oh, would to God that thou couldst hear me proclaim how much I love thee, my beauteous, my strangely fainted Fernand!"
It was almost in a despairing tone that Nisida gave utterance to these last words; for as the chance of escape from the island grew every moment less equivocal, by the nearer approach of the fleet, which was, however, still far from the shore, the intensity of her sensual passion for Wagner, that passion which she believed to be the purest and most firmly rooted love, revived, and her heart smote her for her readiness to abandon him to the solitude of that island. But as she was now acquainted with all the mysteries of his fate, as she knew that he could not die for many, many years to come, nor lose that glorious beauty which had proved alike her pleasure and her pride, her remorse and her alarms were to a considerable degree mitigated, for she thought within herself, although she now spoke aloud no more, "Death will not snatch him from me, disease will not impair his godlike features and elegant form, and he loves me too well not to receive me with open arms when I shall be enabled to return to him." These were her thoughts, and starting upon her feet, she compressed her lips tightly, as if to remind herself that she had once more placed a seal there, a seal not to be broken for some time. An hour had now passed since Fernand Wagner and Nisida separated on the sea shore, and he did not come back. Meantime the fleet of ships had drawn nearer, and though she more than once entertained the idea of hastening after Wagner to implore him to accompany her whithersoever those vessels were bound, or at least to part with the embrace of tenderness, yet her fear lest the ships might sail past without touching the island predominated over her softer feelings. And now, having settled in her mind the course she was to adopt, she hastened to the stores which she had saved from the wreck of the corsair vessel, and which had been piled up on the strand the day after she was first thrown on that Mediterranean isle. It will be remembered that amongst the articles thus saved were changes of apparel which Stephano Verrina had procured for her use at Leghorn ere the corsair bark set sail on that voyage from which she had never returned; and during Nisida's long sojourn on the island she had frequently examined those garments, and had been careful to secure them from the effects of rain or damp, in the hope that the day would sooner or later come when she might assume them for the purpose of bidding adieu to that lovely but monotonous island. And now that day has come, and the moment so anxiously longed for appeared to be rapidly approaching. Nisida accordingly commenced her toilet, as if she had only just risen from her couch and was preparing to dress to go abroad amongst the busy haunts of human beings. Her dark luxuriant hair, which so long had floated negligently upon her ivory shoulders, was gathered up in broad massive bands at the sides, and artistically plaited and confined at the back of her well shaped head. The tight bodice was next laced over the swelling bosom. Hose and light boots imprisoned the limbs which had so often borne her glancing along in their nudity to the soft music of the stream in the vale or of the wavelets of the sea. Broidery set off the fine form of Nisida in all the advantage of its glowing, full and voluptuous proportions. Then the large black veil was fastened to the plaits of her hair, whence its ample folds swept over that admirable symmetry of person, endowing her once more with a queen like air which became so well her splendid, yet haughty style of beauty. Yes, no longer subdued by simplicity of attire, no longer tender and soft, was the loveliness of Nisida, but grand, imperious, and dazzling did she now seem again, as erst she seemed ere her foot trod that island shore. Appareled in handsome garments, and with the rich carnation glow of health and animation in her cheeks, and with her eyes flashing the fires of hope, but with the vermilion lips compressed,
Nisida now stood on the strand where so oft she had wandered like a Nereid, feeling no shame at her semi-nudity. During the time occupied by her toilet, the fleet of 7 ships had approached much nearer to the island, and now they were not more than 3 miles distant. The hulls, which at first had seemed quite black, shone, as they drew closer, with the gay colors in which they were painted, the gorgeous sunlight playing vividly on the gilding of the prows, streaks of red and white along the sides, and the splendid decorations of the poop lanterns. Noble and mighty ships they were, ships of size such as Nisida had never seen before, and in comparison with which all the merchant vessels she had beheld at Leghorn were but mere boats. There was no need to raise a signal to invite them to approach, for that fleet was evidently steering toward the island. Whence did this fleet come? Whither was it bound? To what nation did it belong? And would those on board treat her with attention and respect? Such were the thoughts which flashed across her brain, and her heart beat with anxiety for the arrival of the moment which should solve these questions. Absorbed as she was in the contemplation of the noble ships, those mighty but graceful swans of the ocean, she did not forget to cast, from time to time, a rapid glance around to see if Fernand were retracing his way toward her. Alas! no, he came not, and she must quit the isle without embracing him, without assuring him of her constant love, without renewing her oft repeated promise to return. Ah! a thought struck her. She would leave a note for him in the hut. No sooner was the project determined on than she set about its execution, for there were writing materials amidst the stores saved from the corsair wreck. A brief but tender letter was hastily penned, and then secured in a place where she knew he must find it should he revisit the rude tenement in which they had so often slept in each other's arms. And that he would revisit it she both fondly hoped and firmly believed, revisit it so soon as the excitement and the terror, under the influence of which he had parted from her, should have subsided. Her mind was now much easier, and her beauty was wonderfully enhanced by the glow of animation which suffused itself over her countenance, giving additional light to her ever brilliant eyes, and rendering her noble aquiline face resplendent to gaze upon. The ships came to anchor at a distance of about 2 miles from the shore, and though the banners of each were fluttering in the breeze, yet Nisida was not well skilled enough in discriminating the flags of different nations to be able immediately to satisfy herself to which country that fleet belonged. But as she stood with her eyes fixed on the foremost vessel, which was also the largest, she noticed that there was a gilt crescent in the middle of the blood red standard that floated over her central poop lantern, and a chill struck to her heart, for the thought of African pirates flashed to her mind. This alarm was, however, as effervescent as it was poignant, for another moment's reflection convinced her that none of the princes of Africa could send so proud a fleet to sea. Following up the chain of reasoning thus suggested, and calling to her aid all the accounts she had read of naval fights between the Christians and the Moslems, she at length remembered that the blood red banner and the gilt crescent in the middle denoted the presence of the Kapitan Pasha, or Lord High Admiral of the Ottoman Empire. Confidently believing that peace existed between Italy and Turkey, she had now no longer any fears as to the treatment she was likely to experience at the hands of the Mohammedans, and it was with unfeigned joy that she beheld a boat, which had put off from the admiral's ship, at length approaching the shore. As the magnificently painted and gorgeously gilt barge, which 24 white turbaned rowers urged along with almost horse race speed, neared the strand, Nisida observed, beneath the velvet canopy in the stern, a personage, whom by his splendid apparel, his commanding demeanor, and the respect paid to him by the slayers accompanying him, was evidently of exalted rank. She accordingly conceived that this must be the Kapitan Pasha himself, but she was mistaken. Her delight at the approach of the barge, which she fondly hoped would prove the means of her deliverance from the island, was only equaled by the surprise of those on board at beholding a beautiful and elegantly dressed lady, unattended and alone, on the sea shore, as if awaiting their arrival. And, during the few minutes which now elapsed ere the barge touched the strand, it was evident that the high functionary seated beneath the canopy surveyed Nisida with increasing wonder and admiration, while she, on her side, could not help noticing that he was remarkably handsome, very young, and possessing a countenance rather of an Italian than a Turkish cast of features. Meantime a profound silence, broken only by the slight and uniform sounds produced by the oars, prevailed, and when the boat touched the strand, a long and wide plank, covered with velvet, was so placed as to enable the high functionary before alluded to land conveniently. Attended by 2 slaves, who followed at a respectful distance, the Mussulman chief advanced toward Nisida,
whom he saluted in a manner which strengthened her suspicion that he was not of Turkish origin, although habited in the richest Oriental costume she had ever seen, and evidently holding some very superior office among the Ottomans. She returned his salutation with a graceful bow and a sweet smile, and he immediately addressed her in the Italian tongue, her own dear and delightful language, saying, "Lady, art thou the queen of this land, or art thou, as appearances would almost lead one to conjecture, a solitary inhabitant here?" For he saw that she was alone, beheld no traces of culture, and there was but one miserable dwelling, and that such as she might have built up with her own hands. Nisida shook her head mournfully, making signs that she was deaf and dumb. The Mussulman chief uttered an ejaculation of mingled surprise and grief, and surveyed the lady with additional interest and admiration. But in a few moments his countenance assumed a sudden expression of astonishment, as if a light had broken in upon him, suggesting something more than a mere suspicion, nay, indeed a positive conviction, and having examined her features with the most earnest attention, he abruptly took his tablets from the fold of his garment, and wrote something on them. He then handed them to Nisida, and it was now her turn to experience the wildest surprise, for on the page opened to her view there were these words, traced in a beautiful style of calligraphy, and in the Italian language: "Is it possible that your ladyship can be the Donna Nisida of Riverola?" Nisida's eyes wandered in astonishment from the tablets to the countenance of him who had penciled that question, but his features were certainly not familiar to her, and yet she thought that there was something in the general expression of that handsome face not altogether unknown to her. As soon as she had partially recovered from the surprise and bewilderment produced by finding that she at least was known to the Ottoman functionary, she wrote beneath his question the following reply:
I am indeed Nisida of Riverola, who for 7 long months have been the only inhabitant of this island whereon I was shipwrecked, and I am now anxious to return to Italy, or at all events to the first Christian port at which your fleet may touch. Have mercy upon me, then, and take me hence. But who are you, signor, that I should prove no stranger to you?"
The Ottoman chief read these words, and hastened to reply in the following manner: "I have the honor to be the Grand Vizier of His Imperial Highness the glorious Sultan Solyman, and my name is Ibrahim. A few months ago I encountered your brother Francisco, Count of Riverola, who was then in command of a body of Tuscan auxiliaries, raised to assist in defending Rhodes against the invading arms of the mighty Solyman. Your brother became my prisoner, but I treated him worthily. He informed me with bitter tears of the strange and mysterious disappearance of his well beloved sister, who had the misfortune to be deprived of the faculties of hearing and speech. Your brother was soon set free, after the fall of Rhodes, and he returned to his native city. But from all he told me of thee, lady, it was natural that I should ere now conjecture who thou must be." Ibrahim did not choose to add that he had remembered to have seen Nisida occasionally in their native city of Florence, and that he was indeed the brother of her late dependent, Flora Francatelli; but the explanation which he did give was quite sufficient to renew her deepest surprise, and she now learnt for the first time that during her absence her brother had been engaged in the perils of warfare. The grand vizier gently withdrew from Nisida's hand the tablets on which her eyes were positively riveted, but it was only to trace a few lines to afford her additional explanations. When he returned the tablets to her again, she read as follows: "By a strange coincidence, the glorious fleet which has wafted me hither to deliver you from this lonely isle, and which is under the command of the captain pasha in person, is bound for the western coast of Italy. Its mission is at present known only to myself and a faithful Greek dependent, but your ladyship shall receive worthy attention and be duly conveyed to Leghorn. The squadron has been driven from its course by a tempest which assaulted us off the island of Candia. Our pilot lost his reckonings, and when land was descried this morning, it was believed to be the coast of Sicily. Hast thou, lady, any means of enlightening us as to the geographical position of this island?" Nisida answered in the ensuing manner:
I have not the least notion of the geographical position of the island. An eternal summer seems to prevail in this clime, which would be terrestrial paradise were not the forests infested by hideous serpents of an enormous size.
Ibrahim Pasha, having read this reply, summoned from the barge the officer in command, and to him he communicated the intelligence which he had just received from Nisida. That officer's countenance immediately underwent a dreadful change, and falling on his knees at Ibrahim's feet, he made some strong appeal, the nature of which Nisida could only divine by his emphatic delivery and the terrified manner of the individual. Ibrahim smiled contemptuously, and motioned the officer with an imperious gesture to raise and return to the barge. Then, again, having recourse to the tablets, he conveyed the following information to Nisida.
Lady, it appears that this is the Isle of Snakes, situated in the Gulf of Sictra, on the African coast. Horrible superstitions are attached to this clime, and I dare not remain longer on its shore, lest I should seriously offend the prejudices of those ignorant sailors. Come, then, lady, you shall receive treatment due to your rank, your beauty, and your misfortunes." In the meantime the officer had returned to the barge, where whispers speedily circulated in respect to the land on which that boat had touched, and the reader may imagine the extent of the loathing which the mere name of the isle was calculated to inspire in the breasts of the superstitious Mussulmans, when we observe that the existence of that island was well known to the Turks and also to the Africans, but was left uninhabited, and was never visited knowingly by any of their ships. Nisida saw that the grand vizier was in haste to depart, not through any ridiculous fears on his part, because he was too enlightened to believe in the fearful tales of mermaids, genii, ghouls, vampires, and other spirits by which the island was said to be haunted, but because his renegadism had been of so recent a date that he dared not, powerful and altered as he was, afford the least ground for suspecting that the light of Christianity triumphed in his soul over the dark barbarism of his assumed creed. Seeing then that Ibrahim Pasha was anxious to yield to the superstitious feelings of the sailors, Nisida intimated, with a graceful bend of the head, her readiness to accompany him; but as she advanced toward the boat, she cast a rapid and searching glance behind her. Alas! Wagner appeared not. A feeling of uneasiness, amounting almost to a pang of remorse, took possession of her, as she placed her foot upon the velvet covered plank, and for an instant she hastened to proceed. Could she abandon Fernand to the solitude of that isle? Could she renounce the joys which his love had taught her to experience? And might she not be enabled to persuade him to make that sacrifice which would invest him with a power that she herself would direct and wield according to her own pleasure and suitably to her own interests? But oh, that hesitation lasted not more than a moment, for her feet were on the plank leading to the barge, and at a short distance floated the ship that would bear her away from the isle. One longing, lingering look upon the shore of that island where she had enjoyed so much happiness, even if she had experienced so much anxiety, one longing, lingering look, and she hesitated no more. Ibrahim escorted her to a seat beneath the velvet canopy, the officer in command gave the signal, and the barge was shoved off, the rowers plied their oars, and the island was already far behind, ere Nisida had the courage to glance toward it again. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57, Part 1. Let us now return to Fernand Wagner, whom we left flying from his Nisida, flying in horror and alarm from her whom he nevertheless loved so tenderly and devotedly. He fled as if from the brink of the yawning pit of hell, into which the malignant fiend who coveted his soul was about to plunge him. Nor once did he look back. Absorbed as his feelings were in the full conviction of the tremendous peril from which he had just escaped, he still found room for the reflection that were he to turn and catch but one glimpse of the beauteous, oh, too beauteous creature from whom he had torn himself away, he should be lost. His mind was bent upon the salvation of his immortal soul, and he knew that the enemy of mankind was assailing him with a power and with an energy which nothing save the assistance of heaven could enable him to resist. He knew also that heaven helps only those who are willing and anxious to help themselves, and of this doctrine he had received a striking and triumphant proof in the sudden and effervescent appearance of his guardian angel at the instant when, overpowered by the strong, the earnest, and the pathetic pleading of the siren Nisida, he was about to proclaim his readiness to effect the crowning sacrifice. And it was to avoid the chance of that direful yielding, to fly from a temptation which became irresistible when embellished with all the eloquence of a woman on whom he doted, that Wagner sped with lightning rapidity toward the mountains. But the beauteous form of Nisida met not now his eyes, and deeply, profoundly, ardently as he still loved her, and felt that he must ever love her, yet, to speak soothly, he deplored not that she was no longer there. The vision of the previous night had so firmly established hope in his soul, that he had prepared and tutored himself, during his journey across the mountains, to sacrifice all his happiness on earth to ensure the eternal felicity of heaven. No, Nisida was not there, but as he drew closer to the shore, he beheld, to his ineffable joy, the dark spot gradually assume that defined shape which left no room to doubt the truth of his vision, even were he inclined to be skeptical.
for there, indeed, touching the strand, but still so far in the water that a slight exertion would send it completely afloat, was a large boat, curiously shaped, and painted in a variety of fantastic colors. It had a mast standing, but the sail was lowered, and, on a closer inspection, the boat proved to be altogether unimpaired.
Heaven delights to effect its wise intentions by natural means,
thought Wagner within himself.
But surely it could not have been through the agency of Nisida that this boat was left upon the shore. No,
he added aloud, after a still closer inspection.
The rope attached to the prow has been snapped asunder. Doubtless the boat became detached from one of the ships which appeared off the island yesterday, and which,
he said in a low murmuring voice, and with an ill-subdued sigh,
have afforded Nisida the means of departure hence.
He sat down, exhausted, and as he found leisure for recollection, as his thoughts composed themselves and settled down into something like collected calmness, he felt a sensation of indescribable joy at having triumphed over the appalling temptations which had beset him, and in his soul a voice seemed to be singing an anthem of delight and gratitude, and he soon experienced a serenity of mind such as he had not known for many hours past. When a man, having yielded to temptation, succeeds in escaping the perils of the consequences, he beholds a strong motive for self-gratulation, but how ineffably more sweet is it to be able to reflect that the temptation itself has been avoided in the first instance, and that the dangers of the results have never even been risked. Thus thought Wagner, but not for a moment did he attribute to any strength of mind on his own part the escape which had just been effected from the snare set by the evil one. No, he acknowledged within himself, and with all due humility, that the hand of the Almighty had sustained him in his most trying moments of peril, and ere he thought of resuming his journey to that side of the island on which Nisida was not, he knelt in fervent prayer. Rising from his knees, his eyes accidentally swept the sea, and he was riveted to the spot from which he was about to turn away, for the white sails of the Ottoman fleet met his astonished view. He remained gazing on those objects for some time, until he was convinced they were nearing the island. For a few moments a deep regret took possession of him. He should lose his Nisida irrevocably. But his next impulse was to wrestle with this feeling, to combat this weakness. How could he have hoped ever to rejoin her without rendering himself again liable to the witchery of her siren tongue, the eloquence of her silver-toned voice, the persuasiveness of her graceful manners? No, it were better that she should depart. It were preferable that he should lose her and preserve his immortal soul. Thus reasoned he, and that reasoning was effectual. He waited only long enough to assure himself that the fleet was positively approaching the island. He then knew that she would depart, and, without permitting himself to yield again to the weakness of Nisida's fatal influence, he tore himself away from that point amongst the heights which commanded the view of the side of the island where she was. Hastening around the base of the volcano, he reached the defiles leading to that part of the isle where he had periodically fulfilled his dreadful destiny as a Wehr Wolf. Carefully avoiding the outskirts of the forest and the knots of large trees, he proceeded toward the shore, and his heart was rent with feelings of deep anguish as he everywhere beheld the traces of destruction left behind him by his recent run in the horrible form of a savage monster. Then, too, when melancholy thoughts had once again entered his soul, the image of Nisida appeared to flit before him in the most tempting manner, and the more he endeavored to banish from his memory the recollection of her charms, the more vividly delineated did they become. At length jealousy took possession of him, and suddenly stopping short in his progress towards the shore, he exclaimed aloud,
"What if she should be wooed and won by another? If she return to her native land, as assuredly she now will, she may meet some handsome and elegant cavalier who will succeed in winning her passions, and I who love her so well, shall be forgotten. Oh, this is madness! To think that another may possess her, clasp her in his arms, press his lips to hers, feel her fragrant breath fan her cheek, play with the rich tresses of her beauteous hair. Oh, no, no! The bare thought is enough to goad me to despair. She must not depart thus. We have separated, if not in anger, at least abruptly, too abruptly, considering how we have loved, and that we have wedded each other in the sight of Heaven. Heaven!"
repeated Wagner, his tone changing from despair to a deep solemnity.
"Heaven! Oh, I rejoice that I gave utterance to the word, for it reminds me that to regain my Nisida I must lose Heaven."
And, as if to fly from his own reflections, he rushed on toward the sea, and there he stopped to gaze, as oft before he had gazed, on the mighty expanse, seeming, in the liquid sunlight, as it stretched away from the yellow sand, a resplendent lake of molten silver bounded by a golden shore.
How like to the human countenance art thou, O mighty sea!
Thought Wagner, as he stood with folded arms on the brink of the eternal waters.
Now thou hast smiles as soft and dimples as beautiful as ever appeared in the face of innocence and youth, while the joyous sunlight is on thee; but if the dark clouds gather in the heaven above thee, thou straightway assumed a mournful and a gloomy aspect, and thou growest threatening and somber. And in how many varied voices dost thou speak, O treacherous and changeful sea! Now thou whisperest softly, as if thy ripples conveyed faint murmurings of love; but if the gale arise, thou canst burst forth into notes of laughter as thy waters leap to the shore with bounding mirth; and, if the wind grow higher, thou canst speak louder and more menacingly, till, when the storm comes on, thou lashest thyself into a fury, thou boilest with rage, and thy wrathful voice vies with the rush of the tempest and the roar of the thunder. Deceitful sea, imagining the beauties, thoughts, and passions of the earth, within thy mighty depths too, thou hast gems to deck the crowns of kings and the brows of loveliness, and yet thou cravest for more, and engulfest rich argosies with all their treasures, thou insatiate sea! And in thy dark caverns are the skeletons of the myriads of human beings whom thou hast swallowed up in thy fury, and whose bones are trophies which thou retainest in thy fathomless depths, as the heart of man enshrineth the relics of those hopes which have wasted away and perished.
Thus thought Wagner as he stood gazing upon the sea, then so calm and beautiful, but which he knew to be so treacherous. When wearied of the reflections which that scene inspired, and not daring to allow his mind to dwell on the image of Nisida, he repaired to the nearest grove, and refreshed himself with the cooling fruits which he plucked. Then he extended his rambles amongst the verdant plains, and strove strenuously to divert his thoughts as much as possible from the one grand and mournful idea, the departure of Nisida from the island. But vainly did he endeavor to fix his attention upon the enchanting characteristics of that clime. The flowers appeared to him less brilliant in hue than they were wont to be, the fruits were less inviting, the verdure was of a less lively green, and the plumage of the birds seemed to have lost the bright gloss that rendered its colors so gorgeous in the sunlight. For oh, the powers of his vision were almost completely absorbed in his mind, and that mind was a mirror wherein was now reflected with a painful vividness all the incidents of the last few hours. But he was still sustained in his determination not to retrace his way to the spot where he had left Nisida. When the several hours had passed, and the sun was drawing near the western horizon, he exclaimed, in a moment of holy triumph,
"She has doubtless by this time quitted the island, and I have been unable to resist those anxious longings which prompted me to return and clasp her in my arms. O God, I thank thee that thou hast given me this strength."
Wagner now felt so overcome with weariness after his wanderings and roamings of so many hours, especially as the 2 preceding nights had been sleepless for him, that he sat down upon a piece of low rock near the shore. A quiet, dreamy repose insensibly stole over him. In a few minutes his slumber was profound. And now he beheld a strange vision. Gradually the darkness which appeared to surround him grew less intense, and a gauzy vapor that rose in the midst, at first of the palest bluish tint possible, by degrees obtained more consistency, when its nature began to undergo a sudden change, assuming the semblance of a luminous mist. Wagner's heart seemed to flutter and leap in his breast, as if with a presentiment of coming joy, for the luminous mist became a glorious halo, surrounding the beauteous and holy form of a protecting angel, clad in white and shining garments, and with snowy wings drooping slowly from her shoulders. And ineffably, supernally benign and reassuring was the look which the angel bent upon the sleeping Wagner, as she said in the softest, most melodious tones,
"The choir of heavenly host has hymned thanks for thy salvation. After thou hast resisted the temptations of the enemy of mankind when he spoke to thee with his own lips, an angel came to thee in a dream to give thee assurances that thou hadst already done much in atonement for the crime that endangered thy soul. But he warned thee then that much more remained to be done ere that atonement would be complete.
and the rest is now accomplished, for thou hast resisted the temptations of the evil one when urged by the tongue and in the melodious voice of lovely woman. This was thy crowning triumph, and the day when thou shalt reap thy reward is near at hand, for the bonds which connect thee with the destiny of a werewolf shall be broken, and thy name shall be inscribed in heaven's own book of life. And I will give thee a sign, that what thou seest and hearest now in thy slumber is no idle and delusive vision conjured up by a fevered brain. The sign shall be this: on awakening from thy sleep, retrace thy way to the spot where this morning thou didst separate from her whom thou lovest, and there shalt thou find a boat upon the sand. The boat will waft thee to Sicily, and there, in the town of Syracuse, thou must inquire for a man whose years have numbered 162, for that man it is who will teach thee how the spell which has made thee a werewolf may be broken." Scarcely had the angel finished speaking, when a dark form rose suddenly near that heavenly being, and Wagner had no difficulty in recognizing the demon. But the enemy of mankind appeared not armed with terrors of countenance, nor with the withering scorn of infernal triumph. For a moment his features denoted ineffable rage, and then that expression yielded to one of the profoundest melancholy, as if he were saying within himself, "There is salvation for repentant man, but none for me." A cloud now seemed to sweep before Wagner's eyes. Denser and more dense it grew, first absorbing in its increasing obscurity the form of the demon, and then enveloping the radiant being who still continued to smile sweetly and benignly upon the sleeping mortal until the glorious countenance and the shining garments were no longer visible, but all was black darkness around, and Fernand Wagner continued to sleep profoundly. Many hours elapsed ere he woke, and his slumber was serene and soothing. At length, when he opened his eyes and slowly raised his head from the hard pillow which a mass of rock had formed, he beheld the rich red streaks in the eastern horizon, heralding the advent of the sun; and as the various features of the island gradually developed themselves to his view, as if breaking slowly from a mist, he collected and rearranged in his mind all the details of the strange vision which he had seen. For a few minutes he was oppressed with a fear that his vision would indeed prove the delusive sport of his fevered brain, for there seemed to be in its component parts a wild admixture of the sublime and the fantastic. The solemn language of the angel appeared strangely diversified from the intimation that he would find a boat upon the shore, that this boat would convey him to a place where he was to inquire for a man whose age was 162 years, and that this man was the being destined to save him from the doom of a werewolf. Then again, he thought that Heaven worked out its designs by means often inscrutable to human comprehension, and he blamed himself for having doubted the truth of the vision. Feelings of joy therefore accompanied the reassurance of his soul, and, having poured forth his thanksgivings for the merciful intervention of Providence on his behalf, he tarried not even to break his fast with the fruits clustering at a short distance from him, but hastened to retrace his way across the mountains, no longer doubting to find the sign fulfilled and the boat upon the shore. And now these thoughts rose within him. Should he again behold Nisida? Was the fleet, which he had seen on the previous day, still off the island, or had it departed, bearing Nisida away to another clime? He expected not to behold either the fleet or his loved one, for he felt convinced that the angel would not send him back within the influence of her temptations. Nor was he mistaken, for having traversed the volcanic range of heights, he beheld naught to break the uniform and monotonous aspect of the sunlit sea. But on drawing nearer to the shore, he saw a dark spot almost immediately in front of the little hut which Nisida and himself had constructed, and wherein they had passed so many happy hours. He now advanced with a beating heart to the hut. The door was closed. Was it possible that Nisida might be within? Oh, how weak in purpose is the strongest minded of mortals! For an instant a pleasing hope filled Wagner's breast, and then, again summoning all his resolutions to his aid, he opened the door, resolved, should she indeed be there, to remain proof against all the appeals she might make to induce him to sacrifice their mundane prosperity for his immortal soul. But the hut was empty. He lingered in it for a few moments, and the reminiscences of happy hours passed therein swept across his brain. Suddenly the note which Nisida had left for him met his eyes, and it would be representing him as something far more or else far less than human, were we to declare he did not experience a feeling of intense pleasure at beholding the memorial of her love. The tears flowed down his cheeks as he read the following lines:
"The hour approaches, dearest Fernand, when, in all probability, I shall quit the island, but think not that this hope is unaccompanied by severe pangs. Oh, thou knowest that I love thee, and I will return to thee, my own adored Fernand, so soon as my presence shall be no longer needed at Florence. Yes, I will come back to thee, and we will not part until death shall deprive thee of me, for I must perish first, and while thou still remainest in all the glory of regenerated youth. Alas, thou hast fled from me this morning in anger, perhaps in disgust, but thou wilt forgive me, Ferdinand, if, yielding to some strange influence which I could not control, I urged an appeal so well calculated to strike terror into thy soul. Oh, that I could embrace thee ere I leave this isle! But alas, thou comest not back. Thou hast fled to the mountains. It is, however, in the ardent hope of thy return to this spot that I leave these few lines to assure thee of my undying affection, to pledge to thee my intention to hasten back to thine arms as soon as possible, and to implore thee not to nourish anger against thy devoted Nisida."
Wagner placed the letter to his lips, exclaiming,
Oh, therefore did an evil influence ever prove its power on thee, thou loving, loved, and beauteous being! Why was thy hand raised against the hapless Agnes? Therefore did fate make thee a murderess, and why, oh why didst thou assail me with prayers, tears, reproaches, menaces, to induce me to consign my soul to Satan? Nisida, may Heaven manifest its merciful goodness unto thee, even as that same benign care has been extended to me."
Fernand then placed the letter in his bosom, next to his heart, and dashing away the tears from his long lashes, began to turn his attention toward the preparation for his own departure from the island. As he approached the pile of stores, he beheld the light drapery which Nisida had lately worn, but which she had laid aside previous to leaving the island, and he also observed that the rich dress, which he had often seen her examine with care, was no longer there.
"How beauteous she must have appeared in the garb!"
he murmured to himself.
"But alas, she returns to the great world to resume her former character of the deaf and dumb."
Nisida and himself had often employed themselves in gathering quantities of those fruits which form an excellent aliment when dried in the sun, and there was a large supply of these comestibles now at his disposal. He accordingly transferred them to the boat; then he procured a quantity of fresh fruits, and lastly he filled with pure water a cask which had been saved by Nisida from the corsair wreck. His preparations were speedily completed, and he was about to depart, when it struck him that he might never behold Nisida again, and that she might perform her promise of returning to the island sooner or later. He accordingly availed himself of the writing materials left amongst the stores, to pen a brief but affectionate note, couched in the following terms:
"Dearest Nisida, I have found, read, and wept over thy letter. Thou hast my sincerest forgiveness, because I love thee more than man ever before loved woman. Heaven has sent me the means of escape from this island, and the doom at which my regenerated existence was purchased will shortly lose its spell; but perhaps my life may be surrendered up at the same time; at all events, everything is dark and mysterious in respect to means by which that spell is to be broken. Should we never meet again, but shouldst thou return hither and find this note, receive it as a proof of the unchanging affection of thy Ferdinand."
The letter was placed in the hut, in precisely the same spot where the one written by Nisida had been left, and Wagner then hastened to the boat, which he had no difficulty in pushing away from the shore. Without being able to form any idea of the direction in which the island of Sicily lay, but trusting entirely to the aid of Heaven to guide him to the coast whither his destiny now required him to proceed, he hoisted the sail, and abandoned the boat to the gentle breeze which swept the surface of the Mediterranean. Section 60.
Section 61 of Wagner the Wehr-Wolf by George W.M. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57, Part 2.
The state cabins, they might more properly be called spacious apartments, occupied by the Grand Vizier Ibrahim Pasha on board the ship of the Lord High Admiral, were fitted up in a most sumptuous and luxurious manner. They consisted of two large saloons in a suite, and from each of which opened, on either side, a number of small cabins, tenanted by the officers immediately attached to the Grand Vizier's person, and the page and slaves in attendance on him. The first of the two large saloons was lighted by a handsome conical skylight on the deck,
The innermost had the advantage of the stern windows. The drapery, the curtains, the carpets, the sofas, and the hangings were all of the richest materials. The sides and ceilings of the cabin were beautifully painted and elaborately gilded, and the woodwork of the windows was encrusted with thin slabs of variously coloured marbles, on which were engraved the ciphers of the different Lord High Admirals who had hoisted their flags at any time on board that ship. For the state apartments which we are describing properly belonged to the Kapitan Pasha himself, but they had been surrendered to the Grand Vizier as a mark of respect to the superior rank of this minister during his stay on board. The little cabins communicating with the large saloons were in reality intended to accommodate the ladies of the Kapitan Pasha's harem, but Ibrahim did not turn them to a similar use, because it was contrary to Ottoman usage for the Princess Aischa, being the sultan's sister, to accompany her husband on any expedition, and he had received so menacing a warning in the fate of Calanthe not to provoke the jealousy of Aischa or the vengeance of her mother, the Sultana Valida, that he had brought none of the ladies of his own harem with him. Indeed, since the violent death of Calanthe, the harem had been maintained at Constantinople rather as an appendage of high rank than as a source of sensual enjoyment. Nisida of Riverola was treated with the utmost deference and attention by the Grand Vizier Ibrahim Pasha, and on reaching the Lord High Admiral's ship, she was instantly conducted to the innermost saloon, which was given to understand by signs would be exclusively appropriated to her own use. The slaves occupying the small cabins opening therefrom were removed to another part of the ship, and the key of the door connecting the two saloons was handed by the polite Ibrahim to the lady as a guarantee, or at least an apparent one, of the respect with which she should be treated and the security she might hope to enjoy. The fleet weighed anchor and set sail again almost immediately after the return of the Grand Vizier to the admiral's ship, and as she was wafted away from the island of snakes, Nisida sat at the window of her splendid saloon gazing at the receding shores, and so strangely balancing between her anxiety to revisit Florence and her regrets at abandoning Fernand Wagner, that while smiles were on her lips, tears were in her eyes, and if her bosom palpitated with joy at one moment, it would heave with profound sighs at the next.
In the afternoon 4 male slaves entered Nisida's cabin, and spread upon the table a magnificent repast, accompanied with the most delicious wines of Cyprus and Greece; and while the lady partook slightly of the banquet, 2 of the slaves appeared and danced in a pleasing style for several minutes. They retired, but shortly returned, carrying in their hands massive silver censers, in which burnt aloes, cinnamon, and other odoriferous woods diffused a delicious perfume around. The 4 slaves who attended at table removed the dishes on splendid silver salvers, and then served sherbet and a variety of delicious fruits; and when the repast was terminated, they all withdrew, leaving Nisida once more alone. The island of snakes had been lost sight of for some hours, and the fresh breeze of evening was playing upon the cheeks of the Lady Nisida, as she sat at the open casement of her splendid saloon, watching the ships that followed in the wake of that in which she was, when the sounds of voices in the adjacent cabin attracted her attention; and as the partition was but slight, and the persons discoursing spoke Italian, she could not help overhearing the conversation which there took place, even if she had possessed any punctilious feelings to have prevented her from becoming a willing listener.
"The Lady Nisida is a magnificent woman, Demetrius," observed a voice which our heroine immediately recognized to be that of the Grand Vizier. "Such a splendid aquiline countenance I never before beheld. Such eyes, too, such a delicious mouth, and such brilliant teeth. What a pity 'tis that she has not the use of her tongue. The voice of such a glorious creature, speaking mine own dear Italian language, would be music itself. And how admirably is she formed, upon somewhat too large a scale, perhaps, to precisely suit my taste; and yet the contours of her shape are so well rounded, so perfectly proportioned in the most harmonious symmetry, that were she less of the Hebe she would be less charming."
"Is your highness already enamored of Donna Nisida?"
asked the person to whom the Grand Vizier had addressed the preceding observations.
"I must confess that I am, Demetrius," replied Ibrahim. "I would give a year of my life to become her favored lover for one day; but considering that I hope to see my sister Flora become the wife of Donna Nisida's brother Francisco, I must restrain this passion of mine within due bounds. But wherefore do you sigh thus heavily, Demetrius?"
"Alas, my lord, the mention you make of your sister reminded me that I once possessed a sister also,"
returned the Greek in a plaintive tone.
But when I returned to Constantinople, I sought vainly for her, and heaven knows what has become of her, and whether I shall ever see her more. Poor Calanthe! Some treachery has doubtless been practiced towards thee."
"Don't give way to despair, Demetrius," said the grand vizier. "Who knows but Calanthe may have espoused some youth on whom her affections were set?"
"Ah, my lord,"
interrupted the Greek,
"it is considerate, it is kind on the part of your highness to suggest such a consolatory belief; but Calanthe would not keep an honorable bridal secret. Yet better were it that she should be dead, that she should have been basely murdered by some ruthless robber, than that she should live dishonored. However, I will not intrude my griefs upon your highness, although the friendship and the condescension which your highness manifests towards me emboldens me to mention these sorrows in your presence."
"Would that I could really console thee, Demetrius," answered Ibrahim, with well affected sincerity; "for thou hast shown thyself a sincere friend to my poor sister Flora. And now that we are alone together, Demetrius, for almost the first time since this hastily undertaken voyage began, let us recapitulate in detail all the occurrences which have led me to enter upon the present expedition, the real nature of which you alone know, save my imperial master. And, moreover, let us continue to discourse in Italian, for thou canst speak that language more fluently than I can express myself in thy native Greek. Besides, it rejoices my heart," he added with a sigh, "to converse in a tongue so dear as that of the land which gave me birth; and, if Donna Nisida only knew that in the representative of the mighty Solyman she had beholden the brother of her late menial, Flora, how surprised would she be!"
"And it were not prudent that she should learn that fact, my lord,"
observed Demetrius.
"for more reasons than one, since from sundry hints which the Signora Francatelli, your lordship's worthy aunt, dropped to me, it is easy to believe that the Donna Nisida was averse to the attachment which her brother Francisco had formed, and that her ladyship indeed was the means of consigning your highness's sister to the convent of the Carmelites."
"Albeit I shall not treat Count Francisco's sister the less worthily, now that she is in my power," said Ibrahim Pasha. "Indeed, her matchless beauty would command my forbearance, were I inclined to be vindictive. Moreover, deaf and dumb as she is, she could not obtain the least insight into my plans, and therefore she is unable to thwart them."
The reader may suppose that not one single word of all this conversation was lost upon Nisida, who had indeed learnt, with the most unbounded wonderment, that the high and mighty grand vizier of the Ottoman Empire, a man enjoying an almost sovereign rank, and who bore a title which placed him on a level with the greatest princes of Christendom, was the brother of the detested Flora Francatelli. During a short pause which ensued in the dialogue between Ibrahim Pasha and his Greek confidant, Nisida stole gently up to the door in the partitions between the two saloons, so fearful was she of losing a single word of a discourse that so deeply interested and nearly concerned her.
"But, as I was saying ere now, Demetrius," resumed the grand vizier, who, young as he was, had acquired all the methodical habits of a wise statesman, "let us examine in detail the whole posture of affairs in Florence, so that I may maturely consider the precise bearings of the case, and finally determine how to act. For, although I have at my disposal a fleet which might cope with even that of enterprising England or imperious France, though 20,000 well disciplined soldiers on board these ships are ready to draw the sword at my nod, and though, as the seraskier and cisalter of the armies of the sultan, I am responsible for my actions to his majesty alone, yet it is not a small thing, Demetrius, to march an invading force into the heart of Italy, and thereby risk a war with all Christendom. Therefore, let us pause to reflect upon every detail of all those incidents which occurred 2 months ago in Florence."
"Good, my lord,"
said Demetrius.
"I will therefore begin with my arrival in that fair city, to which I repaired with all possible dispatch, as soon as I had received the instructions of your highness. It would appear that the Lord Count of Riverola reached Florence the same day as myself, he having been detained at the outset of his voyage home from Rhodes by contrary winds and a severe storm. It was somewhat late in the evening when I called at the cottage of the Signora Francatelli, your highness's worthy aunt, for I previously passed a few hours in instituting by indirect means as many inquiries concerning her circumstances and welfare as could be prudently made. To my grief, however, I could not ascertain any tidings concerning your highness's sister, and I therefore came to the mournful conclusion that her disappearance still remained unaccounted for. Pondering upon the sad tidings which, in this respect, I should have to forward to your highness, and having already devised a fitting tale whereby to introduce myself to your lordship's aunt, I went to the cottage, which, as I heard in the course of a subsequent conversation, Don Francisco of Riverola had just quitted. Your highness's aunt received me with as much cordiality as she could well show toward a stranger. Then, in accordance with my prearranged method of procedure, I stated I was sent by the son of a debtor to the estate of the late Signor Francatelli, to repay any of his surviving relations a large sum of money which had been so very long owing, and the loss of which at the time had mainly contributed to plunge Signor Francatelli into embarrassment. I added that the son of the debtor having grown rich, had deemed it an act of duty and honor to liquidate this liability on the part of his deceased father. My tale was believed. The case of jewels, which I had previously caused to be estimated by a goldsmith in Florence, was received as the means of settling the fictitious debt, and I was forthwith a welcome friend at the worthy lady's table.
"The stratagem was a good one, Demetrius," observed the grand vizier. "But proceed, and fear not that thou wilt weary me with lengthened details."
I stayed to partake of the evening repast,
continued the Greek,
and the Signora Francatelli grew confiding and communicative, as was nothing more than natural, inasmuch as I necessarily appeared in the light of the agent of a worthy and honorable man who had not forgotten the obligation to a family that had suffered by his father's conduct. I assured the Signora that the person by whom I was employed to liquidate that debt would be rejoiced to hear of the success of the Francatellis, and I ventured to make inquiries concerning the orphan children of the late merchant.
"Proceed, Demetrius," said the grand vizier. "Spare not a single detail."
"Your highness shall be obeyed,"
returned the Greek, though now speaking with considerable diffidence.
The worthy lady shook her head mournfully, observing that Alessandro, the son of the late merchant, was in Turkey, she believed, and then she rose hastily, and opening a door leading to a staircase, called her niece to descend, as there was only a friend present. I was overjoyed to learn, thus unexpectedly, that the Signora Flora had reappeared, and when she thus entered the room, could scarcely conceal my delight beneath that aspect of mere cold courtesy which it became a stranger to wear. The young lady appeared perfectly happy, and no wonder, for when she had retired, after staying a few minutes in the room, her good aunt, in the fullness of her confidence in me, not only related all the particulars of the Signora Flora's immurement in the Carmelite convent, but also explained to me her motives for so long concealing the young lady's return home, as I have heretofore narrated to your highness. The worthy aunt then informed me that the Count of Riverola had only returned that day from the wars, that he had made honorable proposals to her on behalf of the Signora Flora, and that it was intended to sustain the mystery which veiled the young lady's existence and safety in the cottage, until the marriage should have been privately effected, when it would be too late for the count's friends to interfere or renew their persecutions against your lordship's sister. Your highness's aunt dropped hints intimating her suspicions that the Lady Nisida was the principal, if not indeed the sole means of those persecutions which had consigned the innocent young maiden to the Carmelite convent; and the more I reflect on this point, in view of all I know of the affairs, and of Donna Nisida's strange and resolute character, the more I am convinced that she really perpetrated that diabolical outrage.
Were it not for young Francisco's sake, and that I should bring dishonor into a family with which my sister will, I hope, be soon connected with marriage ties," exclaimed Ibrahim, "I would avenge myself for my sister's wrongs by forcing the cruel Nisida to yield herself to my arms. But no, it must not be." And Nisida, who overheard every syllable, curled her lips, while her eyes flashed fire at the dark menace which the renegade had dared to utter, qualified though it were by the avowal of the motive which would prevent him from putting it into execution. "No, it must not be," repeated Ibrahim; "and yet she is so wondrously beautiful that I would risk a great deal to win her love. But proceed, Demetrius, we now come to that portion of the narrative which so nearly concerns my present proceedings."
"Yes, my lord, and God give your highness success!"
exclaimed the young Greek.
"Having taken leave of your excellent aunt, who invited me to visit her again, as I had casually observed that business would detain me in Florence for some time, and having promised the strictest secrecy relative to all she had told me, I repaired to the inn at which I had put up, intending to devote the next day to writing the details of all those particulars which I have just related, and which I purpose to send by some special messenger to your highness. But it then struck me that I should only attract undue attention to myself by conducting at a public tavern a correspondence having so important an aspect, and I accordingly rose very early in the morning to sally forth to seek after a secluded but respectable lodging. I eventually obtained suitable apartments in the house of a widow named Dame Margaretha, and there I immediately took up my abode. Having written my letters to your highness, I was anxious to get them expedited to Constantinople, for I was well aware that your highness would be rejoiced to hear that your beloved sister was indeed in the land of the living, that she was in good health, and that a brilliant marriage was in store for her. I accordingly spoke to Dame Margaretha relative to the means of obtaining a trusty messenger who would undertake a journey to Constantinople. The old woman assured me that her son Antonio, who was a valet in the service of the Count of Arestino, would be able to procure me such a messenger as I desired, and in the course of the day that individual was fetched by his mother to speak to me on the subject. Having repeated my wishes to him, he asked me several questions which seemed to indicate a prying disposition, and a curiosity as impertinent as it was inconvenient. In fact, I did not like his manner at all, but conceiving that his conduct might arise from sheer ignorance, and from no sinister motive, I still felt inclined to avail myself of his assistance to procure a messenger. Finding that he could not sift me, he at length said he had no doubt a friend of his, whom he named Venturo, would undertake my commission, and he promised to return with that individual in the evening. He then left me, and true to his promise, he came back shortly after dusk, accompanied by this same Venturo. The bargain was soon struck between us, and he promised to set off that very night for Rimini, whence vessels were constantly sailing for Constantinople. I gave him a handsome sum in advance, and also a sealed packet, addressed to your highness's private secretary, but containing an enclosure also well sealed, directed to your highness, for I did not choose to excite the curiosity of these Italians by allowing them to discover that I was corresponding with the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire. Venturo accordingly left me, promising to acquit himself faithfully on his mission.
"Your plans were all wisely taken," said the Grand Vizier, "and no human foresight could have anticipated other than successful results. Proceed, for although you have hastily sketched all these particulars to me before, yet I am anxious to consider them in more attentive detail."
Having thus disposed of that important business,
resumed the young Greek,
I went out to saunter through the streets of Florence, and while away an hour or two in viewing the splendid appearance of that charming city, when lighted up with the innumerable lamps of its palaces and casinos. At length I entered a dark and obscure street, which I knew must lead toward the river. I had not proceeded far down the street when I heard the sound of many steps rapidly approaching, as if of a patrol. I stepped aside under a deep archway, but as chance would have it, they stopped short within a few paces of the spot where I was shrouded in the utter obscurity of the arch. I should have immediately passed on my way, but was induced to stop by hearing a voice, which I recognized to be that of Venturo, whom I believed to be already some miles away from Florence. I was perfectly astounded by this discovery, and if I had entertained any doubts as to the identity of that voice, they were speedily cleared up by the conversation between the men. "We had better separate here," said Venturo, "and break into at least two parties, as at the bottom of this street we shall come within the blaze of the lights of the casinos on the Arno's bank." "Well spoken," returned a voice which, to my increasing wonder, I recognized to be that of Antonio, my landlady's son. "You and I, Venturo, will keep together, and our friends can go on first. We will follow them in a few minutes, and then unite again at the angle of the grove nearest to Dame Francatelli's cottage. What say you, Lomellino?" "Just as you think fit, Antonio," returned a third person, whom I naturally concluded to be the individual addressed as Lomellino. "You, or rather your master, the Count of Arestino, pays for this business, and so I am bound to obey you." "Listen, then," resumed Antonio. "The young Count of Riverola, whom I have traced to the cottage this evening, will no doubt be coming away about the time we shall all meet down there, and therefore we shall have nothing to do but to carry him off to the cave." "Why is the Count of Arestino so hostile to the young Riverola?" demanded the man who had answered to the name of Lomellino. "He cares nothing about young Riverola, either one way or the other," replied Antonio; "but I have persuaded his lordship that if Francesco be left at large, he will only use his influence to mitigate the vengeance of the law against the Countess Giulia, who is the friend of Flora Francatelli, and so the Count of Arestino has consented to follow my advice and have Francisco locked up until the Inquisition has dealt with the Countess, her lover, the Marquis of Orsini, and the Francatellis' aunt and niece." "Then you have a spite against this man," said Lomellino. "Truly have I," responded Antonio. "You remember that night when you, with Stefano Verrina and Piero, got into the Riverola Palace some months ago. Well, I don't know who discovered the plot, but I was locked in my room, and the next morning young Francisco dismissed me in a way that made me his mortal enemy, and I must have vengeance. For this purpose I have urged on the count to cause Flora Francatelli, whom Francisco loves and wishes to marry, to be included in the proceedings taken by the Inquisition at his lordship's instigation against the Countess Giulia and the Marquis d'Orsini, and the old aunt must necessarily be thrown into the bargain, for harbouring sacrilegious persons. And so Francisco is to lose his mistress Flora, be kept a prisoner in the cavern till he has been condemned along with the others," said Lomellino. "Neither more nor less than what you imagine, and I only wish I had the Lady Nisida also in my power, for I have no doubt she instigated her brother to turn me off suddenly like a common thief, because from all you have since told me, Lomellino, I dare swear it was she who got an inkling of our intentions to plunder the Riverola Palace, though how she could have done so, being deaf and dumb, passes my understanding." "Well, well," growled Lomellino, "it is of no use to waste time talking of the past. Let us only think of the present. Come, my men, we will go on first as already agreed." 3 or 4 armed ruffians then put themselves in motion, passing close by the place where I was concealed, but fortunately without discovering my presence.
"Oh, those miscreants would have assuredly murdered you, my faithful Demetrius," said the Grand Vizier.
"Of that, my lord, there is little doubt,"
returned the young Greek.
"and I must confess that I shuddered more than once while listening to the discourse of the cold blooded monsters. But Venturo and Antonio still remained behind for a few minutes, and the discourse which took place between them gave me still further insight into the characters of the gang. "Well, Venturo," said Antonio after a short pause, "have you examined the packet which was entrusted to you?" "I have, and the contents are written in Greek or Arabic, or some such outlandish tongue, for I could not read a word of them," answered Venturo, "and so I thought the best plan was to destroy them." "You acted wisely," observed Antonio. "By the saints, it was a good thought of mine to introduce you to my mother's lodger as a trustworthy messenger. If he only knew that we had shared his gold, and were laughing at him for his credulity, he would not be over well pleased. His purse appears to be pretty well lined, and when we have got all our present business off our hands we will devote our attention to the lodger. The Arno is deep, and a foreigner the less in the city will not be noticed." "Not at all," answered Venturo. "But let us now hasten to join our companions. At what time are the officers of the Inquisition to visit the cottage?" "They are no doubt already in the neighborhood," replied Antonio, "and will pounce upon their victims as soon as young Francisco leaves the place. Another set of officers are after the Marquis of Orsini." The 2 miscreants then departed, continuing their conversation in a low tone as they went along the street, but I overheard no more.
"The wretches!" exclaimed the Grand Vizier, in an excited voice. "But vengeance will light upon them yet."
"Heaven grant that they may not go unpunished,"
said Demetrius.
"Your highness may imagine the consternation with which I had listened to the development of the damnable plot then in progress; but I nevertheless experienced a material solace in the fact that accident had thus revealed to me the whole extent of the danger which menaced those whom your highness held dear. Without pausing to deliberate, I resolved, at all risks, to proceed at once to the cottage, and if not too late, to warn your aunt and lovely sister of the terrible danger which menaced them. Nay, more, I determined to remove them immediately from Florence, that very night, without an unnecessary moment's delay. Darting along the streets, as if my speed involved matters of life and death, I succeeded in passing the 2 villains, Venturo and Antonio, before they had entered the sphere of the brilliant illuminations of the casinos of the Vale of Arno, and I heard one say to the other, "There's some cowardly knave who has just done a deed of which he is no doubt afraid." Convinced by this remark that they suspected not who the person that passed them so rapidly was, I hurried on with increasing speed, and likewise with augmented hope to be enabled to save not only your lordship's aunt and sister from the officers of the Inquisition, but also the young Count of Riverola from the power of his miscreant enemies. Alas! my anticipations were not to be fulfilled. I lost my way amongst a maze of gardens connected with the villas bordering on the Arno, and much valuable time at such a crisis was wasted in the circuits which I had to make to extricate myself from the labyrinth and reach the bank of the river. At length I drew within sight of the cottage, but my heart beat with terrible alarms as I beheld lights moving rapidly about the house. It is too late, I thought, and yet I rushed on toward the place. But suddenly the door opened, and by a glare of light within, I saw 3 females closely muffled in veils, led forth by several armed men. It instantly struck me that the third must be the Countess Giulia of Arestino, to whom I heard the miscreants allude. I stopped short, for I knew that any violent demonstration or interference on my part would be useless, and that measures of another kind must be adopted on behalf of the victims. As the procession now advanced from a cottage, I concealed myself in the adjacent grove, wondering whether Count Francisco had been already arrested or whether he had managed to elude his enemies. The procession, consisting of the officers of the Inquisition with their 3 female prisoners, who were dragged rather than led along, passed by the spot where I lay concealed, and the deep sobs which came from the unfortunate ladies, gagged though they evidently were, filled my heart with horror and anguish. As soon as they had disappeared, I struck further into the grove, knowing by its situation that the outlet on the other side would conduct me to the nearest road to that quarter of the city in which I lodged. But scarcely had I reached the outskirts of the little wood in the direction which I had named, when I saw a party of men moving on in front of me, through the obscurity of the night. It struck me that this party might consist of Antonio, Venturo, and other worthies, and I determined to ascertain whether Count Francisco had fallen into their hands. I accordingly followed them as cautiously as possible, taking care to skirt the grove in such a manner that I was concealed by its deep shade, whereas those whom I was watching proceeded further away from the trees. Thus the party in advance and myself continued our respective paths for nearly a quarter of an hour, during which I ascertained beyond all doubt that the men whom I was following were really the villains of the Antonio gang, and that they had a prisoner with them who could be no other than the Count of Riverola. At length the grove terminated, and I was about to abandon further pursuit as dangerous, when it struck me that I should be acting in a cowardly and unworthy manner not to endeavour to ascertain the locality of the cave of which I had heard the miscreants speak, and to which they were most probably conveying him who was so dear to the beautiful Signora Flora. Accordingly, I managed to trek the party across several fields to a grove of evergreens, but as they advanced without caring how they broke through the crackling thickets, the noise of their movements absorbed the far fainter sounds which accompanied my progress. So successful was my undertaking that I was soon within 20 paces of them, but it was profoundly dark, and I was unable to observe their movements. I computed the distance they were from me, and calculated so as to form an idea of the exact spot where they were standing, for, by an observation which one of the villains let drop, I learnt that they had reached the entrance of their cavern. It also struck me that I had heard a bell ring as if in the depths of the earth, and I concluded that this was a signal to obtain admittance. While I was weighing these matters in my mind, Lomellino suddenly exclaimed, "Let the prisoner be taken down first, and have a care, Venturo, that the bandage is well fastened." "All right, captain," was the reply; and I thus ascertained that Lomellino was a chief of some band, most probably, I thought, of robbers, for I remembered the allusions which had been made that evening by Antonio to a certain predatory visit some months previously to the Riverola mansion. God help Francisco, I said within myself, as I reflected upon the desperate character of the men who had him in his power. And then I was consoled by the remembrance that he was merely to be detained as a prisoner for a period, and not harmed.
Unfortunately, such demons as those Florentine banditti are capable of every atrocity, observed the Grand Vizier.
"Truly, my lord,"
observed Demetrius.
"but let us hope that all those in whom your highness is interested will yet be saved. I shall, however, continue my narrative. 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed since the robbers had come to a full stop, when I knew by the observations made amongst them that they were descending into some subterranean place. I accordingly waited with the uttermost anxiety until I was convinced that they had all disappeared with their prisoner, and then I crept cautiously along to the place at which I had already reckoned them to have paused. I stooped down, and carefully felt upon the ground, until I was enabled to ascertain the precise point at which the marks of their footsteps had ceased. At this moment a moon shone forth with such extreme brilliancy that its beams penetrated the thick foliage, and I now observed with horror that I had advanced to the very verge of a steep precipice, on the brink of which the grove suddenly ceased. Had not the moon thus providentially appeared at that instant, I should have continued to grope about in the utter darkness, and have assuredly fallen into the abyss.
I breathed a fervent prayer for this signal deliverance, but not a trace of any secret entrance to a cavern could I find no steps, no trap door. Well aware that it would be dangerous for me to be caught in that spot, should any of the banditti emerge suddenly from their cave, I was reluctantly compelled to depart; but before I quitted the place, I studied it so well that I should have no difficulty in recognizing it again. In fact, just at the precise spot where the footsteps of the banditti ceased, an enormous chestnut tree, which for more than a century must have continued to draw from the earth its nourishment, sloped completely over the precipice, while on the right of this tree, as you face the abyss, is a knot of olives, and on the left an umbrageous line. These features of the spot I committed to memory, with the idea that such a clue to the robbers' retreat might not eventually prove useless.
"I will extirpate that nest of vipers, that horde of remorseless banditti!"
exclaimed Ibrahim Pasha, in a tone indicative of strong excitement.
"Your highness has the power,"
responded Demetrius.
"but the Florentine authorities must be completely impotent in respect to such a formidable horde of lawless men. The remainder of my narrative is soon told, my lord,"
returned the young Greek.
"I returned to my lodgings in safety, but determined not to remain there a single hour longer than necessary; for apart from the resolve which I had formed already, in consequence of the various and unforeseen incidents which had occurred, to return to Constantinople, the murderous designs of Antonio and Venturo in respect to myself would have hastened my removal at all events to another lodging. That night sleep never visited my eyes, so amazed and grieved was I at the calamities which had befallen those who were so dear to your highness. Very early in the morning I arose from a feverish bed, and sallied forth to learn tidings of the Marquis of Orsino. For, thought I, if this nobleman had escaped arrest by the officers of the Inquisition, he might be enabled to effect somewhat in aiding the female victims. But I heard at his dwelling that he had been arrested the previous evening on a charge of sacrilege, perpetrated with others, in respect to the Carmelite convent. Frustrated in this quarter, I repaired to the principal clerk of the criminal tribunal, and inquired the name and address of a lawyer of eminence and repute. The clerk complied with my demand, and recommended to me Angelo Duras, the brother of the celebrated Florentine physician.
"Both of whom are known to me by name,"
observed the grand vizier.
"and Angelo Duras is a man of unblemished integrity. It delights me to know you employed him."
"I found him too,"
continued Demetrius,
"a kind hearted and benevolent man. He received me with affability, and I narrated to him as much as necessary of the particulars which I have detailed to your highness. Without stating by whom I was employed, I merely represented to him that I was deeply interested in the Francatelli family, and that it was of the utmost importance to obtain a delay for 2 or 3 months in the criminal proceedings instituted against those innocent females, as, in the meantime, I should undertake a journey to a place at some considerable distance, but the result of which would prove materially beneficial to the cause of the accused. He observed that the interest of the Count of Arestino, who would doubtless endeavor to hasten the proceedings in order to wreak speedy vengeance upon his wife and the Marquis of Orsini, was very powerful to contend against, but that gold could accomplish much. I assured him that there would be no lack of funds to sustain even the most expensive process, and I threw down a heavy purse as an earnest of my ability to bear the cost of the suit. He committed to paper all the particulars that I had thought it prudent to reveal to him, and after some consideration, said, "I now see my way very clearly. I will undertake that the final hearing of this case, at least so far as it regards the Francatellis, shall be postponed for 3 months. You may rely upon the fulfillment of this promise. Let the Count of Arestino do his worst." Thus assured, I quitted the worthy pleader, and proceeded to visit Father Marco, who, as I had happened to learn when in conversation with your highness's aunt, was the family confessor. I found that excellent man overwhelmed with grief at the calamities which had occurred, and to him I confided, under a solemn promise of inviolable secrecy, who the present Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire really was, and how I had been employed by you to visit Florence for the purpose of watching over the safety of your relatives. I however explained to Father Marco that his vow of secrecy was to cease to be binding at any moment where the lives of the Francatelli should be menaced by circumstances that might possibly arise in spite of all the precautions that I had adopted to postpone the final hearing of their cause, and that should imminent peril menace those lives, he was immediately to reveal to the Duke of Florence the fact of the relationship of the Francatellis with one who has power to punish any injury that might be done to them, though well knowing, My lord, the obstinacy of the Christian states in venturing to beard Ottoman might, I considered this precaution to be at all events a prudent one, and Father Marco promised to obey my injunctions in all respects."
"I was not mistaken in thee, Demetrius," said the grand vizier, "when I chose thee for that mission on account of thy discreetness and foresight."
"Your highness's praises are my best reward,"
answered the Greek.
"I have now done all that I could possibly effect to devise under the circumstances which prompted me to think or act, and it grieved me that I was unable to afford the slightest assistance to the young Count of Riverola. But I dared not wait longer in Italy, and I was convinced that the authorities in Florence were too inefficient to root out the horde of banditti, even had I explained to them the clue which I myself obtained to the stronghold of those miscreants. I accordingly quitted Florence in the afternoon of the day following the numerous arrests which I have mentioned, and had I not been detained so long at Rimini by adverse winds, your highness would not have been kept for so many weeks without the mournful tidings which it was at length my painful duty to communicate in person to your lordship."
"That delay, my faithful Demetrius," said the grand vizier, "was no fault of thine. Fortunately the squadron was already equipped for sea, and, instead of repairing to the African frontier to chastise the daring pirates, it is on its way to the Tuscan coast, where, if need be, it will land 20,000 soldiers to liberate my relations and the young Count of Riverola. A pretext for making war upon the Italian states has been afforded by their recent conduct in sending auxiliaries to the succor of Rhodes, and of that excuse I shall not hesitate to avail myself to commence hostilities against the proud Florentines should a secret and peaceful negotiation fail. But now that thou hast recapitulated to me all those particulars which thou didst merely sketch forth at first, it seems to me fitting that I anchor the fleet at the mouth of the Arno, and that I send thee, Demetrius, as an envoy in a public capacity, but in reality to stipulate privately for the release of those in whom I am interested."
Thus terminated the conference between Ibrahim Pasha and his Greek dependent a conference which had revealed manifold and astounding occurrences to the ears of the Lady Nisida of Riverola. Astounding indeed! Francisco in the hands of the formidable banditti, Flora in the prison of the Inquisition, and the Ottoman Grand Vizier bent upon effecting the marriage which Nisida abhorred. These tidings were sufficient to arouse all the wondrous energies of that mind which was so prompt in combining intrigues and plots, so resolute in carrying them out, and so indomitable when it had formed a will of its own. Ominous were the fires which flashed in her large dark eyes, and powerful were the workings of those emotions which caused her heaving bosom to swell as if about to burst the bodice which confined it, when, retreating from the partition floor between the two saloons, and resuming her seat at the cabin windows to permit the evening breeze to fan her fevered cheek, Nisida thought within herself,
"It was indeed time that I should quit that accursed island and return to Italy."
Section 61.